Seaside Serendipity. A Love on Palmar Island Romance. Written by Susanne. Chapter 1. Another beautiful day on Palmar Island. Despite growing up on the barrier island off the coast of South Carolina, Kenny Brown couldn't imagine ever getting tired of this place. It was where he'd grown up and spent most of his adult life. He waved at Miss Doris, an elderly resident and the baker of the best apple pie he'd ever eaten, when his phone rang. "Kenny Brown, what can I do for you?" he asked, the call coming in through his F-150 speakers thanks to the wonders of Bluetooth technology. "It's Clive Johnson. Do you have a minute?" Kenny sighed, fighting the temptation to close his eyes. "I do. I'm looking at the second quarter numbers. Looks like profits are down," the accountant said. "I know. They are." At this point, he wasn't sure they'd make payroll, and the pile of bills on his desk kept growing. "Do you have a plan?" Mr. Johnson asked. Kenny ran his fingers through the hair that was graying at the temples. "Tourist season is in full swing. Business should pick up any time now." "It always does." "Well, you have a few reserves, not many, but enough to hang in there for a few more months." "Let's hope you're right. I'll make it work. Even if it meant cutting his own pay." Again. "Hang in there, Kenny. The store's been here for generations. If anyone can pull this around, it's you," Mr. Johnson said and ended the call. Kenny hoped he was right. If sales didn't pick up soon, he'd have no choice but to. "Don't even think about it," Kenny said, shaking his head to get his brother's voice out of it as he pulled into the parking lot of Palmar's Hardware and Feed. "Good morning." Ellie, his head cashier, waved when he stepped inside the store. "Good morning. Is Lily feeling better?" Kenny asked. "Much. Fever's gone and she's back in school." "Thank goodness. Glad to hear it." Kenny unlocked the door and held it open. "Don't worry, I'll make up for the hours I missed. I'm staying late every day this week." "What about the kids?" Kenny asked. Ellie was full-time, but at this point he wouldn't mind cutting her hours for a week or two. "Daniel is picking them up from school. We'll make it work." Ellie smiled at him with so much confidence, Kenny didn't have the heart to tell her not to stay. "Ready to seize the day, boss?" Louisa, his maintenance worker and the only person who could coax the ancient air conditioning system into working, walked in. "I don't know about that, but I'm here. Might as well open the store." Kenny headed to his office in the back. "I'll get some coffee brewing," Ellie said. "I'll bring you a cup when it's ready." Kenny nodded and stepped into the small room without a window and flipped the light switch. The stack of papers Frank had dropped off yesterday sat where he'd left them last night. His brother was ready to sign on the dotted line and end a legacy. Kenny dropped into his chair. He wasn't ready to give up. Not yet. Too many people depended on him. People like Ellie and Louisa. He put the papers aside and booted up his computer to check emails and make sure their deliveries for today were on track. "Here's your coffee, boss." Ellie handed him a steaming mug of liquid energy. "Thanks. How does it look out there?" he asked. "Everything's on track and the AC is humming along." Ellie smiled at him. "Once we move the mowers, grills, and flowers outside, we'll be ready to open." He glanced at his watch. They had 7 minutes before it was officially time to open the store. "I've got the lawn mowers. You and Louisa cover the rest." He gulped down half of his coffee and rose. "Are you sure, boss? We can handle it." Kenny shook his head. "I need a little fresh air anyway." He was in the middle of driving a third riding lawn mower from the back storage area to the front of the store when he heard a crash and the sound of metal rubbing against metal. He jumped off and rushed to the parking lot, praying no one was hurt. He wasn't sure what to expect when he rounded the corner, but it wasn't what he saw. Some idiot had backed into his truck. His pride and joy, the only luxury he'd allowed himself in who knew how long. And with the way business was going, there was no way he could afford to replace it. What the heck are you doing? Kenny yelled at the top of his lungs, storming toward the sage-green Subaru that had backed into his F-150. The driver's door cracked open, and he saw long, wavy chestnut hair. He took a step back, not prepared for a female driver. Alice? The surprise knocked the wind and the anger out of him. The last person he'd expected to run into today was Alice Baker. Kenny, I'm so sorry. I don't know what happened. Alice climbed out of her car and looked first at him and then the mess in front of them. Well, that's not completely true. I was looking at my phone, trying to figure out where to. Kenny stared at her. I didn't know you were back. I just got here. Alice shook her head, sending the wavy strands flying. She pulled them back into a low ponytail and sighed. This is your truck, isn't it? Kenny nodded. The magnetic sign with the store's logo usually gave it away. I'm so sorry I ran into it. I'll make this right. No matter what it takes to fix your truck. Her face was pale, and she looked like she was about to keel over. Are you hurt? He rushed forward to catch her before she could pass out. I'm fine. I promise. Alice rubbed the back of her neck. She'd moved her car into the closest parking spot, and from the look of it, her sage-green Subaru had taken more damage than his truck. Let me find my insurance information. You don't think we need to call the police for this, do you? Kenny shook his head. Not for a fender bender. Sorry, I yelled. It's been a day. Alice glanced at her phone. It's barely 9. And you had every right to be upset. I ran into your car. Truck, he corrected automatically. It drove him nuts when his mom called it a car, and he didn't like it any better when anyone else did. Including Alice. Right. Alice dug around in her purse. Here's my insurance information. Kenny looked around. Palmar Hardware and Feed was ready to open. Ellie and Louisa had everything under control. Derek would be in shortly. Would you like to go grab some coffee? We could get a cup at the Roasted Bean and discuss the best way to handle this. Alice let out a nervous laugh. You want to go get coffee? Kenny nodded. Why not? You look like you could use it. She turned to look at her car. I'm not sure that's a good idea. My car has a flat tire, and your truck. My truck is fine. Barely a scratch. And you look like you could use some coffee and some food. He took another good look at the woman he'd gone to high school with. You're not going into shock on my watch. If you're sure. Alice looked from her car to his truck. I'm sure. Kenny walked over and held the passenger door open for her. Fine. But coffee is on me, Alice said, climbing in. It's the least I can do. What brings you back to Palmar Island? Kenny asked as they drove to the coffee shop. Family. Alice looked out the window. Always nice to come back home for a visit. Her tone was distant, and when she stayed quiet, he didn't probe. Here we are, Kenny said. The Roasted Bean. She walked inside, taking it all in. Alice Baker? Aren't you a sight for sore eyes? Mitch, the owner, came rushing out from behind the counter and pulled her into a tight hug. I had no idea you were back. I just got here. Alice beamed at their former classmate, and the two of them chatted a million miles a minute. Kenny took a step back and looked around the room, surprised by how much it bothered him that Mitch was showering Alice with attention, smiles, and the man couldn't stop touching her. First a hug and now a hand on her arm. Not that he was surprised. Mitch had been far more popular than him in school, and nothing had changed in the 24 years since they'd graduated. What can I get you? Mitch asked. I have the best coffee on the island. Guaranteed. Alice laughed. I'm sure you do. I'll take a black coffee. Something mild. Cream and sugar on the side. Same for me, Kenny said, stepping up to take his place beside the woman. And 2 of those blueberry muffins. Coming right up. Sit anywhere you like. Mitch returned to his usual spot behind the counter and pulled 2 mugs from the shelf. "How much do I owe you?" Kenny asked, grabbing his wallet. Alice put a hand on his arm. "This is on me, remember?" Mitch grinned and shook his head. "This is on the house." "It's the least I can do to welcome you home, Alice." She blushed, her cheeks turning an interesting shade of pale pink. "Are you sure?" "I'm sure. You two go sit and catch up. I'll have this out to you in a jiffy." Mitch waved them off. Kenny looked around and spotted an empty table in the back corner. "This is nice," Alice said when he pulled a chair out for her. "How long has Mitch had this place?" "I'm not sure. Close to 10 years, I think. Hard to believe it's been this long since I've been back for a visit." Alice hung her purse across the back of the chair. Kenny nodded, trying to think of something to say to fill the awkward silence. "You and Mitch didn't stay in touch?" She shook her head. "I didn't really stay in touch with anyone aside from my family and Emma, of course." Kenny smiled, remembering Alice's best friend from their high school days. "Do you remember when Mitch signed up for the talent show?" Alice asked, her lips twitching and her hazel eyes sparkling. Kenny grinned. "I do." Mitch had bragged about his talent for magic tricks, and during the show, he'd claimed he could outdo any professional magician. He'd swung his cloak with confidence as he entered the stage. "He did okay at first," Kenny said, remembering the card tricks and the disappearing coin act. Alice giggled. "Until the grand finale when he made Brandon Carter's watch disappear." Kenny laughed. "That didn't exactly go as planned." "Do you remember where it was supposed to be?" Alice asked. "A lockbox on the other side of the stage." He couldn't believe he'd forgotten about all of this, including the frantic look on Mitch's face when the watch wasn't where it was supposed to be. Right. It was empty and he ran around like a chicken with his head cut off, trying to find it. Alice's giggle turned into a genuine laugh. "Here's your coffee and your muffins." Mitch walked up with their order. "Care to let me in on whatever it is you two are talking about?" "Your magic show back in high school," Kenny said, struggling to keep a straight face. "Oh boy. The one where I lost Carter's watch." Mitch shook his head. The whole auditorium was so quiet, you could have heard a pin drop. "At least you found it," Alice said, still chuckling. "In the end." "Hard to believe it was in the pocket of that ridiculous coat the whole time." Mitch grinned. "That was the day I realized I wasn't going to cut it as a professional magician. Too much pressure." "Well, all's well that ends well," Alice said, adding 2 spoonfuls of sugar and a big splash of cream to her coffee. "Carter got his watch back, and you look like you've done well for yourself." "That's true," Mitch said, turning when the sound of an espresso machine spitting and sputtering cut through the chatter of the other patrons. A big cloud of steam blew from it. "Excuse me. I have to go deal with this." "Maybe things haven't changed all that much," Alice said, watching him rush back. "They really haven't. The island isn't all that different from what it was when we grew up here." Kenny looked out the window at the busy street, wondering how much longer it would stay that way. If his brother had his way, their family business would be replaced by a big box store. Who knew what would follow suit? Alice broke off a piece of her muffin and popped it into her mouth. "What brings you back here?" Kenny asked to distract himself. And to keep from staring at her full, pink lips. Alice sipped her coffee, looking contemplative. "Lots of reasons, actually." "Tell me about them." Kenny leaned forward, picking up his own cup. "I guess I was tired of big city life, burnt out from the daily grind." She shrugged. "Big city, eh?" Kenny picked up his muffin and took a bite. It was as good as he remembered. Almost as good as Miss Doris's baked goods. "Houston, Texas." "Been there since college." Alice leaned back, looking more relaxed than he'd seen her so far. "That's a pretty big change from Palmar Island." She barked out a laugh. "You can say that. It was a shock when I first got there, but you get used to stuff." "What did you do in Houston?" Kenny asked, finding himself more and more curious about the person fate had blown back into his life. I went to school for graphic design and worked in the media department of a Fortune 500 corporation out there, Alice said. Among other jobs. Good for you. Kenny leaned back. What changed? I lost my spark. My creativity. It showed in my work, and I figured it was better to hand in my resignation. Alice shrugged, the lines of tension back on her face. Besides, my dad could use some help these days. Kenny nodded. I heard about your mom. You have my condolences. They didn't have the funeral down here, did they? Alice shook her head. She wanted to be buried back in Ohio with her folks. Dad has the plot next to her. Kenny's own father was laid to rest right here on the island, and his mother visited the grave at least once a week. Alice sat up straight. Change of subject. Do you have any idea who I could reach out to about our vehicles? A body shop you trust? I do. He cocked his head. Someone who can get me in today? I guess I'll have to have it towed. Alice picked up her phone, thumbs flying across the screen. Have you seen much of the island since you got back? Kenny asked, hoping for a change of subject of his own. For some strange reason, he wasn't ready to let her walk away. Not yet. Alice looked up and raised an eyebrow. No. First thing I did was pull into your parking lot. I was going to give my dad a call and let him know I got here early. Got it. Made good time from Houston, he asked. Drove through the night. Alice raised her hand to cover a yawn. Probably not my most brilliant idea. Now I'll have to deal with insurance, a flat tire, and who knows what else. I guess I should call my dad and see if he can pick me up. Kenny resisted the urge to reach across the table to grab her hand. Why don't you let me give you a ride? We can take a little drive around the island, and then I'll drop you off at your place. Don't you have to get back to work? Alice asked. He shook his head. I have good people working for me. They can handle it. Besides, it's not like it'll take us long. The island was small, and even if he gave her the full tour, it wouldn't take more than an hour. Alice put her index finger up to her nose, a gesture he remembered from their days in school. Tell you what. If you don't mind driving back to the store so I can pick up my suitcase, I wouldn't mind a ride if it's not too much of a bother. That'll give me a chance to call around for a tow truck. Sounds like a plan to me. Kenny got to his feet. Mitch, can we get the rest of this to go? You've got it. Mitch topped them off with more coffee and handed each of them a large paper cup with a white plastic lid. It was good seeing you, Alice. Likewise. Alice smiled before returning her attention to him. Lead the way. I've been thinking about your car, Kenny said on the drive back to the hardware store. Your main problem is the flat tire. The rest is a bit of bent metal and a few scratches. My main problem is that I can't drive it out of your parking lot, Alice said. I get that. Kenny took a deep breath. And I think I can fix that. Do you have a spare? Alice nodded. I do. It's in the trunk. Under all my stuff. If you trust me enough to leave me your keys, I could change your tire and make sure there's nothing else going on that would keep you from driving your car. Why? Alice asked. Why what? Kenny turned to glance at her before returning his attention to the road in front of him. Why would you do that? Kenny shrugged. Because that's what people do. They help each other out. But you have a store to run. Kenny pulled into the parking lot of the store. I do, and truth be told, I might not get around to changing the tire until this afternoon, but I bet my bottom dollar it'll still be faster than if you have it towed to a shop. Alice laughed. You're probably right there. How about this? We put what you need right away in the truck, and I take you over to your dad's. And I'll pick you up later today and drive you back here, to your car. Does that work? He held his breath. Under one condition. Alice held up her index finger. What's that? Kenny asked. You let me take you out to dinner as a thank you. Bacon cheeseburgers at Mary's Diner? She asked. Kenny grinned. Still my favorite. Add a slice of peanut butter pie, and you've got yourself a deal. Sounds good to me. Alice opened the passenger door and hopped out. Not tonight, though. I promised my dad we'd have dinner together. I'm pretty sure he's already firing up that old smoker of his. Kenny laughed. I didn't expect you to take me out tonight. You just got here. Give me a call later this week, and we'll come up with a day and time. It's a date. Alice tossed him her keys. Chapter 2. Over here. Emma raised her hand and waved. Alice smiled, excited to see the one friend she'd managed to keep up with a little. And nervous about this reunion. It's good to see you. Emma rose and gave her a big hug. You haven't changed since we got ready for senior prom together. Remember? My hair was a disaster and I had to start my makeup twice before I ended up with something that didn't make me look like either a ghost or someone running a fever of 104. Alice laughed with relief. Emma could still set her at ease with a look and a kind word. You haven't changed either. That's a bold-faced lie and we both know it. Emma waved her off. I have gained at least 30 pounds since high school, and last time I checked, I didn't have all this gray hair. Raising 2 teenagers by yourself will do that to you. I can only imagine. Alice had heard the stories and seen the pictures of Emma's twin sons. But I have to say, the gray suits you. Thanks. It's a nice change of pace after all these years of the same shade of medium brown. Emma rose. Ready to order? Sure. Why not? Alice followed her friend over to the counter. To her surprise, Mitch wasn't there. Instead, they were greeted by a young woman with striking blue hair. I'm Vanessa. What can I get you today? A large caramel latte with whipped cream, please. Emma turned to face her. You should try it. It's delicious. I'm usually more of a black coffee with a bit of milk and cream kind of girl, Alice said, earning herself a raised eyebrow. But it's good to try new things. Make that too. Coming right up. I'll bring it out if you two want to get back to your table, Vanessa said. Don't mind if we do. Emma led the way. It's getting busy. It is, isn't it? Alice looked around. Unlike the other morning, this afternoon the roasted bean was packed, with more people streaming in. It is. Mitch is doing well for himself. I wonder where he is. Emma turned to look around. And wait until you taste this latte. Looking forward to it. Alice sat up. Tell me about you. What else has changed, aside from the stunning new hair color? Emma chuckled. Let's see. My husband left me with 2 little kids and no job prospects, so I ended up going back to school. Been working full-time as a nurse for close to 10 years now. That couldn't have been easy. It wasn't. Especially not at first. I was pulling 12-hour shifts at the hospital down in Georgetown and then rushing back to help with homework, cook dinner. You know how it is. Not really. Alice shook her head. I never had a family. Or even a husband. Boyfriends, sure. But nothing serious enough to consider spending the rest of our lives together. How come? Emma asked. Alice shrugged. I stayed busy. Never made time for anything more than casual dates. I guess I was waiting for Mr. Right to waltz into my life. Here are your drinks, ladies. Mitch walked up, balancing 2 ridiculously large cups overflowing with whipped cream. Thank you. Emma took hers. Guess who's back in town? Mitch put down the second coffee in front of her. It's nice to see you again, Alice. No plain coffee today? Alice smiled and shook her head. I figured I'd mix it up. Plus, Emma has been singing your latte's praises. Mitch beamed at her friend. I appreciate that. How's Kenny? I was surprised to see him here during hardware store hours the other morning. He's fine. He was welcoming me back to town and helping me with an issue I was having, Alice said, feeling the warmth creep into her cheeks. Got it. Enjoy your drinks and let me know if there's anything else I can get you. Mitch rushed back to deal with the long line that was forming. Spill, Emma said, raising her cup to her lips. Spill what? Alice took a cautious sniff of the sweet concoction. It smelled delicious. Emma held up her hand, raising one finger after the other. 1. Why didn't you tell me you'd already been here since you got back? 2. What's going on with you and Mitch? And most importantly, 3. Tell me about you and Kenny. And whatever it is he's helping you with. Alice resisted the urge to roll her eyes. Mostly. She took a sip of her latte, surprised by the complex combination of sugary caramel and bitter espresso. There isn't much to tell. Really? I don't believe you. Did you see the way Mitch stared at you? Emma asked, turning to find the handsome coffee shop owner. Emma Rodriguez, do you have a thing for Mitch? Alice didn't try to hide her surprise. Shoo. Keep your voice down. You know how people in this town are. Emma shook her head, returning her full attention to her. So it's true, Alice said. Good for you. What are you going to do about it? Nothing. I have 2 teenage sons. I don't have time to do anything about anything other than getting as much food as possible in the house. You wouldn't believe what those 2 can eat. Don't me. And don't try to change the subject. Tell me about Kenny, Emma said. We ran into each other at the hardware store. He insisted on taking me out to coffee to catch up and offered to change my flat tire. That's all. Sounds like a whole lot of something to me. Emma took another sip of coffee, a bit of cream sticking to the tip of her nose. He's still single too, you know. You have something on your nose, Alice said, pointing to the spot. Tell me about the island. What has changed? Emma used a napkin to clean the cream off. Not much, to be honest. Sophie took over the bookstore from her grandmother a while back. Miss Doris turned her husband's workshop into a guest cottage that she rents out. The Christmas market gets bigger each year. And as you can probably tell, there are more tourists here than we used to get. Alice nodded. She had noticed that the place was busier than she remembered. How's your dad? Emma asked. I'm sure he's happy to have his baby girl back home. Alice smiled. He is. He was getting more lonely than he cared to admit. Good thing you came home then, Emma said. I think it was the right call. At least she hoped it had been. Not that she'd had a lot of other choices. Tell me about Houston. What was it like living in a place like that? Emma asked. Hot and crowded. Not that different than here then, Emma quipped. Very different from here. Louder, busier. Nothing like New York City or Los Angeles. You've been? Emma asked. Alice nodded. I've been all over the place. Mostly with work. Emma sighed. That sounds exciting. It's not all it's cracked up to be. At least not when it comes to work travel. At least you got to see the country. Charleston is as far as I've made it, Emma said. And that was on my honeymoon. Alice looked up. Well, we're going to have to change that once I get settled in. Speaking of getting settled in. How's that going? Emma asked. It's got to be a little strange to move back into the house you grew up in. It's a little weird. Alice scrunched up her nose. It feels like I'm taking a step back, or 10. Right back where I started after graduation when I couldn't wait to get out of this place. And? Emma's eyes were soft, full of compassion. Alice shrugged. I'm not sure if I fit here anymore. I barely know anyone. You have me. And your dad. Mitch and Kenny. Emma winked and it made Alice laugh. That's true. I get that this feels a little discouraging. But you're here for a good reason. Your dad needs you, Emma said. Don't think of it as a step back, but as a new chapter in your life. And who knows? You may like it. Alice reached over and squeezed her friend's hand. I'm sure I will. I already do. And maybe her friend was right. Alice liked the idea of thinking about this as a new chapter. An opportunity for growth and maybe even the happiness she'd captured on her vision board all those years ago. And as far as not knowing a lot of people on the island anymore, I know of a perfect fix for that. Emma's eyes sparkled with excitement. Bring it on, Alice said, biting back a groan. I have one word for you, Emma said. Community center. Okay, technically it's two. One location for you. What am I supposed to do there? Alice asked, thinking back on the volunteer work she'd done back in the day, helping during weekly senior breakfasts. Take an art class. They offer some fun stuff and it sounds right up your alley. You can meet new people, get back in touch with your artistic side, feel like you're part of the community again. I don't know. Alice felt the temptation to check it out. She'd told herself that this would be her time to find her creativity, to get that spark of excitement back. But community art class? It brought up visions of glitter and glue. I'm pretty sure they meet tomorrow morning. Why don't you go check it out? Emma asked. Alice's phone rang. Sorry. I have to take this. It's my dad. Everything okay? Emma asked when she hung up. It's fine. He needs me to swing by the pharmacy on the way back to pick up his prescription. Nothing serious, I hope. Alice shook her head. Not at all. His heartburn is acting up. That brisket he smoked for my welcome home meal probably didn't help. Neither did the big pan of homemade macaroni and cheese nor the apple crisp he'd fixed to go along with the huge chunk of meat. Tell him to eat smaller meals and drink plenty of water throughout the day, Emma said. Alice wasn't sure how much good she could do in that department, but promised to give it a try. And think about the art class, Emma said, finishing the last of her caramel latte. I think you'd enjoy it. I will. Thinking about it couldn't hurt. And maybe Emma was right. Alice sat cross-legged in the middle of the narrow twin bed. The sheets and comforter were new, but not much else had changed in this room since her high school days. Same curtains, same desk and dresser. Same faded posters hanging on the wall behind her. She sighed and grabbed her phone when it dinged. My last paycheck, she muttered into the stillness of the room. It felt strange knowing there was no more money coming in unless she found a job. Alice pulled up her banking app and looked at the money in her account. Staring at the balance was sobering. Here she was, 43 years old, back in her childhood home without any professional prospects and less than $10,000 to her name. This wasn't where she'd thought she'd be at this stage in her life. Alice closed her eyes and took a deep breath. It is what it is. All we can do is move forward from here. She looked up at the vision board she'd created before heading to college. The pictures and magazine cutouts were fading, a few of the stickers peeling and threatening to fall off. Still, it painted the picture of the perfect life she'd imagined. Images that represented travel, a handsome husband, children, and a beautiful two-story house with a white picket fence dotted the board. There was even an image of a tiny black and white kitten that looked as adorable today as it had back then. Well, it's not a total loss, Alice said to herself. I got to travel more than a lot of other people. And I'm a pretty good graphic designer. I may not have the house and the family, but I have skills I can put to good use. She flipped open her laptop and pulled up a popular freelance website. 10 minutes later, she was all signed up and busy creating her portfolio. With that done, and her first gig offer created, she felt better. More confident and with a bright future ahead of her. On a whim, she searched for the Palmar Island Community Center website. Well, would you look at that? You could sign up for the class right here. Alice, we have a visitor, her dad called from downstairs. Coming. Alice shut her laptop and ran her fingers through her hair, wondering who it could be. She pulled on a cardigan and straightened the white t-shirt she wore underneath it before heading down to the living room. Alice, I heard you were back. It's so good to see you. Miss Doris, the widow in her 70s who rented a small cottage on her property out to visitors and who happened to be the best home baker on the island, pulled her into a tight hug. "Welcome back. Isn't it nice of her to stop by to see you?" her dad asked. "Very nice." Alice stepped back. "And it's nice to see you too, Miss Doris. I brought both of you something." Miss Doris turned and picked up a cherry pie, the aroma filling the small living room. "And a little something special just for you." Alice took the brown paper bag and opened it. "Snickerdoodle cookies?" Miss Doris nodded, her steel gray eyes sparkling with delight. "They used to be your favorite when you were little." Alice smiled. "They still are. Why don't I put on a pot of coffee and we can sit outside in the garden and cut into this beautiful pie?" Dad asked. "Sounds good to me." Miss Doris held up the pie. Alice opened the set of French doors that led to a small patio and down a stone path into the rose garden that had been her mother's pride and joy. "This place is as stunning as ever," Miss Doris said, putting the pie in the center of the round garden table that sat in the middle of the garden. Alice looked around. "It really is. Please, make yourself comfortable. I'll grab some plates and a knife." "Take your time." Miss Doris wandered around, leaning down to smell the fragrant blooms. By the time Alice returned with a stack of plates and utensils, the older woman was seated in a chair, head tilted back, letting the sun warm her face. "Coffee is almost done." Alice put the plates down, topping each with a small cake fork. "Do you want to do the honors?" Miss Doris took the large knife from her and expertly cut 3 thick slices of pie. The bright red filling oozed out as she put them on the plates. "Anyone ready for a cup of coffee?" Dad asked, walking out with 3 cups and a thermos. "Don't mind if I do," Miss Doris said, holding out her cup. "Nothing goes better with this pie than a strong cup of joe." "Couldn't agree more." Her father beamed and plunged his fork into the flaky pie. "Alice, do you have any plans for your new life back here on the island?" Miss Doris asked after they'd each had a taste. Alice nodded and took a sip of hot coffee. "I do. I think I'll try my hand at some freelance work for a while. It's amazing what you can do these days with remote work and computers." Miss Doris sat back. "You young folks really can work anywhere. I read this article the other day about people who travel the world while holding down a full-time job. Some of them live out of nothing more than a backpack," her father said. "Not quite my cup of tea." Alice cut another piece of pie with her fork. "I'm actually enjoying the slower pace of life here on the island." Miss Doris nodded. "Nothing wrong with that. Plus, you don't have to worry about commuting." It was another benefit Alice hadn't considered. The woman was right. Not sitting in traffic for an hour or two each day was definitely a big perk. "And I'm enjoying having my baby girl back home." Her dad reached over and squeezed her hand. "I'm sure you are." Miss Doris looked thoughtful. "I guess until business picks up, you'll have a lot of free time on your hands." Cold sweat ran down Alice's back and the hairs on her neck stood up straight. The woman was a notorious busybody. Alice wouldn't put it past Miss Doris to either try to set her up with every single eligible bachelor on the island or set her up with hours of volunteer work. The only way to avoid either scenario was to act, and to act fast. She cleared her throat. "I'm considering taking a couple of art classes at the community center." "Don't be ridiculous," her father said. "You've been an artist for as long as I can remember. You don't need classes." Alice let out a nervous laugh. "Actually, Dad, there are a lot of things I haven't tried, and you're never too old to learn something new." "Isn't that the truth?" Miss Doris said. "Besides, I could use something to spark my creativity." "My old job." Alice wasn't sure what to say about the position that had left her feeling a little dead inside the past few years. "In that case, maybe it's not such a bad idea. You should go." Dad nodded, and that night after dinner, Alice signed up for the class, munching on one of the snickerdoodle cookies. Maybe coming back home hadn't been such a bad idea. The coming days and weeks would tell. Chapter 3. Welcome, come on in. A woman in a flowy patchwork dress, her blonde curls pulled up into a messy bun, waved her into the room. "Thank you." Alice stepped into the bright space that served as the community center's main meeting room and art studio and looked around. Tables, chairs, and easels were scattered around. People gathered in small groups, chatting and pulling out art supplies. "Set up anywhere you like," the woman said before disappearing into a closet or small supply room. Alice walked around. A few people made eye contact and smiled, but that was it. Everyone seemed to know each other. Except her. She couldn't help but feel a little out of place. In the end, she settled in at a small table in a quiet corner and put down the large tote bag that cut into her shoulder. Unsure about what she would need, she'd packed a bunch of different art supplies and a stack of sketchbooks. "Let's get started. I see we have a new face today. Welcome." The woman in the colorful dress stood in the middle of the room, her voice raised until she had everyone's attention. "We've been working on pieces that express our connection to Palmar Island. I encourage you to use this time to continue working on your pieces." In a flurry of activity, everyone finished setting up and got to work. Alice looked around, noticing that the men and women around her were working in a wide variety of mediums. She saw oil paints, watercolors, sculpting clay, and at least one person working on a mixed media collage. "I'm Ruby Saunders. As you can probably tell, I'm teaching this class." Alice startled and turned her head, surprised to see the resident artist standing next to her. "Alice Baker. It's nice to meet you." "Likewise. You signed up last night?" Ruby asked, taking a seat next to Alice. "I did. I hope that won't be a problem." The woman's name sounded familiar. She looked about 10 years younger and had an air of confidence about her that Alice envied. "No problem at all. Do you have everything you need to get started?" Ruby looked across the pastel chalks and paper Alice had pulled out of her bag. "I do. Everything but an idea." Ruby rose and laughed, the sound bright and airy. "Don't worry, it'll come. Look around. This place is full of inspiration." Alice Googled the art instructor's name. She was a local and fairly well known for her coastal landscape paintings. Big shoes to fill. Alice looked out the window. You couldn't see the beach from here, but the view behind the panes of glass had its own beauty. The worn brick of the buildings, the faded paint on the doors. The steeple of the church. The delicate jasmine flowers, the thick leaves of the live oak trees. The Spanish moss, waving in the breeze. She could work with this. Her eyes scanned the chalk pastels in front of her, looking for the perfect colors. "How is it going?" Ruby asked, looking over her shoulder. "See for yourself." Alice blew off the chalk residue and held up the piece she'd been working on. "Impressive. I take it this isn't your first art class?" Ruby asked. Alice wasn't sure she'd call this a class, with the lack of instruction or structure. "I've had some training." "I can see that." Ruby took the thick paper from her for a closer look. "This is good. Really good. Thank you." Alice basked in the feeling of pride, her confidence rushing back in a way she hadn't experienced in years. "You're welcome." Ruby returned the piece. "Can I ask you something?" "What are you doing here?" Alice laughed and shrugged. "Finding my creative spark, I hope." Ruby smiled. "In that case, I hope you'll be back next week." "So do I." A woman in her mid-50s rose from a table nearby and walked over. "I'm Jane Johnson." "It's nice to meet you, Jane." The woman looked vaguely familiar. "Do you work in the library by chance?" "I do. I volunteer over there. And my daughter-in-law owns the book nook." Jane shook her hand. "I love how you blended those colors. And that Spanish moss. It's like you can see it move. You'll have to tell me how you do that." "Oh, pop-up tutorial?" A guy in his 20s joined them. "I'm Floyd." 3 more people joined them, and by the time Ruby announced a break, the 6 of them were chatting and critiquing each other's work. "Come sit with us," Jane waved her over. We have the good snacks over here. No kidding. Alice grabbed a handful of popcorn. I didn't realize I should have brought a snack. Help yourself. There's plenty to go around. Jane pointed at the fruit tray, pretzels, baby carrots, and roasted red pepper hummus that were scattered across the cafeteria table. There's coffee and lemonade over there. Thanks. I'll make it up to you next week, Alice promised. What brings you to our little town? Jane asked. I grew up here, Alice said. I guess you could say family is what brought me back. Oh, really? Who are your folks? Michael and Elizabeth Baker. Jane reached across the table and squeezed her hands. I'm so sorry, honey. Elizabeth was part of our Wednesday night book club. She sorely missed. Alice felt tears pooling in her eyes. Back in Houston, it had been easy to pretend her mom was still puttering around the house, reading trashy romance novels, and driving her dad crazy. Now that she was here on Palmar Island, living in the house her mother had made a home, the loss hit harder. Thank you. I miss her too. Trust me, it'll get easier. Jane squeezed her hand. It was strange to feel so vulnerable in front of complete strangers. Alice looked around for something to distract her. Who's this? A tiny black and white kitten came walking down the hall and straight toward their table. Oh, that's one of Mitten's kittens. Floyd walked over and picked the tiny feline up. He looked at the thin collar on the kitten's neck. I believe this is Whiskers. What's he doing here? Alice asked. Floyd handed her the cat. They are part of the community center's adoption program. Whiskers here and his siblings are ready for adoption as of this week. Alice stared at him, feeling the kitten vibrate in her arms. He looked much too small to be separated from his mother. Even if he was adventurous enough to venture out into the building on his own. Are you sure? He's so small. I'm sure. I volunteer with the program and this little guy is weaned and ready to go. He and his siblings share their own crate and this one is quite the escape artist. It's a miracle he hasn't gotten hurt or lost. You should adopt him, Jane said, smiling at her. Or at least consider it. It's a big responsibility, but you two look like you need each other. Alice looked down and stroked the soft fur. Whiskers turned up his motor, the purring kicking into another gear. You think so? Oh, definitely. Floyd grinned like this was a done deal. The rest of her new group of friends nodded encouragingly. Unless you think your father would have a problem with a cat in the house, Jane said. Alice laughed, thinking about the cats they'd had growing up. That's not going to be a problem. Glad to hear it. This little guy could definitely use a good home. Floyd looked at her, the unasked question shining in his brown eyes. Alice looked down, feeling the bond she was forming with Whiskers strengthen with every breath she took. I'll adopt him. Great. I'll go start the paperwork and you can take him with you after class. Floyd jumped to his feet and strode off. Alice was too stunned for words, staring at Whiskers who looked exactly like the kitten in her vision board. A symbol of hope and fresh starts. And a companion for this new stage in her life. Dad, I'm home, Alice said, cradling Whiskers in her arms. The little guy had fallen asleep in her lap and was only starting to wake up. Don't be mad. Mad about what? Her father walked out of the living room, reading glasses perched on his nose and today's newspaper in his hand. I adopted a kitten, she said, holding Whiskers up. At art class. Her father chuckled, walking over for a closer look. Why would I be mad about a kitten? This little guy looks like he could use a good home. You sure you don't mind? Alice asked. It's your house. And your home too. If you want a cat, get a cat. Her father turned to walk back into the living room. I'm sure this one will be good company. Looks friendly enough. Alice followed him inside. His name is Whiskers. Her dad nodded. It gets too quiet sometimes. It'll be nice to have him around. Just don't let him pee on the couch. Alice sat down, cradling Whiskers to her chest. I won't. Do you have a litter box for him? And a crate so he doesn't run all over the house at night? Not yet. I grabbed some food at the grocery store on my way home, though. Only barely. The manager hadn't been happy about her bringing Whiskers in. What was she supposed to do? Leave him in the car? I think there's an old litter box in the garage. And a stack of papers in the recycle bin. That should do for tonight. You can lock him in your bathroom and get the rest of the stuff tomorrow. First thing in the morning. Alice handed Whiskers to her father and walked out to the garage. By the time she returned, they were both sound asleep. She walked into the kitchen to shred the newspaper. Being in this space still so full of her mother's presence made her miss her more than ever. And it made her realize how lonely the past 2 years must have been for her dad. No wonder he had no problem with the kitten. But a dog? Dad wasn't a dog guy, was he? A soft cry made her look up. Whiskers, what are you doing here? She watched the kitten walk in, taking a moment to look around. He looked up at her, making another crying noise. Hungry? She grabbed 2 bowls and filled one with cat food and one with water before settling them down on the floor. Whiskers rushed over, gobbling the food down so fast he almost choked himself. Slow down, buddy. She picked him up and hand-fed him a few pieces before setting him back down. There you go. That's better. Whiskers drank water and cleaned his face before setting out to explore his new home. Alice watched him, following the little guy around, thinking how similar her own path was. Both of them were adjusting to a new environment. The doorbell ringing pulled her out of her philosophical thoughts. I've got it, she called, hearing her dad's recliner creak. Kenny? Alice stared at the last person she expected to see tonight. He raised a hand, his lip turning up into an awkward smile. Hi. What are you doing here? She asked. I came to check in on you. Make sure you got that tire fixed. Kenny shifted his weight from one foot to the other. Not yet. Alice stepped back. Would you like to come inside? With the lights shining from the kitchen and living room, she was bound to let in dozens of mosquitoes by the minute. Sure, why not? He shrugged and followed her into the kitchen. Can I get you anything? Water, coffee? There might be some ginger ale back here somewhere. Alice opened the fridge. Water is good. I can't stay long. Kenny sat at the kitchen table in the chair she'd occupied a few minutes ago. If it isn't Kenny Brown. Her dad walked in and held out his hand. What are you doing at my house? I came to check on your daughter, sir. Kenny jumped to his feet and shook it. I changed a flat tire for her the day before yesterday. You did. Her dad turned to face Alice. You didn't say a word. We need to get that patched. Better yet, we'll order a new set of tires. Yours don't look like they have a whole lot of life left in them. Alice let out a forceful breath and shook her head. I'm a grown woman. I have it covered. Called around. Murphy's Auto Repair will change all 4 tires for me next week. The mechanic I spoke with assured me that it's no problem to drive on the spare until then. Especially if it's short trips. Good, good, her father said, nodding his head. Thanks for checking in on my daughter. With that, he left to get back to his recliner. A moment later the TV turned on, the local news playing a little louder than necessary. Let me get you that water. Alice grabbed a glass and poured ice-cold water from the pitcher they kept in the fridge into it. She handed it to Kenny and took the seat across from him. Settling in okay? Kenny asked, looking around. I am. She sat up, trying to think of something to chat about. Small talk had never been her forte. Everything okay at the store? I hope they didn't miss you too badly the other day. Kenny shrugged. It was fine. Something in his eyes told her there was more to this, and it was not fine at all. I almost wish you hadn't introduced me to Mitch's coffee, Alice said. I've been back already. This could turn into an expensive habit. Kenny's lip twitched up into a grin. I guess there are worse habits to develop. And I'm sure Mitch appreciates it. Alice wasn't sure what to make of that comment. Who's this? Kenny asked. Alice followed his gaze. Oh, that's Whiskers. I adopted him at art class today. Whiskers made a straight line for Kenny and worked a figure 8 around the man's legs. Say that again? Kenny glanced up at her, eyebrows raised, giving him an almost comical expression. I took an art class this morning. Emma talked me into it. She quickly recounted this morning's adventure and how she ended up with Whiskers. That's very kind of you. I'm not much of a pet person myself. Kenny bent down and swiftly picked the kitten up, settling him in his lap like a pro. But this one is a cutie. What did you say his name was? Whiskers. And he's a male. Alice kept a close eye on them both, worried Kenny might drop him or squeeze him too hard. The kitten may act fierce and independent, but he was still such a little guy. Whiskers. That's a good name for you, buddy. Kenny stroked the kitten's back and Whiskers purred with obvious pleasure. It is, isn't it? Alice couldn't tear her eyes away, watching Whiskers snuggled up in Kenny's arms until the purring softened and he closed his eyes. I didn't realize they offered art classes on the island, Kenny said. It's a program at the community center. A fairly well-known local landscape artist teaches it. That's nice. Glad you're getting settled in and making friends. I am. Alice nodded, settling into their conversation about old friends, the town, and the summer music festival the mayor was organizing. Have you thought about work? Kenny asked. I'm guessing there aren't a lot of positions on the island in your field of work. Alice smiled. As a matter of fact, I have thought about it. I'm going into business for myself. That earned her another one of his raised eyebrows. I'm freelancing as a graphic designer. At least for a little while. I heard from my first potential client today. The message had been waiting for her when she returned with Whiskers. A small chain of pharmacies in Ohio. That's great. Kenny took a big gulp of his water. I should head back. I'm meeting my brother for dinner. Of course. Alice stood and took Whiskers from his arms. The kitten felt warm and barely raised his head during the exchange. I didn't forget about that dinner I owe you. Kenny stood. Don't worry about it. There's no rush. I know. But let's go ahead and set a date. What night is good for you? She asked. Chapter 4. Kenny set down his cup in disgust. His coffee had gone cold again. He rubbed his eyes, tired of staring at the computer screen for the past 2 hours, going over accounts, inventory, and the latest balance sheet his accountant had sent over this morning. If things didn't turn around quickly, he'd have no choice but to go with Frank's plan. Over dinner at Mary's diner last night, his brother had pushed hard for taking the big box chain's offer. Kenny rocked back in his old office chair. Its groan matched his own. He rubbed his head, massaging his scalp in hopes of alleviating the throbbing pain. He rolled his shoulders and pulled out an old notebook. Flipping to a blank page, he started 2 lists. Selling the store would take a huge weight off his shoulders, no doubt about that. Heck, he might even have time to go fishing. On the other hand, he had responsibilities. What would happen to his employees? And then there was the family legacy of running Palmar Hardware and Feed. Was he ready to be the one to let it all go? He made more notes, stumped on the whole legacy thing. On the one hand, there was the promise he'd made his father to keep the store open. On the other hand, there was no telling what the future held. He had no children and Frank had no desire to pass it down to his kids. Was he just putting off the inevitable? A knock on the door made him look up. Come on in, Kenny called, closing his notebook. Do you have a minute? Ellie asked, stepping inside and shutting the door behind her. Of course. What's on your mind? Did something happen? He didn't like the concerned look on her face. Ellie shook her head and took a seat in the only other chair. I could be totally off base here, and I hope I am. What is it, Ellie? Kenny asked, doing his best to keep his impatience in check. spit it out. You know you can come to me with anything. There's a rumor going around that you're selling to Megabuild Warehouse. Ellie wrung her hands. I have kids and Daniel isn't sure how much longer they'll keep him on. If we both lose our jobs, it would be hard to put food on the table. Without an income, it would be impossible to keep up with rent or mortgage payments. They would lose their health insurance. In an instant, Kenny realized that her fears mirrored his own. About the future of the store. Kenny took a deep breath and looked right at her. There is an offer on the table. I can't tell you from whom, but it's a big box store. And it's a decent offer. Good enough that my brother and I have to at least consider it. Okay. Ellie's voice was shaking and it was clear this wasn't the answer she was hoping for. But that's all it is. An offer. I promised my brother not to dismiss it out of hand, Kenny said. Ellie sighed. Oh good. For a moment I thought it was a done deal. You can't let them turn this into a Megabuild Warehouse, Ellie said. Or anything like it. This store, it's a big part of the community. Having independent stores run by people who actually care about their customers, about their neighbors, is what makes this place special. Palmar Island won't be the same if that changes. Kenny nodded. He shared her concerns and told her as much. We've been here for generations. And we know what folks need around here. How is some big box store going to know what folks need when they get ready for tourist season? Or whenever a hurricane heads our way? We know what folks need and when they need it. Because we talk to them. Because we live here, Ellie said. They have systems in place to make sure they order what they can sell. A chain store might actually do a better job than me. Kenny glanced at the inventory spreadsheet he still had pulled up on his computer. Ellie scoffed. I seriously doubt that. Up in Myrtle Beach there are never enough generators or plywood on hand. And those are all big chain stores. Sure, we turn some folks away, but we make sure people have what they need whenever we can. We do, don't we? He remembered plenty of trips to deliver sheets of plywood and put it up for community members who couldn't do it themselves. He doubted anyone working for a big corporation would be able to do that. We do, which is why you can't sell. Palmar Hardware and Feed is part of this island, the community. Ellie rose and opened the door. It's too much a part of you. Kenny sat there, staring at the closed notebook, thinking about what Ellie had shared with him. This was about so much more than a pros and cons list. It was about people. He walked the store, thinking about growing up in this place, helping his dad since he was old enough to walk. Working here since he was a teenager. He didn't want to let it go. Not on his watch. But if he couldn't get their numbers up and actually make a profit, Ellie and the rest of the crew were more likely to lose their jobs than if he sold the business to someone who could make payroll. Alice? Is there a problem with your car? Kenny was surprised to see her in the houseplant section. She shook her head and laughed. No, it's fine. My tires came in and they'll swap them tomorrow. Which is why I hope to take care of a little project while I have a working vehicle. What kind of project are we talking about? A few plants for the house? Kenny held up a snake plant. The opposite, actually. I'm hoping to keep Whiskers out of the plants. And my dad's tools. She shrugged her shoulders. Honestly, the little guy has been getting into everything and I'm afraid he'll get hurt. I see. Kenny rubbed the side of his nose. What you need are some gates and something that gives Whiskers an outlet for some of that energy. Cats love to climb, especially at that age. Tell me about it. He was scaling the living room curtains this morning. I swear I only turned my back for a minute to get coffee. Kenny grinned and pulled his phone from his pocket. Sounds about right. I'm thinking of a climbing structure with carpet so that he can scratch those claws. He'd love that. Is it something you sell? Alice asked. He did a quick search and showed her an image of what he had in mind. No, but it's something that's easy to build. We should have all the parts, and I have plenty of carpet scraps and samples in the back. Whiskers would love something like this. and Dad would appreciate him not scaling the furniture. Let me grab a cart and I'll help you find what you need. Kenny dashed off, returning a moment later. They walked the aisles of the store, picking up pieces of 2x2, a few larger blocks, a bit of rope, and a box of wood screws. "You've been quiet," Alice said when he returned with several scraps of carpet in a matching neutral color. "Everything okay?" He shrugged, not wanting to lie to her. "Some business stuff." "Tell me about it." "It can't be easy running an independent store. The clients I worked with in Houston all struggled with the high cost of supplies," Alice said, pushing the cart. "It's hard to compete with chain stores who can buy at much larger volume and get better prices on everything." "You're not wrong there," Kenny said. "But it's not your only problem," Alice guessed. "Business isn't what it used to be a few decades ago. We have a loyal customer base, but some of the new folks in town drive up to Myrtle Beach or have stuff shipped in." "What about the tourists?" "They used to pack in here looking for umbrellas, beach chairs, and coolers." Alice looked around, but there was hardly a sunburned face in sight. "There's some," he said. "But not enough." "I have an offer to sell. My brother wants me to take it." "We argued about it over dinner after I left your house the other night," Kenny said. Talking about it, first with Ellie and now with Alice, felt good. "That can't be an easy decision. This place has been in your family for ages, hasn't it?" Alice asked. There was no judgment in her voice or her expression. Only compassion. "Since the day my great-grandfather opened the door." There was a picture of it hanging in the back, the bearded man he'd never known, cutting a wide ribbon with a comically large pair of scissors. Quite the legacy. Alice continued to weave through the store and he kept pace with her. And quite the responsibility. He waved at Louisa and saw Josh restocking hardware. "Have you thought about a rebrand?" Alice asked. Kenny pulled to a stop, putting a hand on the cart to encourage her to do the same. "A rebrand? What would that do?" "Drum up new business. Tell the story of the store and its history. Remind people of who you are and how you can help them. I'm sure it would get you a good bit of press. I ran a campaign for a small grocery chain in rural Texas a few years ago. It did wonders for them. They doubled business in a matter of weeks." "Seriously?" Kenny asked. "To be honest, that sounds a little too good to be true. Think about it. That box store wouldn't be making an offer if they didn't think this was a profitable location. Why not turn this around yourself?" Alice asked. "Unless you're ready to let it go and move on." "Nothing wrong with that either." "I'll think about it," Kenny said. "Please do. And if you decide to give the rebranding a try, I'm happy to help. I could use some local pieces for my portfolio," Alice said. "That's right. You're going to freelance, right?" Kenny vaguely recalled her mentioning it in passing the other night. "How is that going?" "Slow so far, but things will pick up," Alice said. "And it means I have plenty of time to help you turn the store around. If you want it." Watching her leave the store, Kenny found himself intrigued by the thought of collaborating with Alice. He wasn't sure what exactly this rebrand thing would entail, but it was definitely going in the pro column. Maybe fighting for the store's independence wasn't such a bad idea, no matter what Frank thought. Chapter 5. "Good morning, Dad." Alice walked into the kitchen, surprised to find Whiskers sitting on the floor, head buried in his food bowl. "Morning, honey. There's coffee, if you want it." He held up his own cup. "Thanks for feeding Whiskers." Alice poured herself a cup of coffee and sat down across from him. "You're welcome." The little guy was acting like he was starving. Her father grinned and shook his head. "I lasted long enough to start the coffee maker before I took pity on him." Alice laughed. "I have a feeling he'll have us wrapped around his little paw in no time flat." "I think you're right." Her father took another sip of coffee. "Speaking of which, we should get to work on finishing up his climbing tower. I caught him scaling the bookcase in the living room." Little guy knocked over Call of the Wild. "Figures. Now you think he's literate? Alice asked, her lips twitching with amusement. He spent enough time at the community center. Why not? Her dad shrugged. You're crazy, Alice said and kissed the top of his head. Good thing I love you. Love you too, pumpkin. Ready to get your hands dirty? He asked. Why not? If it keeps Whiskers from climbing over everything else in this house. She took a big gulp of coffee and followed her father into the two-car garage that served as his workshop. That's my girl. Her father grabbed his drill. After this, I was thinking we could work on converting your mother's sewing room into a workspace for you. I have my bedroom, Alice said. Alice, she isn't using it anymore. It's time to put it to good use. It's what your mother wanted. Her dad screwed a tall piece of wood to a heavy base. She always said the room had the best light. I'm thinking it could work for your art. Alice thought back on the hours spent in the south-facing room. It would make a nice little art studio. Hold this. Her dad handed her a piece of lumber and showed her where he needed it. The drill whirred, and before she knew it, the climbing structure was taking shape and was done well before lunchtime. This looks even better than I was expecting. Alice stepped back and admired their handiwork. The cat climbing tower fit perfectly between the couch and the tall bookcase. Whiskers sniffed it suspiciously. It does, doesn't it? How did you come up with the idea for it in the first place? Her dad asked. I didn't. Kenny suggested it and helped me find all the supplies. Alice picked up the small kitten and lifted him to sit on the middle platform, covered in a small piece of carpet. Whiskers looked at her like she was crazy, jumped down, and leaped onto the back of the couch. I guess he needs a little time to get used to the idea. Her dad motioned for Alice to follow him down the hall to the sewing room. What do you think? Will this work? If you're going to freelance, you need an office. Can't have you working out of your old bedroom. Are you sure? She looked around the almost empty space that used to hold a large table and cabinet stuffed to the gills with fabric and sewing notions. Her mother's dress form and the tall standing mirror were gone as well. Her father nodded. I'm sure. It's time. Where did everything go? Alice turned around, not believing her eyes. Aside from a standing lamp and a chair, the room was completely empty. Most of it went to the home economics club at the high school. A soft smile appeared on her father's wrinkled face. Can you believe it? That's a club now. Back in my day, it was a class every girl had to take. I know. And you took shop. Alice shook her head. They didn't have either when I went there. No wonder you young folks lack common sense and basic skills. Hey, I can cook and clean with the best of them, Alice said with mock outrage. And I know how to change a tire. Thanks to your mother and me, her father said, the smile turning more genuine. Not any of the fancy schools you went to. That's true. Her parents had prepared her well for life on her own. For that, she would always be grateful. Anyway, the sewing stuff is gone. That large table your mother used for cutting fabric is out in the garage, her dad said. One of the legs needed tightening. We can bring it back in here, if you want it. If not, I'm sure there's someone who would be happy to have it. Alice didn't doubt that. It was a sturdy, wide table. I think it would be nice to have the extra surface space. Good. Let's get to work. He rubbed his hands together, always happy to finish a project. Alice cleared her throat. Yes? Would you mind terribly if I took the curtains down and replaced them with blinds? Alice asked. She'd prefer to let even more light in during the day, but her mother had chosen the fabric that covered the two large windows and sewn the curtains herself. Not at all. Her father walked over and put an arm around her shoulders. There are plenty of things in this house that remind me of your mother. I don't need this room, or these curtains, to memorialize her. 2 hours later, her new studio was set up and the curtains were gone. I'll drive over to the hardware store after lunch and pick up some blinds for you. Her dad had his measuring tape out and was jotting down numbers on a piece of scrap paper. Mind if I come with you? Alice asked. Her dad's smile widened. I'd love the company. Alice stared at the blank canvas in front of her. In less than a day, she and her father had set up an entire home office and art studio. The blinds were open and the last of the afternoon sun was streaming in, bathing her desk and work table in a golden glow of light. Between today's events and spending time getting Whiskers settled, she didn't have time to contemplate the fact that she had yet to land any actual freelance work. And despite the fun she'd had in art class, it seemed her muse had left the building. Sighing deeply, Alice put away her pencils and sat down at her computer. There had to be something productive she could do before it was time to cook dinner. She ignored the sound of the doorbell ringing and opened her laptop to check the freelance site for the third time this afternoon. Alice, you have a visitor, her dad called. She wondered who could be stopping by. Only a handful of people knew she was back on the island. Maybe Kenny came back to check on her and Whiskers? She ran her fingers through her hair and pulled on the plain t-shirt she was wearing. Emma. Alice's voice rose in surprise when she saw her friend standing in the living room, chatting with her dad. What are you doing here? I came to see this new art studio of yours. Emma grinned and held out a bright pink gift bag. White tissue paper stuck out of the top. Alice took it, surprised by how heavy it was. What's this? A welcome home present. Something to get your studio started. I'm sure you couldn't bring all your art supplies with the move. Emma followed her down the hall into her mother's old sewing room. This is nice. Good light. It turned out great. Alice set the bag down on her mother's old sewing table. Open it, Emma said. Pulling the tissue paper out, Alice looked inside. The bag was full of high-quality oil paints and a new set of paintbrushes. A palette and a few other supplies were tucked in between the tubes of paint. It must have cost a small fortune, and there was no telling how far Emma had to drive to find all of this. You didn't have to do this, Alice said, feeling overwhelmed by her friend's generosity. I know. I wanted to. Emma shrugged her shoulders. Besides, it was all stuff I've had lying around the house. It's about time someone put it to good use. Alice's eyes fell on the empty canvas that stood up on her easel, mocking her. She closed her eyes and turned away. Thank you. You're welcome. Emma moved through the space. It wasn't a large room, but plenty big enough for 2 or more artists to work together if need be. Any big plans for your next piece? Alice let out a laugh that sounded more like a sad excuse for a bark. Not at the moment. That's okay. It takes time to get a feel for the space. Emma walked over and put a hand on her shoulder. I hope you're right, Alice said with a sigh. I'm starting to wonder. Starting to wonder about what? Emma asked when she didn't continue. Wondering if I made a mistake, Alice said. Moving here on a whim without a plan or a job lined up. How can you even say that? Emma asked. Look at what you've accomplished in a few short days. Like what? Alice asked. You've rekindled your passion for art, adopted a kitten, made new friends, reconnected with old ones, set up this space, and supported your dad. If you ask me, it's about time you slowed down, relaxed, and for crying out loud, cut yourself some slack. Alice stared at her friend. Maybe Emma was right. Don't worry, the freelance clients will come. You have to give people a chance to find you. Emma walked over to the bag of art supplies. You are an amazing artist. I ran into Ruby at the Roasted Bean this morning and she's very impressed with your work. Alice scoffed. I'm serious. Emma turned and looked from her to the empty canvas. You can't force creativity, Alice. You know that as well as I do. Relax and the spark will come back. Emma had been right. That hadn't come as a big surprise. Her friend usually was. What was surprising was how much creative energy Alice had once the ideas started coming. Over the course of the next few days, Alice sketched out ideas for several of her favorite spots on Palmar Island. The front of Town Hall. The steeple of the island's oldest church. The sea oats swaying in the breeze with the sparkling ocean in the background. A group of sandpipers running along the shore. The band playing in the town center under twinkling lights while Palmar Island's residents danced and sang along to the old-fashioned beach music tunes. "How is it going in here?" Dad asked, wandering into the space that was starting to feel like her own. "See for yourself." Alice walked to the table that used to be her mother's and shuffled through the sketches, laying them out for him to see. "Those are beautiful, honey," he said, picking up the sketch of the town square. "Your mother would drag me to every single event there. I'm pretty sure I saw this band and held her in my arms, dancing the night away." "I wish I could have been there," Alice said. Her father put the heavy paper down and turned to look at her. "She would be so proud of what you're doing here." "I don't know about that." Her mother was nothing if not practical, and the fact that Alice still hadn't picked up a single client would bother her as much as it did her daughter. She was a grown woman and should be able to pay her own keep. Her dad smiled. "Trust me, she would be. This is exactly what your mother and I wanted for you all along." "A failing career as a freelancer?" Alice asked, her lips twitching up in a sarcastic excuse for a smile. It felt more like a grimace. Dad waved her off. "Doing things like this. Art. Something that feeds your soul and fulfills you on a level nothing else can." "It doesn't pay the bills," Alice said with a shrug. "Doesn't mean it isn't important. Your mother and I built a life here because Palmar Island is special, a community where people look out for each other and support each other. It's the kind of place where a creative child like you could grow up to their fullest potential." Dad slowly paced the room. "I loved growing up here," Alice admitted. Memories of running through the warm sand with her friends and hours spent collecting seashells at sunrise flashed through her mind. "And we loved watching you grow and thrive here." "Your mother was worried that you were losing your way out there in Houston," he said. "Worrying too much about moving up the career ladder." "She did?" Alice asked. Her mother had never made a single comment about that in their weekly phone calls or during their visits. "Of course she did. She was an artist in her own right." "Different medium," her dad said. "Same creative drive." Fabric had been her mother's material of choice and her father was right. She'd been quite the artist when it came to garments and especially the quilts she'd made and displayed for as long as Alice could remember. "Tell you what, Pumpkin." Her dad put an arm around her shoulder. "What do you say you and I head to the kitchen for some coffee and pie and I tell you all about how much you remind me of her?" Alice smiled. "It's a deal." A hot cup of coffee and a slice of Miss Doris's pie sounded like exactly what she needed right now. "I don't know how the woman does it," her dad said, taking another bite. "How who does what?" Alice took a sip of her coffee. It was hot and strong, the perfect balance to the chilled pie. "Miss Doris." Her dad wiped a bit of cherry filling from the corner of his mouth. "This pie tastes as good today as it did the day she brought it." They were down to their last slices and he was right. The crust wasn't quite as flaky as it had been the first day, but the pie was just as delicious today as it had been then. "We should make sure we stay in her good graces," Alice said with a smile, "so she drops by with the good stuff more often." Her dad laughed. "I don't think that's going to be a problem. She's been dropping a little something sweet off at least once a week." Alice raised an eyebrow. "Is there something going on I should know about?" "Goodness, no." Her dad shook his head. "She's being neighborly, that's all." Alice grinned. She hadn't expected anything else. But it was fun to tease him a little. Her father lowered his voice to a whisper. "Besides, I think she has a beau who brings her flowers and takes her out for Sunday drives." "Good for her." Alice finished her coffee. "Tell me more about this art of yours," Dad said. "Any plans for those pieces you're working on?" Alice nodded. "Maybe." Ruby, the artist who teaches the class at the community center, mentioned an exhibition. "If anything turns out good enough, I'm considering entering a few pieces." Her dad rose and put the plates and the empty pie plate in the sink. "I think that's an excellent idea." We'll see if my inspiration sticks around long enough for me to finish anything. He barked out a laugh. I doubt that'll be a problem. But if you're worried, why don't you head out for a walk to clear your head? It always makes me feel better. All that fresh air and sunshine. He wasn't wrong. Alice decided to take her father's advice. She grabbed a sketch pad and a few pencils and set off to explore her surroundings. It was strange how new and yet familiar everything was. She settled down in a small park not far from Main Street and began to sketch several features of the old buildings that surrounded her. Off in the distance, she could make out the hardware store. It was an old brick building, one of the sides facing her. The store's logo was painted across the brick facade. The pencils moved across a fresh page in her sketchbook almost of their own volition as she drew up a logo that was a fresh take on the old. Chapter 6. Anything fun planned? Ellie asked when Kenny stepped out of his office. He'd changed into a clean shirt and sports jacket and run a comb through his hair. I thought I'd drive over to the community center and check out the art show, Kenny said. Okay. Ellie gave him a look that was half question, half disbelief. A friend of mine has a piece in it, he explained. How fun. Anyone I know? Ellie asked. Alice Baker. The woman who backed into your truck the other day? She looked at him like he'd completely lost his marbles. That's the one. We used to go to school together, back in the day. Kenny felt for his keys and wallet. Call me if there are any issues with closing the store. Don't worry about a thing, boss. Ellie smiled at him confidently. We have it covered. Kenny nodded and strode to the exit, anxious to get out of there before he got roped into any other conversations he wasn't ready to have. Have a good time. Ellie called after him. He raised his hand and dashed out the door. The community center parking lot was packed by the time he got there. The inside of the large space was transformed with strings of lights hanging across the ceiling and spotlights aimed at the paintings, sculptures, and collages that made up the student exhibit. People were moving back and forth, looking at the pieces. A young man, young enough to make Kenny wonder if he was out of high school, was perched on a stool in the corner, strumming a guitar. He had a good voice and the live performance added to the experience. Kenny made his way to a corner, back against the wall, and adjusted the tie he wasn't used to wearing. He waved at people he recognized. Regular customers and folks he went to church with, all the while keeping an eye out for Alice. When he finally spotted her, he was mesmerized. He watched her face light up when a small group of people approached and asked her about her paintings. At least he guessed that was what they were doing. He was too far away to hear a single word of their conversation. As if drawn by a strong magnet, he found himself moving closer, smiling and exchanging a few words here and there with fellow members of the tight-knit Palmar Island community. Before he reached Alice and the group gathered around her, they moved off, examining another local artist's paintings. She does good work, doesn't she? A woman slightly younger than him who looked vaguely familiar walked over and pointed to the piece he was looking at. It was an oil painting of the beach, the waves glistening in the light of the sun. Alice had captured a pod of pelicans flying overhead with such vibrancy, they practically flew off the canvas. Dunes covered in reeds and sea oats filled the foreground, adding perspective and a visual anchor to the image. She does. Kenny zeroed in on some of the finer details like the spray off the crest of the waves and the individual grains of the sea oats, drawn with what looked to him like great skill and precision. I'm Ruby. Ruby Saunders, artist in residence. The woman held out her hand and Kenny shook it. Alice has an amazing eye. Ruby kept talking about different schools of art and what certain techniques reminded her of. She may as well have been speaking Greek. None of it made much sense to Kenny, other than the fact that the woman seemed to speak highly of her newest student. That, and it was obvious she liked to hear herself talk. Kenny, you made it. Alice walked up and put a hand on his arm. I wasn't sure you'd be able to get away. And I see you met Ruby. She placed herself between him and the artist who finally stopped talking long enough to take a breath. I did. Ruby has been explaining your art to me, Kenny said, giving Alice a grateful smile. That's so kind. Alice turned to Ruby. If you don't mind, I'd love to introduce Kenny to the others. She pulled him away with her. Sorry about that, she said softly when they were out of earshot. Ruby can get a little intense. Kenny barked out a laugh. You can say that. I have no idea what she was talking about. But she seemed to really like that beach painting. Alice shook her head. She does, but to be perfectly honest, it was a happy accident. All I did was play around with some new paints and brushes. You could have fooled me. After that lecture, I wouldn't be surprised if your painting made it into some fancy art museum up in New York or something. Alice laughed. Hardly. But I appreciate the support. They were close to joining the group of friends he'd spotted her with earlier. It's more than that, he said, pulling her to a stop. What you're doing here is impressive. How so? Alice asked, her eyes looking straight into his. Kenny cleared his throat and reached up to loosen his tie a bit more. You've been here, what? A couple of weeks. And you're already part of an art exhibit. I signed up for a class. Everyone was invited to participate in tonight's event, Alice said, a soft smile on her lips. You have several pieces in the exhibit and from what I can tell, you're the talk of the town. She laughed. Hardly. Look around. You heard Ruby, Kenny said. And it's not just your paintings. You've seamlessly found your way back into our community. I'm not so sure about that, Alice said. I barely recognize more than a handful of people. Look around. You know a lot more people than you realize, he said. And from where I'm standing, it looks like you're making new friends too. Maybe you're right, Alice said, her smile broadening. Thank you. And to be honest, art is helping me find my place. I'm glad. Kenny swallowed hard. Can I ask you something? Sure. Alice's gaze flitted to a couple standing in front of one of her paintings before returning to connect with his. Were you serious the other day? He asked. Serious about what? About the offer to help me rebrand the store. Kenny resisted the urge to cross his fingers or send up a silent plea for help. If it still stands, I'd love to take you up on it. Alice gave him a brilliant smile. Of course. I'd love to. A weight fell off Kenny's shoulders. Great. I'll call you tomorrow and we'll figure something out. Alice, come here. Her new friends were trying to get her attention and Kenny told her to join them. Are you sure? She asked. I'm sure. This is your night. We'll talk later, Kenny said. And Alice, I meant everything I said earlier. He moved around the space, catching snippets of conversation here and there and exchanging smiles with customers for a little while. He was heading toward the main door to leave when he saw something that made him do a double take. Kenny, I wasn't expecting to run into you here, Rachel said, her eyes wide with surprise. This isn't usually your scene. Kenny struggled to maintain his composure. Stunned surprise and the sting of rejection battling for dominance. Rachel. I had no idea you were back. His ex-girlfriend smiled, looking pleased at the reaction. Just for a few days. Family function I couldn't get out of. Right, your mom's turning 70 this year, isn't she? Kenny vaguely remembered attending a birthday dinner last year. A few days later, Rachel had told him she was leaving Palmar Island and him. She is. They're making a huge deal about it. I came here to get away from my folks for a bit. She shrugged. Right. Well, tell your mom a happy birthday from me, Kenny said. He had no illusion she'd actually do it, but he'd been raised right. I will. I'm sure they'd love to see you, Rachel said. You could come with me. Stop by and say hi? Kenny took a step back when she moved forward, encroaching on his personal space. I don't think that's a good idea. You're probably right. She put a hand on his arm. What do you say we get out of here and grab a drink somewhere? Catch up, see where the night takes us. Rachel kept drawing small circles on his arm, the way she had back when they were together. I don't think that's a good idea either, Kenny said, shaking her off and taking another step back until he backed into a wall. Besides, I have somewhere to be. Suit yourself. Rachel walked off, and a few minutes later, he saw her leave the venue, phone pressed to her ear. He looked around the room and saw Alice staring at him before turning to answer someone's question. From the look in her eyes, it was clear she'd seen him with Rachel. And she had questions he wasn't sure he was ready to answer. Unwilling to risk running into Rachel out in the parking lot, Kenny grabbed a cup of lemon-lime soda and moved through the exhibit alone, looking at the pieces of art. He found himself drawn to a drawing of the Palmar Island harbor at sunset. There was something about it that evoked memories of his childhood. "This is another one of mine," Alice said. He hadn't noticed her approaching and was startled for a moment. "It's beautiful." "Thanks." Alice smiled at him, but it didn't feel as bright or as warm as it had earlier. "No, that's not right. It's more than that." Kenny took a step back to create enough distance to take in everything. The sun casting tall shadows on the boats in the water. The golden hue of the wood that made up the dock. The dark water took on an almost greenish tint. You can feel the sunshine, smell the salt in the air. He felt more than saw Alice nod beside him. "I've spent plenty of an afternoon and early evening sitting on that dock," Kenny said. "My grandpa used to take me fishing down there. We'd sit there for hours trying to catch something and share a Coke and peanuts." "That sounds like a beautiful memory." Her eyes lit up, the earlier warmth returning to them. "I remember coming here as a child, too. This was a nice place to grow up, wasn't it?" A slideshow of images from his childhood flashed in front of Kenny's eyes. Swimming in the ocean, hunting for shark's teeth on the beach, picnics in the park, riding in the 4th of July parade. It was. Alice stepped closer, standing right beside him. Their shoulders almost touched and he felt the warmth radiating off her body. "I went out on one of those boats one time." "Where to?" he asked, trying to remember what Alice had looked like as a little girl. He pictured braids, wide eyes, and freckles across that pretty nose of hers. "The lighthouse." Alice stared at the picture. "No, not at it. Into it." Lost in a memory of her own. "I think I still have some of the shells I collected out there." She blinked and turned to look at him, the spell broken. "Those must have been some impressive shells," he said. Alice laughed. "They were nothing special." He raised an eyebrow. "My mom kept them for me. Along with books, games, posters." Alice shook her head. "You should see my room. It looks pretty much the way it did when I graduated high school." "Any plans to change that, now that you're back in town?" he asked. "I'm working on it. You could start with some of these pieces. I'm assuming you'll get them back at the end of the exhibit." He waved his hand in front of the painting of the harbor. "That's a thought." She smiled at him. "Or you could paint something for your room. Something that's the perfect fit." He swallowed and pulled on the lobe of his ear, a habit from childhood that popped back up whenever he felt particularly nervous. "You are an amazing artist, and what I've seen tonight shows how deep your roots here on the island are. You may not believe it yet, but you're a part of this community. Always have been, always will be." Alice blushed, her cheeks turning the pale pink of the tulips his mother used to grow every year in her garden. "I hope you're right." "Does that mean you're thinking of sticking around for a while?" he asked. "That's the plan," Alice said. "I think it would do my dad some good to have the company, and if I'm completely honest, it might do me some good, too. Palmar Island would be the richer for it," he said. "And I'm serious about needing your help. The hardware store could use something." He wasn't sure what, but he was man enough to admit that he needed help if he wanted a shot at saving it. "Right. We'll figure it out." "I appreciate that." He missed what they'd had earlier. There was a sense of uneasiness in their conversation that wasn't there before. Not even when she'd backed into his truck. Not after he'd recognized her and they'd gotten to talking. "Can I ask you something?" Alice turned away from him, looking at people walking past them. Who was that woman you were talking to? Kenny swallowed, trying to find the words to explain that the woman had broken his heart. Is she a local? Alice asked, not noticing his hesitation. I don't remember seeing her around. She's not. Not anymore, Kenny said. Her name is Rachel. She has family here, but she moved away about a year ago. Friend of yours? Alice asked. Something like that. Kenny felt the stiffness in his neck and shoulders at the omission. She's a good bit younger than we are. She would have still been in middle school when we graduated. Alice nodded like all of that was making sense. Alice, Ruby waved at her from across the room. We need you for the group picture. Go, he said and watched her join the group of local artists. They disappeared out the door with a local photographer he vaguely recognized. He assumed they were taking the picture out front, where the large sign announcing tonight's exhibit hung. I'm back, a familiar voice said from behind him. Kenny turned around, feeling like he was seeing a ghost for the second time this evening. He groaned. I'm serious about us spending some time together, figuring this out, Rachel said. I miss you. You left, he said. You weren't happy here. I know. That doesn't mean I'm not serious about us. She stepped closer, linking her arm with his. I think what we need is a fresh start. In Sedona. It's beautiful. You'll love it. Almost no humidity. She waited for his response, but he had none. We can have the life we talked about on those long walks on the beach, she said. Remember? He turned to face her, pulling his arm away. I remember. Wouldn't it be nice to get back what we had, she asked. Kenny considered it for a moment. He really did. 12 months ago, he would have jumped at the chance. If there had been an offer for the store on the table then, he would have jumped at the chance to follow this woman anywhere. But deep down he knew it would have been a mistake. What do you say? Let's get out of here and make some plans. I'll show you pictures of my place out there. Rachel pulled her phone from her purse. Kenny shook his head. I'm not moving, Rachel. And I'm not getting back together with you. We don't belong together. The stunned expression on her face barely registered. In his mind's eye, he saw Alice and the future he hoped he could build with her here. In their home. With the picture firmly burned into his mind, he walked away, hoping this time Rachel would get the message. They were done and there was no point in her staying here past her family obligations. Kenny, come keep me company, Miss Doris said when he walked past her. He'd barely noticed the older woman standing in front of another painting of Palmar Island. This one was a watercolor depiction of Main Street with its old storefronts and cast iron streetlights. The style was different. Another local artist was behind this piece. He studied it, appreciating the technique and the likeness, but not feeling the same pull the harbor image had had on him. What brings you here tonight? Kenny asked. Supporting my community, the woman said, her lips twitching up into a smile and her steel gray eyes sparkling with joy. That and to support Alice. I've been friends with the family for a long time. Right. He remembered Alice's father mentioning something about her bringing food over and he'd seen her at the wake they'd held here on the island for Alice's mother since the funeral was out of town. I saw you speaking to Rachel. Miss Doris put a hand on his arm. Everything okay? Kenny nodded. I'm fine. We had a few words. She's back for her mother's birthday. Of course. I almost forgot about that. Miss Doris shook her head. She'd never made a secret of what she thought of Rachel and her family. She'll be back in Arizona in no time. He didn't have to force the smile on his face. Nothing but relief flooded through him at the thought of thousands of miles between him and her. I'm surprised by how well you're taking all this, Miss Doris said. Considering the way he'd felt after she'd left. Looking back, he wondered if it was some sort of depression, brought on by the stress and the struggle of the store as much as the loss of what he thought he might have with Rachel. I'm fine. More than fine, I would say. Miss Doris's lips twitched. It wouldn't have something to do with a certain talented artist. His gaze flew to the harbor painting and he felt heat rising up his neck and into the tips of his ears. It might. Miss Doris nudged him. Good for you. The two of you would make a good match, I think. Kenny thought she might be right. The woman had a reputation for being a bit of a matchmaker after all. Just make sure you don't mess it up, Miss Doris said. How? He asked, wondering if the woman knew something he didn't. By not letting her know how you feel. Miss Doris's tone was light, but the message was serious. He could see that much in her eyes. And don't let Rachel mess it up for you either. That woman has always had a taste for revenge, and she doesn't take rejection well. Miss Doris turned and he followed her gaze, seeing Rachel watch them, her mouth pinched into a thin line, her eyebrows drawn together, eyes dark with displeasure. Miss Doris might have a point. He looked around for Alice, seeing her and her group of friends returning to the exhibit. Excuse me, he said, rushing off, staying as far away from Rachel as he could manage. Miss Doris was right. He couldn't let his ex mess up his chance at happiness. Chapter 7. I needed this. Alice sighed and took a sip of her mint chocolate chip milkshake. Her feet hurt from standing for hours. The ice cream felt good on her throat. I can't remember the last time I talked this much. Emma laughed. You did great. Ruby was very impressed with you. Alice popped one of the loaded fries they were sharing into her mouth and nodded her thanks. What I want to know is what's going on with you and Kenny Brown. I saw you two together. There's nothing going on between us, Alice said. I keep telling you that. And I keep telling you that I don't believe you. Emma sat back. I think the fact that the two of you keep running into each other supports my theory. It's a small town. Alice ate another fry. Not that small, and I saw the way the two of you look at each other. Emma's grin grew. And put your heads together. We were talking. It was loud. Alice blew out an exasperated breath. She wasn't sure how much she was ready to share, even with her best friend. Emma picked up her milkshake. I'm not buying it. I think you two are developing feelings. It's kind of cute. Alice felt warmth creep into her cheeks at the gentle teasing of her best friend. If you ask me, Emma said, munching on another fry, it's not a bad way to make yourself at home here. Alice sighed and took a sip of her milkshake. It's complicated. I saw that. Especially with Rachel back in the picture. Her friend shook her head. What do you know about her? Alice asked. His ex broke up with him about a year ago, Emma said. So much for the woman who had turned the head of most of the guys at the art exhibit being just his friend. I don't remember how long they were together, but boy did she mess him up. Broke the guy's heart. He was walking around on autopilot for weeks. It's nice to see him come back out of his shell. I had no idea. Alice struggled to hide her surprise at the news. I thought they were just friends. Emma shook her head. No, it was serious. At least for him. To be perfectly honest, I wouldn't be surprised if Kenny was a little gun-shy about relationships after the way Rachel strung him along and then left him hanging out to dry. One more reason not to get involved. Alice wished she had a few more sips of milkshake left. She needed something to get the foul taste of this new information out of her mouth. Or it's a sign of how much he likes you, Emma said. Either way. Alice shook her head. It's complicated. And I have plenty of complications in my life right now. I don't need to add another one. Emma laughed. Like that's ever stopped a force as unstoppable as love. Alice waved her off. It will. He's a nice guy who needs help. That's it. Emma raised an eyebrow. Needs help? He asked me to work on a rebrand for the hardware store. Alice stared across the crowded restaurant dining room. We were talking and I threw the idea out there. Tonight he asked if I was serious about it. What did you say? Emma asked. What do you think? Alice asked. Of course, I'll do it. A slow smile spread across Emma's face. Good. And congratulations. You landed yourself your first client. Alice grinned. I did, didn't I? I'm not sure he can afford to pay me, though. It's a start. And once folks see what you can do, there will be more. And trust me, there are folks with some deep pockets on the island. She'd heard. Aside from the hardware store, a lot of businesses on the island were doing quite well. And then there were the people with vacation homes on and around the island. If she could get a foot in the door, she knew she could find more than enough work. Maybe Kenny was her ticket in. This calls for another round. Emma motioned to the empty milkshake glasses in front of him. She turned to catch their server's eye and ordered 2 more. I don't think that's a good idea, Alice said. Emma laughed. Come on, live a little. It's another milkshake. Worst case scenario, we'll get a little bellyache. That's pretty much guaranteed at this point. Alice rubbed her stomach, the first milkshake mingling with the plate of fries they'd shared. And completely worth it. Emma's eyes sparkled with excitement. This is perfect, you know. Working together on the rebrand gives you two a chance to spend time together, and you'll be helping save his family business. Who knows what might develop? Alice shifted uncomfortably in her seat. That's exactly what I'm worried about. What do you mean? Emma asked, tilting her head. What if I mess this up? What if working together ruins whatever friendship we might have? Alice's voice grew quieter. And now that I know about Rachel and how serious they were. Alice, you're not going to mess anything up, Emma said firmly. And Rachel left him, remember? You're here now. But what if she wants him back? What if I'm just setting myself up to get hurt? Alice stared into her empty milkshake glass. I've finally found some stability here, started to feel like I belong somewhere again. What if I ruin it all by developing feelings for someone who might not be ready for anything serious? Emma reached across the table and squeezed Alice's hand. Hey, look at me. Alice lifted her eyes to meet her friend's gaze. You're not ruining anything. You're living, Emma said gently. Yes, there's always a risk when you care about someone. But Kenny isn't Rachel. And from what I've seen, the way he looks at you. That man is definitely interested. You really think so? Alice asked, vulnerability creeping into her voice. I know so, Emma said with a warm smile. And you know what else? You're stronger than you think. Even if things don't work out exactly the way you hope, you'll be okay. But I have a feeling you won't need to worry about that. Alice nodded slowly, feeling some of the tension leave her shoulders. Besides, Emma added with a grin, you know art has a way of helping us tap into our subconscious. Working on this rebrand project might help you figure out exactly what you're feeling. Alice thought back on her conversation with Emma the next day as she walked down to Miss Doris's place. She'd tried to take her friend's advice. But after several hours spent staring at an empty canvas and a trash can full of discarded doodles, she'd given up and crawled into bed. She'd try a collage tonight, or maybe sculpture clay was a better option. Alice, what are you doing here? Miss Doris asked when she opened the front door. I thought I'd return this. Alice held up the clean plate that had held cherry pie not long ago. I figured you might need it. You're not wrong. I have some apples that are begging to be turned into a pie. Miss Doris took the pie dish and stepped back. Come on in. I have some blueberry muffins fresh from the oven. It's a new recipe and I could use a fresh taste tester. Don't mind if I do. Alice smiled. Especially if there's coffee too. Miss Doris smiled, her steel gray eyes sparkling. Of course there is. Fresh pot, ready and waiting. Alice followed the elderly woman into the cozy kitchen she remembered from her childhood. The last time I was in here was with Mama. Miss Doris turned and took her hand. We all miss her. Thank you. Alice sat in the chair Miss Doris pulled out for her. How do you take your coffee? Milk and sugar, if you have it. Miss Doris chuckled. If I can't manage that, what kind of hostess would I be? Anything I can do to help? Alice asked. Miss Doris shook her head. You sit right there and tell me what you've been up to. I haven't been here that long, Alice said. From what I'm hearing, you're having quite the impact around here. Especially on a certain hard-working store owner. I don't know about that. Alice took the cup of coffee Miss Doris handed her. I do. And I think there are quite a few of us who are glad you came back. Miss Doris put out a plate with a blueberry muffin dusted with enough powdered sugar to make it look like a snow globe. Alice stayed quiet, nibbling on the muffin. I hope you are as well, Miss Doris said, eyeing her across her cup of coffee. Alice nodded. Do you miss Houston? Miss Doris asked. Goodness, no. Alice shook her head. I don't think anyone would. Miss Doris chuckled. I feel sure there are quite a few people who have made their home there who would disagree with that statement. Alice laughed. Maybe you're right. Of course. Miss Doris's eyes sparkled. I usually am. I hope I am right about coming back here. Alice sighed and washed her worries down with another sip of strong coffee. Moving back into your childhood home can't be easy. Miss Doris broke off a piece of her muffin and popped it into her mouth. It's not that. Alice struggled to put what she was feeling into words. Miss Doris sat quietly, eating her muffin and washing it down with coffee. I guess it's that this isn't where I thought I'd be at this stage in my life, Alice finally said. Ah. Miss Doris nodded. Life is funny that way, isn't it? With its twists and turns. Alice forced a small smile. It is. I grew up right here on the island, Miss Doris said. We didn't have the high school then. I graduated from Georgetown High. Home of the Bulldogs. I forgot about that. The high school hadn't been built until the 90s. I was supposed to go to college. Accepted at Winthrop up in Rock Hill, Miss Doris continued. You were? Miss Doris nodded. Sure enough. Then my husband and I started courting and that was that. Did you regret it? Not moving away? Alice asked. Miss Doris shook her head. Never. I couldn't imagine a better life than the one I had. This house has been filled with love since the day he carried me over the threshold. I'm glad. Alice drank the last of her coffee. More? Miss Doris asked. I talked to Kenny yesterday. He mentioned that you're helping him with the hardware store. It isn't much. We're just working on a new logo. Alice felt heat rise in her cheeks. I'm willing to bet it's a little more than that. Miss Doris poured them each a second cup. And I would like to thank you. For what? Alice asked. For helping him turn things around. The store is a big part of Palmar Island. I don't know what we would do without it. It's been here for as long as anyone can remember. I'm sure it would be replaced by another hardware store, Alice said. Yes, it would. And it wouldn't be the same. Kenny cares about this community. The way his father did and his grandfather. Old Mr. Brown came out here when my husband was out of town and the tub wouldn't drain. Got me fixed up so I could give my boys their bath. That wouldn't happen with one of those new mega stores. Maybe not. Alice hadn't thought too much about the implications the hardware store sale would have on everyone living on the island. Besides, I can't think of a better way for you to start your graphic design career here. Miss Doris smiled and offered her another muffin. Alice declined. Once folks see what you can do, I'm sure other business owners will be lining up outside your door, Miss Doris said. There's so much good you can do here. I hope you're right. Alice thought about Kenny. How kind he had been even after she'd backed into his truck. How he'd helped her make sure Whiskers was comfortable. And how he'd shown up at the art exhibit for no reason other than to support her. Miss Doris reached across the table and took her hand. Don't worry about Rachel. As long as you and Kenny are open and honest with each other, that woman has nothing to work with. Alice swallowed hard and nodded. You're right. Miss Doris's lips twitched. Alice rose to her feet. I should get going. There's someone I need to talk to. Good girl. Miss Doris saw her out. If there's anyone who can help Kenny turn this ship around, it's you, my dear. Walking back from Miss Doris's house, Alice felt the determination inside her grow. She was going to make it work. All of it. Palmar Island was her home and there was no better place to strike out on her own. To work as a graphic designer on her own terms, not under the thumb of a boss. A large smile spread across her face as her stride lengthened. She couldn't wait to take the next step. Chapter 8. Kenny raised his hand and waved the moment he spotted Alice walking into the park. I forgot about this place. I haven't been here since I was a little girl. She looked around and followed him to the picnic table under a large live oak, covered in Spanish moss, that he'd secured for them. Not that it had been hard. During the middle of a weekday, the park was mostly deserted, aside from a few young children with their parents playing on the playground on the other side of the green space. I like to come here to have my lunch, Kenny said. It's quiet. It's nice. A good place to get away for a bit. Alice put her bag down and pulled out a notebook. I picked up some coffee, Kenny said, pushing a tall to-go cup toward her. And some lunch. You didn't have to do that. Alice took the cup and sniffed. Of course I did. I'm the one who asked for a lunchtime meeting when you called yesterday. Kenny picked up a brown paper bag. From the roasted bean? Alice asked, her eyes sparkling. Kenny nodded. Nothing fancy. A couple of turkey wraps and macaroni salad. Sounds perfect to me. She took the food he handed her. Do you want to eat first, or go over these? Kenny followed her gaze to the notebook. I've been working on your new logo, Alice said. Just a few sketches, but it's a start. I can't wait to see them, but let's eat first. He smiled, hoping she couldn't hear his growling stomach. I'm starving. In that case, food first, work later. Alice grinned and pulled the paper off her wrap. She took a bite. I wasn't sure what you'd like. Kenny watched her carefully. This is delicious, Alice said, taking another bite. He dug into his own wrap and they sat there, in the shade of the oak, sharing a meal and chatting about old high school friends. Ready to take a look at this? Alice wiped her hands on a napkin and picked up the notebook. I started with the old logo. The one painted on the side of the building? Kenny was surprised. It wasn't the one they were using now, but he hadn't had the heart to paint over it. The one and only. I think we can work with it. Remind everyone how long you've been here and how much you and your family have done for this community. Alice slid the notebook toward him. Kenny flipped through the pages. You don't think we should do something to show them that we can compete with Megabuild? Is that what you want? Alice raised an eyebrow. Compete with them directly? I don't think we have much of a choice. Kenny's shoulders fell. You do. Alice took the notebook and flipped the pages. I think what you should lean into isn't copying what Megabuild and stores like it are doing. I'm all ears, Kenny said. Alice smiled, and it did more to warm him from the inside than the coffee or the summer sun above them. I think you should highlight your history. Your heritage. You've always been the guys willing to go the extra mile. Let's make sure folks know about it. Kenny chuckled. I'm sure they do. You'd be surprised, Alice said. Besides, it doesn't hurt to remind them. Unless you think it'll be a problem. I don't think it'll be a problem. Kenny sat back and picked up the sketches. My main goal is to make sure we're here to support the community. Good. That's exactly what we'll do. Let people know that you're doing business the way your father and grandfather did. She held her hand out for the notebook and he returned it to her. And how do we go about doing that? Kenny asked. He watched her pretty face, fascinated by the excitement sparkling in her hazel eyes. We show them that you're able to provide something a big box store can't, Alice said. What's that? Personalized service. Alice flipped to a clean page in her notebook. You know your customers. You care about them. That's true. It had been the core philosophy of Palmar Island Hardware and Feed since the day it opened its doors. Great. Alice jotted down some notes. You are dependable. And you provide steady jobs, right here in the community. We can highlight that. Kenny nodded his head. He thought about Ellie, Louisa, Josh, and the high schoolers he hired during busy seasons. All of them depended on him. We can introduce them and showcase the good work they do. How they help make a difference. She scribbled more notes and drew up something that looked like a profile. I don't know if every one of them will enjoy that kind of attention, Kenny said. Are you open to talking to them about it? Alice asked. Sure. Kenny leaned back. Why not? Great. Alice flipped to a new page. My other idea was to tap into the whole shop small, shop local movement. What do you think? Kenny nodded. Like Small Business Saturday stuff? Yes, exactly. But we make it part of our marketing campaign. What's that going to look like? He asked, leaning in. We need a slogan. Something to tie it all together. Alice put a finger on the side of her nose and stared off across the intercoastal waterway. Kenny watched her, the rays of the sun warming his back and shoulders. Alice's lips moved silently. I've got it, Alice said, turning to face him. Her face lit up with excitement. Kenny grinned. Her enthusiasm was contagious. Care to share with the rest of the class? Alice chuckled, then cleared her throat. More than a store, we're neighbors at your service. She punctuated the slogan by waving her hands around like a game show hostess showing off a fancy washer and dryer set. Kenny repeated the words. I like it. I think it captures what the store is all about. What it's always been about. Exactly. Alice was grinning from ear to ear. We can build an entire campaign around that slogan. Kenny nodded. Let's do it. Great. Alice wrote the slogan in large letters on a new page in her notebook. And you know what? What? Kenny asked, feeling truly hopeful about the future of the store for the first time in a long time. We can use this to grow your customer base, Alice said. Appeal to a wider audience. Like who? Kenny asked. Folks from neighboring towns. I don't know about you, but I wouldn't mind driving a bit for that kind of service. We'll see. Hardware was a local business and no one would drive an extra 50 miles for a couple of bags of horse feed. Trust me, they will. I once drove all the way to the other side of Houston to have a dress altered because I knew the seamstress would do a good job. Great service is underrated these days. Kenny leaned back. You really drove all the way across Houston? I did. And I would do it again in a heartbeat. Alice ran her fingers through her hair, the light catching the chestnut strands, making them shimmer and shine. I actually believe you. And we don't have to stop there, Alice said without skipping a beat. What do you think about an online shopping component? With that, we could go nationwide. Well, you could. Kenny said, reaching across the picnic table to take her hand into his. And I'm not sure I'm ready to go that far. Besides, who orders hardware and animal feed online? You'd be surprised. Alice smiled. But I hear you. Let's focus on what we can do here on Palmar Island and the surrounding area first. Good. And I like the idea of going the extra mile for our customers. He drew small circles across the palm of her hand. We've always been happy to help those who needed it. Give me some examples. Alice picked up a pen with her right hand, leaving the left in his care. Occasionally, we get a call from an elderly resident who can't make the trip to the store, or someone needs materials that don't fit in their vehicle. Like a delivery service? Alice asked, making a note. Something like that, but it isn't something we charge for, he said. Good. What else? Alice looked at him with those eyes that made him forget where he was and what he was doing. Kenny blinked. Louisa has been known to lend a helping hand with small projects. When time allows. Is there room for expansion? Alice asked. Maybe. Kenny didn't see where that would help, aside from reinforcing the image of a neighborhood store willing to go the extra mile. What if there was a fee involved? Something fair and reasonable, Alice said. And the discretion to waive it in certain circumstances. Kenny thought about Miss Mary's clogged toilet he'd fixed 2 weeks ago. He'd never dream of charging the elderly woman on a fixed income. But if he were to do the same thing for one of the more affluent residents, that was a different story. It could work. I'd probably have to run it by my lawyer and insurance guy, Kenny said. Alice raised an eyebrow. To make sure we won't run into any liability issues, Kenny said. It isn't like we're licensed plumbers or electricians. But you know some, right? Alice's eyes lit up again. He could get used to this. People you trust who will do a good job at a fair price? Kenny nodded. Excellent. This is all coming together nicely. More notes went on the page. We have so much work to do. We do? Kenny asked. None of this sounded like a big deal. They were basically doing most of these things already. It simply hadn't occurred to him to promote it as a service and use it to his own benefit. Oh yes. We need marketing materials, copy, graphics. Alice pulled her hand from his and jumped to her feet. I'll be burning the midnight oil, but we can pull this off. I promise. He watched her pack her things into her bag and walked her to her car. As he watched the forest green Subaru pull out of the parking lot, he felt better about the future of Palmar Island hardware and feed than he had in months, maybe years. The prospect of working closely with Alice was an unexpected added bonus. One that put a pep in his step as he walked to his truck. Louisa, do you have a minute? Kenny asked when he saw the middle-aged woman walking out of the back. Sure, boss. She wiped her hands on a blue rag, leaving streaks of oily residue. First though, I don't think the compressor will make it another season. Kenny nodded. It had been coming. Any chance you can keep it going a few more weeks? I'll do my best. You always do, he said. Which is what I wanted to talk about. Let me guess, I'm getting a raise? Louisa winked. Kenny chuckled. Not yet, but if you stick with me a little longer, I hope that'll be in the cards. I like the sound of that. Louisa took a seat on a stack of 2x4s. He leaned against a support column. Good. I couldn't run this place without you. Louisa looked at him patiently. She was a woman of few words. Another thing he liked about her. I'm thinking of expanding our program of helping people in the community with small projects and repairs around their homes, Kenny said. I didn't realize there was a program. Louisa raised an eyebrow. I know. Kenny sighed. But it's something we've been doing. What if we did a little more of it? Louisa pushed herself to her feet, her dark brown ponytail swinging back and forth. How much more are we talking? Kenny shrugged. Honestly, I don't know. The idea is to make it official and offer our services on a larger scale. Who do you plan on doing the work? She asked. I figured we could start with the people we have and then hire more as needed. He pushed himself off and followed her down the aisle. I was hoping you'd be willing to spearhead the project, start training people. Nate, maybe? What exactly do you want me to train them on? Louisa asked. She walked to a bay of screws and began sorting through the plastic bins, moving things to the correct containers. Come up with the 10 or 20 most common projects people have asked you to help them with and start with those. We'll figure the rest out as we go along. When the phone in his back pocket began to buzz, he pulled it out. I can do that, Louisa said. Good. I have every confidence in you, Kenny said. Sorry, but I need to take this. Louisa nodded and got back to work. Nora, is everything okay? His sister-in-law hardly ever called him. Of course. Frank's firing up the grill and I wanted to see if you'd like to join us for burgers, she said. Dinner? Kenny walked back to his office. When? How does 7 sound? Nora asked. Will that work for you? Kenny looked at the clock on the wall. I can be there by 7. What can I bring? Just your handsome self. We have everything covered. It'll be nice to have everyone together. Nora said her goodbyes and hung up. Kenny was surprised by how much he was looking forward to the impromptu family get-together. He liked Nora and was excited to spend time with his niece and nephew. The rest of the afternoon flew by and he was able to get out of there in time to swing by the diner to pick up one of Mary's famous peanut butter pies for dessert. Where are the kids? Kenny asked when he followed Nora inside his brother's home. The modest bungalow sat a few rows back from the intercoastal waterway and it was a short 10-minute walk to the beach. They are spending the night with friends. I thought it would be nice to have an adult dinner. Nora took the pie from him. This is kind, but not necessary. What isn't necessary? A familiar voice asked. Kenny turned and saw Rachel step out of the living room, a glass of white wine in her perfectly manicured hand. Kenny brought pie. Nora smiled. How sweet. Rachel wrinkled her nose. She'd never been a fan of Mary's diner. She much preferred Chez Paul from what he remembered. Frank out back? Kenny asked. He didn't wait for an answer before he walked out of the sliding glass door that led to the backyard. Hey, you made it. His brother opened a cooler and pulled 2 bottles of beer out. I did, Kenny said, though he was already regretting it. What's Rachel doing here? Frank shrugged. Nora invited her. Why? Kenny twisted the cap off and took a swig. Who knows? Frank walked over to the grill and lifted the lid. A billow of smoke wafted out, along with the scent of meat cooked over charcoal. Kenny's stomach growled. How much longer until the burgers are ready? Nora asked. She walked out, Rachel following a step behind her. A few more minutes, Frank said. Kenny wants to know why you invited Rachel. She stared at her husband for a second. I thought it might be good timing to reconnect with Rachel. You know, given everything that's happening with the business decisions you boys need to make. Besides, Rachel was good for you. I don't know why the 2 of you broke up. Frank strolled back to join them. Kenny bit back a retort. His brother and sister-in-law both knew Rachel had left him. They'd seen what it had done to him. There's no reason we can't be friends and enjoy a meal together. Rachel walked up beside him, a fake smile plastered across her face. Isn't that right, Kenny? Right. Kenny forced a smile. Those burgers smell like they're about done. Dinner was an awkward affair with long pauses and stilted conversation. Did you get a chance to catch up with old friends? Nora asked Rachel when they were about done eating. Some, Rachel said, glancing at Kenny. Not as much as I'd like, though. There's still time, Frank assured her. When are you heading back to Arizona? Kenny asked. She smiled and blinked her eyes like she was sending Morse code. That depends on how things develop around here. Kenny turned his attention to Nora, desperate to come up with some way of changing the topic. He could guess where Rachel's comment was leading. Must be nice to take off and move somewhere completely different, Frank said. Didn't you talk about doing that? He asked Kenny. After high school. He'd planned to travel the country, living out of his truck. Rachel reached over and grabbed his arm. You never told me about that. It was a long time ago. And the dream had died with the transmission. It's never too late, his brother said. You could drive out and visit Rachel. Kenny glared at his younger brother. There's too much work right now to take off. That could change, Frank said with a pointed smile. I for one, wouldn't mind a little more time off. Kenny shook his head. His brother didn't even work at the store, aside from occasionally helping out when Kenny was short-staffed. Nora sighed a vacation would be nice. We haven't had one since we took the kids to Tybee Island for a week, Nora said, then looked directly at Rachel. Though I imagine Arizona has some beautiful resorts. Much more exotic than anything around here. Rachel smiled. Oh, it does. Kenny, you'd love Scottsdale. The lifestyle there is completely different. If all goes to plan, we'll be able to take the kids somewhere much nicer this summer. Frank leaned back in his chair and finished his beer. Exactly, Nora added. Sometimes you have to think about what's best for the whole family, not just tradition. Rachel reached across and touched Kenny's arm. There's so much more out there, Kenny. Frank understands that. Kenny cleared his throat, not liking where this conversation was going. How about you, Kenny? Any big plans for the summer? Rachel asked. Kenny sat up and squared his shoulders. As a matter of fact, I do. I have some big plans for the store. Are you sure that's the best use of your time? Frank asked. The offer to come see me always stands, Rachel said. Now or later in the year. I appreciate it, but for now, I'm perfectly happy where I am, Kenny said. There is a lot more out there to see. Rachel smiled at him. There's a life outside of Palmar Island waiting for you. Kenny nodded and shoved the last bit of burger into his mouth. I should be going. Frank and Rachel exchanged a look he wasn't sure how to interpret. It's early, why don't I grab us another beer? Frank jumped up and strode into the kitchen. I'm good. Kenny waved him off. I have an early morning. I'd love another glass of wine if it isn't too much trouble, Rachel said. Unless you have a little something stronger. Frank laughed. I sure do. Follow me. He led her to the bar cart in the living room. Are you sure you can't stay for dessert? Nora asked. You brought the pie. Kenny shook his head. It's been a long day, Nora. Thank you for dinner. You're welcome. We should do this more often. She smiled at him. Kenny looked over her shoulder at Frank and Rachel, heads bent together and whispering furiously at each other. What's that about? Kenny asked. Nora shook her head. I have no idea. Do you want me to cut you a slice of the pie? Kenny declined and waved at his brother. He was out the door and halfway to his truck by the time Frank caught up with him. What was that all about? His brother asked. Running out like that. Like I said. I'm tired and I have to be at the store early for a tile delivery, Kenny said. Besides, I thought this was supposed to be a family dinner. Frank scoffed. Rachel is basically family. She was good for you. Kenny shook his head. Not anymore, and I'm not sure she ever really was. He unlocked his truck and got in. Driving home, he couldn't shake a strong feeling of disappointment in his little brother. He and Frank used to be close, but after tonight, he felt like the man was betraying him and their family legacy. Doesn't matter, he said into the quiet emptiness. I'll do it by myself. By the time he reached his own place, he was determined to keep Palmar Island hardware and feet in business no matter what Frank thought and no matter what it took. Chapter 9. Alice stepped back and looked at the canvas in front of her. The painting was taking shape. Knock, knock, her dad said. Mind if I come in? Alice turned and smiled at him. Not at all. He walked in, carrying a tray that held toast, eggs, and a fresh cup of coffee. What are you working on? Alice looked back at the canvas. She'd painted a bookworm with glasses, sitting in a cozy study, a book in hand and plenty more scattered all around him. The painting was bright and cheerful and far more whimsical than anything else she'd created lately. It's a commission piece for the library, Alice said, stepping to the side so her dad could get a better look. It's for their new summer reading program. I heard about that. Sophie from the Book Nook is working with the library and the teachers. Sounds like a project your mother would have loved. She would have, wouldn't she? Alice smiled. Her mother would have baked muffins and hung up flyers, doing whatever it took to get out the word. The woman had loved a good cause. She'd be proud of you, her dad said. No, she is proud of you. I'm sure she's up there watching the two of us. Alice liked the idea. You really think so? That she'd like seeing me draw silly little animals like this? Without a doubt. especially if it got kids reading. Do you remember all the books she would read to you when you were little? Dad asked. I do. No matter how often I asked, she always made the time. Alice had fond memories of sitting on the couch with her, a book held out in front of both of them. It's where I developed my love for reading. Her dad smiled. I know. It doesn't pay much, but it's a start and hopefully a way to open some doors for me in the community. I'm sure it will. Her father set the breakfast tray down. You've been working hard, and that picture is adorable. Thanks, Dad, Alice said. And thanks for breakfast. Anytime, pumpkin. He smiled at her. I'll let you get back to work. Nibbling on a piece of toast, Alice looked at the painting with fresh eyes. Her father was right. It was adorable. She hoped it would do its job and get kids signed up for the summer reading program. And if nothing else, it would be a nice addition to her portfolio. Alice booted up her computer and got to work. By the time she took her dishes to the sink, she'd fired off proposals to several potential clients, most of them local. Things were about to look up, she knew it. The rest of the day went by in a blur. Alice worked on the hardware store campaign, breaking only long enough to cook a simple pasta dish for herself and her dad for lunch. She was deep into research for an email marketing campaign when the doorbell rang. Alice waited for her father to answer. When it rang again, and then a third time, she remembered that he'd said something about going to the auto parts store for a timing belt. Alice jumped up and rushed to the front door, surprised to see Kenny. I should have called. He held 2 cups of coffee from the roasted bean out in front of him. No, this is fine. Alice stepped back. Come on in. I was in the neighborhood and thought I'd see if you've made progress on the rebrand. Kenny followed her into her studio. Alice turned and took the coffee he offered her. You were in the neighborhood? Kenny pulled on the collar of his shirt. The tips of his ears turned red and his gaze roamed over everything in the room except her. He cleared his throat before making eye contact with her. If I'm perfectly honest, I wanted to see you. A slow smile spread across Alice's face. She liked the idea and felt warmth creeping into her cheeks. I would like to hear about any progress you made, though. Kenny walked over to the table that held the sketches for the new logo she'd been working on. Let's just say the need to make this work has become a little more urgent. Bad news? Alice took a sip of her coffee and joined him. She shuffled the papers around, looking for the latest colored iteration of the new logo. Kenny shrugged. Something I should have seen coming. She didn't like the sound of worry that tinged his voice. Here's what I have so far for the new logo. Tell me what you think and don't hold back. I want this to be something that represents your vision for the store perfectly. Kenny took the image from her and looked over it carefully. I love the look and feel of it. But... She watched him carefully. Kenny took another sip of his coffee and put the paper down. Is there any chance we can tweak this blue? Of course. We can change anything and everything until I get it just right. She smiled. I've been doing some digging and found a couple of old journals. Turns out the blue in the original logo was based on a paint color my great-grandmother loved. It's called Haint Blue. It's a little lighter than this, I think. Alice opened her laptop and did a quick search for the color. Looks like it has quite a bit of history, this color of yours. Kenny nodded. He pulled up a chair while Alice skimmed the article explaining that it was a common color with a deep history in the Gullah Geechee tradition of the area. It's similar to the shade of the old logo on the side of the building, Alice said. I'd assumed it had faded. So had I, Kenny said. Alice opened the graphics program and pulled up the logo file. She adjusted the blue color to the lighter shade he'd requested. I like the idea of using colors steeped in history. What if we made that a theme? How? Kenny asked, leaning closer. Alice's fingers flew across the keyboard. A quick search showed her a vivid palette of historical colors to work with. She picked a yellow ochre and something called Charleston green to go along with the Haint Blue. That works really well together, doesn't it? Kenny sounded surprised. It does. What do you think? Alice pushed a button to print the reworked logo. Deep yellow and dark green set off the light blue nicely. You're an artist, Kenny said. He rose and pulled the paper from the printer. This is amazing. It's perfect. I'm glad you like it. Alice leaned back, feeling pleased with herself. I do, Kenny said. I really do. Good. There are a few tweaks I want to make, but I should have this finalized for you by the end of the day. Kenny glanced at his watch. It's already 4. Alice grinned. You'll have it in your inbox by midnight. You're really going all in with this freelancing thing, aren't you? Alice shrugged. I'm trying. We'll see if it'll be enough. For what it's worth, Kenny said, I'm impressed with your work ethic and what you're doing here. She shook her head. I'm serious. Look at you. You're building a business out of nothing. In my book, that's pretty amazing. He raised his hand, then stopped and let it drop to his side. Thank you. Alice swallowed hard. His compliment meant more than he could know. She hadn't realized how much she'd needed the encouragement. Let's hope it starts paying off. You're welcome, Kenny said, his gaze locked with hers. I should get going. I'll spread the word about what an amazing job you're doing. Once word gets around, you'll be booked solid. Alice walked him to the door and watched him drive off before heading back to her studio. Sitting down at her desk, she checked her email inbox. Nothing but a handful of spam messages. No replies from any of the local businesses she'd reached out to this week. Not even a request for more information. Hoping she'd do better in other markets, Alice logged into the freelance website where she had several active listings up. Nothing but crickets there as well. Alice sighed and ran her fingers through her long hair. It's okay, she muttered to herself. It'll be fine. Determined to push through and make this freelance thing happen, she got to work. 2 hours later she'd submitted proposals for over a dozen clients across the United States. All she needed was 1 or 2 of them to take a chance on her. Once she got a foot in the door and word got around that she knew what she was doing, she'd be set. Alice took a deep breath of the salty air blowing in across the vast ocean. She'd worked hard all day and came out here for a walk before dinner to clear her head. It had been another day filled with proposals that didn't seem to go anywhere. At least Kenny seemed happy with her work. Fancy running into you out here. Miss Doris walked over as fast as she could in the loose sand. I keep forgetting how nice it is out here on the beach this time of day. Alice looked at the few people still hanging out, enjoying the sunset and the cooler breeze. It is, isn't it? Miss Doris fell into step beside her. I haven't seen much of you lately. How are things going? Settling in all right? Yes, I'm fine. Alice stared out across the water. Fine? Miss Doris asked. Alice shrugged. Anything I can do for you? I seriously doubt that, Alice said. Try me. Miss Doris smiled at her encouragingly. I might surprise you. I'm struggling to get my freelance business off the ground, Alice said, surprised when the words came out of her mouth. But I'm staying with my dad and I have almost no bills. Not where she wanted to be at this stage in her life, but it was better than nothing. Kenny hired you, and from what I'm hearing you're doing a wonderful job for the new summer reading program. I'd call that a start. It is. Alice forced a smile. Maybe she needed to focus on the positive. But it's not enough? Miss Doris asked. Not really. The bigger problem is that I keep getting rejection after rejection. I'd understand if I wasn't reaching out, but I am. Both here and online. That does pose a problem. And to be honest, I'm surprised. The lines on Miss Doris's forehead deepened. Can I ask who on the island turned you down? Who didn't? Alice swallowed the bitter taste of disappointment. Chloe from the flower shop was the latest. We've been chatting about a Mother's Day marketing campaign, but she pulled the plug this morning. That's surprising, Miss Doris said. And unlike Chloe. I thought so too, but what can you do? Miss Doris reached over and squeezed her hand. Don't worry. It'll turn around. Once people see your work, they'll be lined up out the door, waiting to hire you. Alice wondered if the elderly woman was right. I hope you're right. I know I am, Miss Doris said. And I'll talk to Chloe, see if I can't get to the bottom of this. It's probably all just a misunderstanding. Alice wasn't so sure. Miss Doris took her leave, and after a few more minutes on the beach, she did the same. She waved at several people she recognized on her walk back to her car. A few of them waved back, some gave her sideways glances she wasn't sure how to interpret. And one couple that she was almost certain she'd send a marketing proposal to spoke in hushed whispers as she passed them. She couldn't shake the feeling that they'd been talking about her. None of it helped improve her mood. When she got home, her dad was sitting in the living room, watching a baseball game. How about some pizza for dinner? He called over the loud sound of the TV. I'm not hungry, but you go ahead, she called back. He grabbed the remote and muted the game. Everything okay? I'm fine, Alice said. Tired and a bit of a headache. I think I'll make some tea and head straight to bed. You've been working long hours, Dad said. You should eat something. I'll make you some soup. Alice shook her head. I promise I'll come down and get something if I'm hungry. She made herself a cup of tea and crawled into bed, grabbing her laptop. She checked her email and logged into her social media accounts, including a local business group she'd been active in. It seemed like a great place to connect with shop owners here on the island. Scrolling through the new posts, she saw several negative comments about herself. What the? Alice looked at the username. She didn't recognize the person, and the profile picture was a cartoon drawing. Whoever it was damaging her reputation before she had a chance to build it. Who would do something like this? A competitor? Alice resisted the urge to respond. Engagement with someone like this had to be handled carefully. Frustrated and thinking that maybe going into business for herself had been a mistake, she opened a new browser window. She searched for job offers in her field and found a few that looked interesting. Each of them came with a salary comparable to or above what she'd made in Houston. 2 of them were in Charleston, 1 in Charlotte, and the rest in Atlanta. Might as well get to work, Alice muttered. She took a sip of her chamomile tea and searched for the latest copy of her resume. She was deep into editing and updating it when her phone rang. Kenny, everything okay? She asked, surprised to hear from him. Yes, I'm fine. I wanted to check in with you and see how your day went. His voice was warm and friendly. Honestly, she asked. Not that great. I've had a bit of a setback. One of your new projects? Kenny asked. More the lack thereof. It'll pick up as soon as we launch the hardware store campaign, Kenny said. You'll see. I don't know. Alice leaned back against the headboard and stared at the screen in front of her. Maybe I'm not cut out for this freelance stuff. It's a minor setback, Kenny said. It comes with the territory. What are you doing right now? Alice looked around. Drinking tea and feeling sorry for myself. Kenny laughed. We can't have that. Tell you what. I'll be there in 10 minutes to pick you up. We're getting ice cream. I really. You can and you will. Meet me outside. There is nothing a scoop of cherry chocolate chunk won't fix. Trust me. He hung up before she could respond. Alice threw off the covers and rushed into the bathroom across the hall. By the time she made her way downstairs, she heard Kenny's truck pull up. I'm heading back out for a bit, Alice called into the living room. I thought you were sick. Her dad muted the game again. The tea helped and I won't be long, she promised before stepping out the door. Kenny stood by the side of his truck, holding the passenger door open for her. Ready for ice cream? She hopped inside and grinned. Why not? 15 minutes later, they were strolling down the pier, each of them holding a cup with 2 scoops of cherry chocolate chunk nestled inside. Feeling better? Kenny asked. He hadn't asked any questions on the ride over there. Instead, he'd filled the silence with entertaining tales from the store, like the time he'd gotten a shipment of pink tiles by accident and sold out of them before he was able to reach the supplier to correct the mistake. "And here I thought I knew my customers." He'd chuckled. And now he walked beside her, offering his unspoken support. "I am. Thanks for insisting I come out." She dug the small plastic spoon into the thick ice cream and took another bite. "Anytime." Kenny smiled and Alice felt warmth creep into her cheeks that had nothing to do with the balmy air blowing off the Atlantic Ocean. "Do you mind if we sit for a minute?" Alice pointed to a bench on the side of the pier. "Not at all." Kenny waited for her to take a seat before taking the spot beside her. They sat there, eating ice cream and staring along the coastline of the place they both called home. "I'm glad you came back here," Kenny said. Alice licked the last bit of the frozen treat off the spoon. She felt his eyes on her, and when he leaned forward, she stopped breathing. Kenny raised his hand, his fingers barely touching the strand of hair that had fallen into her face. He brushed it back, lingering for a few heartbeats before letting his hand fall to his side. He rose and held it out to her. "Ready to head back?" Chapter 10. "Do you have a second?" Kenny looked up, surprised to see Chloe, the owner of the local flower shop, standing in front of him. He set down the box of pipe fittings he'd been restocking. "Of course. What can I help you with?" Chloe's gaze traveled up and down the plumbing aisle. "I'm looking for a new utility sink for the flower shop." "The back room, really?" "I think I have a couple of different models in stock." Kenny motioned for her to follow him. "Stainless steel?" Chloe nodded and fell into step beside him. "About this big." She held out her hands. "If you're replacing an existing one, it might be a good idea to match the exact size of the sink that's in there now," Kenny said. "Unless it's freestanding." "It is. I have a table next to it, but there's wiggle room," Chloe assured him. They chatted about business while he showed her what he had on hand. "Or I could order something else in." "I think this will work." Chloe pointed to the smaller of the 3 sinks on display. "I can carry this out for you and help you get it in the car," Kenny said, pulling a large box from the shelf and sliding it onto the flat cart he'd picked up on their way over. "I appreciate that. I've always loved the old sign on the side of the building," Chloe said as they walked to her car. "Me too." Kenny looked up at it. "It's why we're using it as the cornerstone for the store's rebranding campaign." "Good idea. Who's doing the rebrand?" Chloe asked. "Alice Baker." "Really?" Chloe's eyes were wide. He wasn't sure why she looked so surprised. "You trust her?" Chloe asked. "Of course I do. Why wouldn't I?" Chloe shrugged. "She's new at this freelance gig and this sounds like a pretty big job. She's doing amazing work and I trust her 100%. Kenny looked at Chloe before moving the sink into her car. "I can't think of a better person to do the job." "Good to know. And thanks for your help with this." Chloe got in the car and drove off. As he made his way back into the store, Kenny wondered what that was about. And if it could have anything to do with the doubt Alice had been feeling. Last night when they'd gotten ice cream, she'd mentioned something about struggling to find work and getting negative feedback. "Which is ridiculous," he muttered under his breath. She hadn't finished any projects yet that people could be reviewing. None of it made any sense. "Boss, watch out." Nate swerved to keep from running over him with the load of plywood he was driving out from the stockroom in the back. "Sorry." Kenny jumped to the side and let the young man pass. When he looked up, he saw a familiar face waving at him. His eyes darted around the building, but there was no clear escape route. Rachel strode toward him. "I'm so glad I ran into you. My father sent me out on an errand. He needs wood screws and I don't know my way around here." In all their time dating, she'd set foot in the store no more than a handful of times. And then it had only been to meet up after he closed for the day. "This way," Kenny said, walking through the store without waiting to see if she was following him. "I love what you've done with the place. It looks Rachel grabbed his arm to slow him down. Brighter maybe? Thanks. We installed some new lighting. He'd done a lot more than that, but what was the point of discussing it with her? What size screws does your dad need? I'm not sure. He didn't specify. Something about this long. She held her index finger and thumb about 2 inches apart. Something like this should do it, then. Kenny pulled a box from the shelf. Or you could go with a mixed assortment. She took one of the boxes without so much as glancing at it. Great. What about light bulbs? Where would I find those? Kenny bit back a sigh. They were at the other end of the store. The side they'd come from. They're on aisle 3. Walk with me, Rachel said, taking his arm when he turned to leave. And tell me about you and Alice. I saw the two of you on the pier last night. Is there something going on between the two of you? Something I should know about? Kenny shook his head. Nothing that's any of your business. Don't be like that, Kenny. You know how much you mean to me. We may not be together anymore, but that doesn't mean I won't look out for you. Rachel stepped closer and lowered her voice. And trust me when I tell you Alice isn't a good fit for you. You can do so much better. I don't want to talk about this, Kenny said, lengthening his stride to create a bit of distance between them. Oh, but you do. Rachel raised her voice, drawing the attention of several customers and Ellie, who was manning the main register. Keep your voice down, he growled, turning to face the woman who used to light up his life. All I'm saying is that I've heard some things, Rachel said, lowering her voice to its previous level. What kind of things? Kenny asked. She shrugged and walked up to the register. Kenny waited until Ellie rang up the purchase and grabbed the bag. I'll walk you to your car. How sweet of you. Rachel beamed. He waited long enough that they were out of earshot of anyone who worked for him. Tell me what you've heard. Rachel waved him off. Nothing definite. Mostly rumors. Tell me, he said again, his tone rougher than before. Remember, you asked for this and I wouldn't tell you if I didn't think it was important, Rachel said. I've heard that Alice Baker is notoriously unreliable, flaky even. And a horrible businessperson. That's ridiculous. Kenny didn't believe a word the woman in front of him was saying. Plus she's planning on leaving town. He shook his head. Alice wouldn't leave. Not without telling him about it. She won't, and she's far from flaky. Alice is a talented graphic designer and she has a strong work ethic. You really like her, don't you? Rachel sounded surprised. I do. Kenny hadn't realized how much. He was falling fast and hard for Alice. Rachel shrugged and got into her car. Suit yourself. But between you and me, you could do so much better than her. Rough day, boss? Ellie looked up from the cash register when he stepped back inside. Something like that. Kenny forced a smile. Want to talk about it? Ellie asked. It's quiet and about time for me to take a break. Kenny shook his head. You enjoy your rest. Fiddlesticks. I'm grabbing us some cheerwine sodas and you and I are going to sit out back and let the sun shine on our faces, Ellie said, the look on her face making it clear she wasn't about to take no for an answer. I'll be there in 5. Kenny walked into his office to plug in his phone and glance through the emails that had accumulated over the past couple of hours. By the time he made it to the small patio that served as the employees' outdoor break area, Ellie was ready and waiting for him. Rachel sounded plenty excited, she said, cracking open the small plastic bottle. It fizzed and the scent of cola and cherry permeated the air. I don't understand the woman. Kenny unscrewed the lid of his own soda and took a sip. It was ice cold and delicious. He hadn't realized how much he needed a bit of a pick-me-up. Probably part of the reason things didn't work out between you guys. Ellie sat back and closed her eyes, letting the sun shine on her face. One of many. And now she's trying to get back together. Ellie sighed. Kenny wasn't sure if it was a content one in response to the warmth, or a worried one about the topic of their conversation. I guess so. Ellie scoffed. You know so. He shrugged. I'm only going to say this once. Ellie sat up and turned to look right at him. That woman is no good for you. What you do is your own business. But from where I'm standing, you're better off sending her back to Texas or wherever it is she ran off to when she broke your heart. Arizona, Kenny said automatically. Ellie nodded her head and resumed her previous position to catch the warmth of the rays of sunshine. You're right, he said a little while later. I usually am. Ellie smiled without opening her eyes. And I like Alice. You do? He wasn't really surprised. Everyone aside from Rachel seemed to like her. I do. And from what you've shown me so far, I'm impressed by her work. She has an eye for color. She does, doesn't she? A feeling of warmth that had little to do with the sun spread through Kenny's body. Yes. And she's kind. Unlike Rachel. Ellie shifted in her seat. It's hard to be kind when you're that jealous. Besides, she's always had a mean streak. The words made Kenny sit up. Ellie jumped to her feet and grabbed her bottle of soda. Time to get back to work. He watched her walk off, thinking about what the woman had said about Rachel. He thought back on their time together. Maybe Ellie had a point. Unlike Alice, Rachel hadn't always been as kind and considerate as she could have been. But there was something else. Another reason for her to show back up. And he had no idea what it was. There you are, a familiar voice called out to him. Ellie mentioned I could find you out here. Kenny turned and watched Miss Doris walk toward him. She took the seat across from him. Do you have a minute? I could use your help with a project. Of course. He smiled at the elderly woman who was a cornerstone of Palmar Island's community. What can I do for you? I was hoping to talk you into donating some paving stones, Miss Doris said. We've been working on the new community garden in the center of town, and to be perfectly honest, there's no room in the budget to buy them. Kenny thought about the stack of stepping stones that had been sitting in the garden section for months. They had been a custom order for a client who had changed his mind. Donating them to the project would open up much-needed floor space, and it would be a tax write-off. Clyde Johnson would be pleased. I think I have something that could work. He motioned for Miss Doris to follow him into the store. This would work nicely, the older woman said, inspecting the stack of gray stones with shallow indentations. And it should be plenty to make the walkway between the new raised beds. I'm glad. And tell you what, Kenny said, feeling slightly guilty for offloading the material to his benefit. I'll take them over there and install the path for you this afternoon. Are you sure? Miss Doris asked. Kenny nodded. It's been slow and the rest of the crew can man the store. You'll have your path by sunset. You, young man, Miss Doris said, are an inspiration and an example of what more people around here should strive toward. Always happy to go the extra mile for the people around you. He left the store after handing over the reins to the competent hands of Ellie, determined to live up to Miss Doris's praise. On a whim, he drove by Alice's place. Busy? He asked when she came to the door. Not particularly. The smile lit up her face along with the sun that was already low in the sky. I could use your help, Kenny said. Your eye for design. And what exactly are we designing? Alice motioned for him to follow her inside the house. A pathway through the new community garden. He watched her grab her purse and phone. I have the pavers in the back of the truck. If we hurry, we can have them installed before dark. Alice laughed, the sound filling the bright kitchen of the house she grew up in. You need help designing a paved pathway? Alice asked, motioning for them to make their way back outside. He nodded. The pavers come in 2 colors. I don't think there's enough of the gray ones. We might have to get creative. It was something he hadn't realized until he'd loaded the stack he'd shown Miss Doris in the store. I'm not sure how much help I'll be with that, and I have zero experience installing pavers, Alice said, locking the front door behind them. But I'm happy to do what I can. Even if it's just keeping you company. I'll take it. Kenny held the door to the passenger seat open for her. The drive to the community garden didn't take long. Neither did locating the spot for the path. They worked together, moving the stones into place. "I'm surprised we're the only people here," Alice said. "It's such a nice day." Kenny couldn't agree more. Not too hot, and the breeze flowing in from the ocean kept the mosquitoes at bay. "I like this design." Alice stepped back and looked at the pattern they'd laid out under her direction. "I think this works. Not perfect, but what is? Not much in life, if his 40-odd years of experience had taught him anything." "I'm glad you're here," Kenny said. And it had little to do with the extra pair of hands that made the work go more quickly. They talked and laughed, and he watched the woman who'd seemed down and defeated yesterday transform in front of him. Alice lit up and came to life in the fresh air and sunshine. Her confidence was returning with each heavy stone they put into place. "I'm ready for a break," Kenny said when they were more than halfway done with the garden path. "How about you?" Alice nodded. Her cheeks were rosy and the shine of perspiration glistened in the light of the late afternoon sun. They walked to his truck and Kenny dropped the tailgate. "Have a seat. I'll grab us some drinks." Alice raised an eyebrow. Without a word, she lifted herself into his makeshift seat. "I hope you like cheerwine," he said, lifting the small cooler he'd tucked behind the driver's seat. Alice's face lit up like a Christmas tree. "I used to love it. I haven't had one in decades." "Let's see if you still do." Kenny handed her a bottle and grabbed one for himself before joining her on their makeshift bench. She grinned and unscrewed the lid. It made a satisfying hissing sound. "Tastes like heaven after all that work," she said after her first sip. "Glad you still like it." He took a big swig himself, the cool liquid and sugary taste doing their job to revive him. They sat in companionable silence, sipping soda and letting the cool afternoon breeze dry the sweat on their brows. "Ready to finish the job?" Alice asked. She closed the lid on the small bottle and hopped down. Kenny looked up at the horizon. The sun was dipping below the tree line. If they wanted to finish the path before nightfall, they had to get back to work. "Let's do it." Alice wasted no time, carrying the next paver and setting it down before he had a chance to return the cooler. "You're doing an awesome job," Kenny said when they were down to the last few stones. Alice laughed. "Hardly, but I'm learning." "I'm serious," Kenny said. "And I'm not talking about this project." She stood up and stared at him. "What are you talking about?" "Don't get me wrong, I appreciate the help and you're doing well. I don't think I could have finished this today without you." Alice snorted. Kenny swallowed hard. "What I'm admiring is your ability to completely reinvent yourself. To build something out of nothing." Alice bit out a dark excuse for a laugh that made him regret his words almost instantly. "Trust me, it's not all it's made out to be." "No progress yet?" he asked, recalling their conversation at the pier. "Not really." Alice stood up and rubbed her lower back. "It feels like I'm taking one step forward and 2 steps back." Kenny nodded. He knew the feeling well. Sometimes that's when we're close to a breakthrough. All we can do is push through and hope things look up on the other end of it. "Maybe you're right," she said. "Besides, what else can I do? Time to pull up my big girl pants and push through the fear and frustration." Her words cut him to the core. A protective instinct that surprised him rose up inside him. He thought about telling her what Rachel had said, warning her that someone was spreading rumors about her work. But looking at Alice as she wiped her hands on her jeans, finally seeming to regain some confidence after their afternoon together, he couldn't bring himself to drag her back down into doubt and frustration. She deserved this moment of feeling capable and strong. Tomorrow, when she was feeling more solid, he'd find a way to let her know what she was up against. For now, he put the last 2 pavers into place and took her home. Chapter 11. "Thanks for inviting me," Alice said when she ran into Miss Doris at the unveiling of the new community garden a week later. "Of course." The elderly woman beamed up at her. "How could I not? I heard about you and Kenny working together to create this new garden path. And in record time, too. It was nothing. Alice looked at the results of their labor, feeling a sense of accomplishment and pride. There was concrete proof of something she'd done right. Something of value she and Kenny had created. Far from it. Miss Doris linked her arm with hers, and together, they strolled the length of the path. This is something people will enjoy for years and years. Alice waved at Floyd from art class and was surprised again by how many people she knew on the island. As she strolled through the new garden and grabbed a lavender lemonade, she struck up several conversations. I heard you had a hand in this. Ruby walked over, her long skirt flowing. The flowery pattern matched the blooms in the garden. A very small one. All I did was help with the pathway. Alice took one last sip of the lemonade. It turned out beautiful, Ruby said. Really ties the whole place together. Thank you. The strange sense of pride Alice had felt earlier returned, along with something else. Like the young plants growing and thriving all around her, Alice felt like maybe she too was starting to put down roots here on the island. Even if Kenny had warned her that someone was spreading rumors about her lack of skill or work ethic. Ruby wasn't the only resident she got a chance to chat with. Alice strolled the grounds, talking about anything from art and how Whiskers was doing to the types of plants in the raised beds that were the core of Palmar Island's community garden. I think Miss Doris would be the person to ask, she said when a former classmate asked about the plans for the produce growing in the space. I think I saw her back by the herb garden. Am I interrupting? Chloe asked, walking toward her. Not at all. Alice hoped her smile didn't appear forced. What can I do for you? I'm hoping it's not too late to implement that Mother's Day marketing campaign we talked about. The young mother's smile was almost shy. Her son was tugging on her arm, begging to head to the playground. I thought you'd decided against it. Alice tossed her cup into a nearby trash can. I did, but I changed my mind, Chloe said. If I'm too late, or you no longer want to work with me, I understand. No hard feelings. I promise. Mama, let's go play on the slides, Toby, Chloe's young son, said. He pulled her arm again, doing his best to drag her away. Why don't we walk over to the playground and you can tell me what you have in mind? Alice said. That would be great. Chloe sounded relieved. Alice caught a glimpse of Kenny. He was watching her and gave her a quick thumbs up. The gesture was so fast, Alice wondered if that was actually what she had seen. What can I do for you? Alice asked when they reached the playground. Toby ran off to play and Chloe gave her full attention. I know it's late in the game, but I really liked your ideas for drumming up extra business for Mother's Day. I can probably work something up. Alice's head was spinning with ideas. That would be amazing. And trust me, it doesn't have to be anything fancy. Whatever you can do in this short amount of time would be much appreciated, Chloe said. Are you sure you need this campaign? Alice asked. I would think that flowers practically sell themselves for Mother's Day. Chloe shrugged. They do. But for the most part it's the same customers doing the same arrangements. Aside from the occasional tourist order, or a newcomer, I can tell my suppliers to send what they did last year. I'd like to expand. Make sure women who aren't usually shown any appreciation are acknowledged this year. Being a mother is hard. I can work with that, Alice said. Give me a day or two and I'll be in touch. Thank you. Chloe rushed off to keep her son from launching himself off the climbing tower. Alice made her way back to the community garden, running into none other than Miss Doris on the way. Everyone's loving this new space. The elderly woman beamed with pride. With good reason, Alice said. It is beautiful. Together they walked through the garden, along the path Alice had helped install. Before you run off, there's something I need to get off my chest, Miss Doris said when Kenny waved at them. What's that? Alice asked. Nothing bad, I hope. Not at all. I wanted to tell you how happy I am that you're back home. There are people here who need you. And it isn't just your father. The event was a huge success with people moving in and out of the gardens. Alice spent a fair amount of the afternoon talking with fellow Palmar Island residents. Needing a moment to herself, she wandered off into a quiet corner. Part of the community garden backed up to the stone wall that separated it from a neighboring residence. No one else was gathered in the space between the bed where green beans were starting to grow and the wall. Alice leaned against it and closed her eyes. The warmth stored in the heavy stones radiated down her back, relieving some of the tension she'd been feeling. "I saw you speaking to Alice Baker earlier," a familiar voice said. It drifted up to her from a neighboring space. Alice opened her eyes and looked around. 2 rows over, Rachel stood with 2 women Alice had met earlier today. One was a hairdresser, the other owned a store that rented umbrellas and beach chairs to tourists. Both had shown interest in her work and Alice had hoped she'd gain 2 potential clients. "What about her?" Tanya, the hairdresser, asked. The middle-aged woman with platinum blonde hair and large hoop earrings had a hand on her hip. "I suggest neither one of you work with her. Not if you value your business and your customers." Rachel looked from one woman to the other. "That's a bold statement." Cassidy Holt, who kept the group of teenagers who worked for her every summer in line, looked at Rachel like she wasn't buying it. "Let's say I'm in a position to know. You've probably heard that she's doing some work for Kenny." Rachel stepped closer and lowered her voice, making it hard for Alice to hear. "Kenny and I are close and I can tell you, he's not happy with her work. She isn't someone you want to trust with your reputation. Not if you want to stay in business." Cassidy's resolve faded and doubt entered her eyes. Alice saw the same on Tanya's face. She dug her fingers into the ledge of the stone wall behind her, rage burning in her like a white-hot flame. Rachel was barely a dozen yards away spreading lies. It was too much to take. "Excuse me." Alice strode up, determined to confront the woman who'd broken Kenny's heart and, from the look of it, was the reason she struggled to get her freelance business off the ground. Tanya and Cassidy exchanged uncomfortable glances and began to back away from the brewing confrontation. Rachel didn't even look embarrassed. Instead, she lifted her chin and met Alice's gaze directly. "Yes? I heard what you just told them about my work," Alice said, her voice carrying through the garden space. She was making a scene and couldn't care less about who saw it. "I'm just looking out for local business owners," Rachel said smoothly. "They deserve to know the truth." "The truth? You mean lies about Kenny being unhappy with my work?" Alice's hands clenched into fists at her sides. "Are you sure they're lies?" Rachel's smile was cold and calculating. "Maybe you should ask Kenny yourself how he really feels." Alice took a step back, momentarily thrown by the woman's confidence. "And just so we're clear," Rachel continued, her eyes narrowing as she took several steps toward Alice. "Kenny and I are getting back together. I'm taking him back to Arizona with me. So I wouldn't waste too much time on this little ad campaign or whatever it is he has you doing." "Kenny knows about this? He's on board?" Alice studied the woman's face carefully. Rachel's lips twitched up into a smile that didn't reach her eyes. Those stayed hard as steel. "He's ready for a fresh start. Which is exactly what he needs. I'm sure you agree." Her smirk made Alice sick to her stomach. "We'll have a comfortable life, Kenny and I," Rachel said with more conviction than the good reverend on Sunday. "What's this about you and my brother?" Frank asked, strolling up to join them. "I was catching Miss Baker up on the latest developments." Rachel smiled confidently. "Speaking of which, there's something we should discuss." Alice watched the 2 of them walk off, heads close together, and she didn't miss the furtive glances they shot across the gardens to where Kenny was deep in conversation with Ruby and several of the teachers from Palmar Island High. "Those 2 look awfully cozy," Miss Doris said, approaching from the opposite direction. "They do, don't they?" Alice couldn't help putting 2 and 2 together. Rachel had let enough slip in their brief conversation. "I don't think they're up to anything good." "I'm afraid you're right." The elderly woman's eyebrows knit together as she stared at the unlikely couple. "What are we going to do about it?" Alice felt a spark of indignation and anger inside her. Kenny's brother and his ex were conspiring to push through a sale she was almost certain Kenny didn't want. No matter what Rachel claimed. The only thing we can do. Miss Doris's features relaxed and her lips twitched up into a brilliant smile. We're going to set up a meeting with the entire community. Get everyone together to save the store. Do you think that'll work? Alice wished she shared the elderly woman's confidence. Only one way to find out. Miss Doris took hold of her arm and pulled her across the community garden until they caught up with Kenny. Everything okay? He looked at her with concern in his eyes. Not really. Miss Doris launched into a concise description of what had happened and their solution. Like a town hall meeting? Kenny asked with as much doubt as Alice felt. But what else could they do? She wasn't coming up with anything better, and from the look of it, neither could he. This will work, Miss Doris said with so much conviction Alice almost believed her. You'll see. The community will come together and fight for what's theirs. It's what we've always done. Why should this be different? Alice could think of several reasons, not the least of which was the large amount of money Megabuild was waving in front of the Brown brothers. Chapter 12. Mr. Johnson is here, Ellie said when she stuck her head into his office. This early? Kenny looked up. He was barely into his first cup of coffee and busy putting in orders with several of his suppliers. Ellie nodded, and Clive appeared behind her. Come on in. Kenny made a brief note and closed the order form he'd been working on. I hope I'm not interrupting. The accountant put down his briefcase and took a seat in the only other chair in the small room. Not at all. I guess I lost track of time. Kenny forced a smile. Catching up on orders and invoices. Speaking of which. Clive opened the briefcase and pulled out 2 folders full of papers. Ready to dig into the numbers and see if we can turn this ship around? Why not? Kenny ran his fingers through his hair and scrubbed his face. How bad does it look? To be honest, not a lot better than it did last month. Clive handed him the balance sheet that condensed his blood, sweat, and tears for the last 30 days into 2 sets of numbers. Income and expenses. I'm working on it. The rebrand is almost ready to roll. Kenny pulled out the finalized version of the new logo and a flyer Alice had put together. This is impressive. Clive's eyes scanned the pages. Do you think it will be enough? If I can stop my brother and Rachel from working against me. Kenny hoped he was right. I heard about that. The accountant sat back and looked at Kenny over the rim of his reading glasses. I also heard about the community meeting Miss Doris is organizing. She's making sure everyone on the island knows about it, that's for sure. Kenny had been surprised when the elderly woman had suggested it. And he was impressed with her determination and drive. Hers and Alice's. Let's hope it will work. Clive opened a folder and flipped through the pages. I'll do my part. You've always kept prices fair. To the detriment of your own bottom line, I might add. You'd think that would count for something. Kenny bit back a sigh. Still can't compete with big box prices. Are you sure all of this effort is worth it? Clive asked. What else can I do? Kenny asked. I have to try. There's no way I'll let my brother and Rachel win. Clive nodded. Frank's pushing hard for a sale. He came to see me the other day. He did? Kenny was surprised. His brother had never shown any interest in the family business finances. Not until Megabuild had waved the offer in front of them. Clive nodded. It's not a bad offer. And I'm sure it won't be on the table forever. Kenny was aware of this. The Megabuild rep had made it abundantly clear before he'd left the office. Like I said, I have to try. And if the community meeting isn't enough to make a difference? I'll take it up with the city council. There's got to be something they can do. He knew everyone with a seat. I hope it won't come to that, Clive said before walking him through the bookkeeping reports. Don't take this the wrong way. I hope you pull through. But if you sell, you could at least give your employees a nice severance package. Not ideal, but better than nothing. Hopefully, it won't come to that, Kenny responded, watching the accountant leave his office. He was walking through the store, pleased with the number of people scattered around the space. Hey, boss, Ellie called across a pallet of tiles. Everything go okay? Kenny shrugged, Clive's words replaying in his mind. Wanna talk about it? Ellie walked around to join him. There isn't much to talk about. We've got to attract more customers, or sell. At least. What? Ellie asked when he didn't continue. At least if we sell, I could offer everyone a decent severance package. Something to help you pay the bills until you find another job. He didn't like the way those words felt in his mouth. They tasted of defeat. It would be something. Ellie nodded. You're right. It would be something. Better than nothing, I guess. But what I really want is to keep my job. I like working here. You, Louisa, Nate, and the rest, your family. Kenny swallowed hard, Ellie's words making their way straight into his heart. Besides, this place needs you. Kenny scoffed. I'm serious. Our community needs a trusted place to shop for building supplies and animal feed. What would they do without us? You know those megabuild folks won't carry chick feed and hay cubes, Ellie said. And they need your expert advice and Louisa's talent. Between the two of you, you avoid a home improvement disaster at least once a week. Kenny barked out a laugh. You're not wrong there. See, they need you. I need you. Ellie turned and looked right at him. What are we going to do to keep Palmar Island hardware and feed in business? We're going to go to the community meeting tonight, Kenny said. At least I will. I hope you can come too. I could use the support. I'll be there, Ellie said. Kenny nodded, appreciating it more than she knew. I'd better work on my speech, then. You were amazing. Alice beamed at him as the community meeting wound down. Most of the attendees were leaving. I don't know about that. Kenny raked his fingers through his hair before shoving his hands into the pockets of the gray slacks he'd worn with a crisp white button-down for the occasion. By the way, you look very nice tonight, Alice said. I love the speech and from the looks of it, it's working. I hope you're right. He'd noticed the nods and heard a few snatches of conversations that were making it hard not to get his hopes up. I know I am. The entire community is rallying around us. Around you and the store. They want Palmar Island hardware and feed to stay as much as I do. Her smile was contagious. As was her optimism. You want me to stick around? Alice walked beside him and linked her arm with his. Of course I do. And I think we should take advantage of the way we're dressed. What did you have in mind? He quirked an eyebrow. Dinner at the brick oven? Alice asked. I could eat. Kenny looked around the town hall meeting room one more time, keeping an eye out for Rachel or his brother. Thankfully, she didn't show up. Ready to go? Alice asked, gently pulling him in the direction of the door. He put a hand on her arm. There's something I need to tell you first. Alice turned to look at him. That sounds serious. It is. Kenny swallowed hard. I owe you an apology. For what? Making me swoon while I watched you enchant half the residents of this town, she asked, her eyes twinkling with joy. Kenny chuckled. Hardly. Her eyebrow rose again, higher than the first time. Kenny cleared his throat. She waited, watching him carefully, the spark from a moment ago dimming. I want to apologize for Rachel. Alice looked around the almost empty room. I didn't think she showed up. She didn't. Not today, which is honestly a surprise. He raked his fingers through his hair again. I'm going to make this right. Make what right? Alice turned back to look at him again, eyebrows drawn together. You wouldn't be running into so many stumbling blocks getting your business off the ground if it wasn't for her. And you're only connected to that woman through me. He sighed, wishing things were different. Alice reached across the space between them and put her hand on his chest. It's not your fault. Maybe not, But it wouldn't be happening if we weren't. The smile came back. Stop worrying about it. You're not the one badmouthing me all around town. But if you want to make it up to me. He looked at the woman in front of him, who had come to mean so much to him in such a short amount of time. Anything. Alice linked her arm with his and moved toward the main door. Why don't you start by buying me dinner? When they stepped out into the balmy night air, Kenny moved his arm to put it around her shoulders and pulled her closer. The sun had set while they'd been gathered in the historic building behind them. A cool breeze blew in off the ocean as they made their way across the center square. Warm enough? Kenny asked, ready to offer her his jacket. I am. Alice curled her arm around his waist. This is nice. It is, isn't it? His lips curled up into a smile of their own volition. Something that had been happening more and more often. Enough for his crew at the hardware store to notice. All things considered, we make a pretty good team, Alice said when they reached the center of the green space. During the holiday season, the tall evergreen trees were decorated with lights and colorful bulbs. This time of year, they shone with a more subtle and natural beauty. We do, don't we? Kenny murmured, deep in thought. Yes, and we'll save the store. Alice squeezed him tight. Whatever it takes. And we'll get your calendar filled up with design work, Kenny said, pulling them to a stop. Whatever it takes. Even if I have to go knocking on doors one by one. Alice laughed. Hopefully it won't come to that, but I appreciate the sentiment. You're welcome. He turned to face Alice, the waxing moon slowly rising above them. This island needs you and your unique skills. They just don't realize it yet. Alice's eyes were hooded, a soft smile on her lips. He wasn't sure she'd heard a word he'd said. He lifted his hand and raised her chin, coaxing her to look at him. He waited until he had her full attention. There's something else, he said, his heart pounding in his chest. Having you here, standing by my side, supporting me, it means more than I can tell you. You mean the world to me and I can't imagine Palmar Island without you. It wasn't everything he felt in that heart of his that was galloping at a disturbing speed, but it was a start. Alice stayed quiet for a second or two. He wasn't sure exactly how long the moment of vulnerability stretched. It felt like a small eternity. Then her lips twitched into the most brilliant smile. It reached her eyes and from there shot straight into his. I like you too, Kenny Brown. Good. He pulled her close and dipped his head. His lips brushed across her rose-petal soft ones. A small gasp escaped her that set every nerve in his body on fire. When she raised her head to give him better access, he didn't care where they were or who was watching. He kissed her until they were both breathless. Her eyes looked glazed, and her cheeks were rosy when he leaned back. The cool evening air felt good on his heated skin. That was something, he said, feeling like a teenager making out under the bleachers. That it was. Alice rested her head on his shoulder. He stood there, in the middle of town, holding her as the moon moved across the night sky. Chapter 13. Can I get you a refill? Vanessa, the young barista at the Roasted Bean, asked. Alice looked up from the illustration she'd been working on and smiled. That'd be great. That's beautiful. Vanessa took her empty cup and pointed to the whimsical illustration of tables and tents set up in front of the hardware store. Thanks. I'm playing around with a couple of different concepts, Alice said, appreciating the compliment. What's it for? Vanessa asked, stepping closer and bending her head for a better look. An event at the hardware store. Alice slid the illustration closer. Would this grab your attention if you saw it on a flyer or a poster? Absolutely. When's the event? Vanessa asked. I'll be there. It's not set in stone yet, but I'll let you know the moment we decide to hold it. Alice beamed up at the young woman. Please do. Vanessa walked off with her empty cup, and Alice returned her attention to the pencil sketch. By the time the barista returned with a fresh steaming mug of light roasted coffee, Alice was contemplating copy for the sign. Can I ask you something? Vanessa put the thick porcelain cup in front of her, away from the papers she had scattered across the small bistro table. They held notes and sketches about everything she and Kenny had discussed to turn the fate of Palmar Island hardware and feed around. Based on what she'd observed at the meeting last night and her gut feeling, she'd settled on a set of DIY workshops and the maker's market. The latter was what had occupied most of her focus this morning. Of course. Alice returned her attention to the woman in front of her. This market. Can anyone put up a stall? Vanessa asked, her eyes guarded. That's the idea. Alice tapped her fingers on the sketch. Anyone with something handmade to offer. Like a craft fair. Nice. I might have something to contribute. She pointed to her ears. A pair of small, dangling earrings graced them. Alice straightened for a better look. Delicate silver moons dangled from tiny hoops. You made those? Vanessa nodded, her face lighting up with pride. They are beautiful. Count me in as your first customer, Alice said. If we can pull off the market. Vanessa laughed. Thanks. And you'd better. I'll be spending my nights building up stock. Alice smiled, the other woman's enthusiasm fueling her own. It's a deal. Let's make it happen. Enjoy your coffee. Vanessa rushed back behind the counter and Alice lost herself in her work. Hey there, stranger, a familiar voice said. Alice looked up and into the eyes of her best friend. Emma. What are you doing here? I saw you through the window and thought I'd stop in. Mind if I join you? Emma pulled up a chair and sat down. Do you have to ask? Alice gathered her pages into a neat pile before sliding them into the manila folder she'd designated for this part of the hardware store project. Emma grinned. Trying to be polite. Whatcha working on? Something for a new client? Alice shook her head and slid her sketch for the maker's market across the table. It's for the hardware store. Ah. Emma picked the paper up and studied it for a moment. Not bad. It's a rough draft. Something new we're trying. Think craft fair in the parking lot, Alice said. I like it. Emma returned her attention to Alice. Is that the reason you're glowing? Alice tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear, warmth creeping into her cheeks. What are you talking about? You know full well what I'm talking about. You have that look. Emma's eyes roamed across her face, doing little to make Alice feel more comfortable. I haven't seen that look since John asked you out to junior prom. Alice laughed. That was ages ago. I completely forgot about him. Do you know what he's up to these days? Married with 3 kids, Emma said, waving her off. Don't change the subject. What has you in such a good mood? A certain hardware store owner? Alice cleared her throat. The meeting last night went really well. We got a lot of positive feedback. Emma's expression morphed from teasing to serious in an instant. I'm sorry I couldn't make it. Don't worry about it. There's plenty of support from all sorts of residents. She'd been surprised when she'd walked into the packed space. You know I'm here for you. For both of you. Happy to help in any way I can, Emma said. I might take you up on that. Alice pulled out her notes for the workshops she'd been brainstorming. Please do. How would you feel about running a DIY workshop at the store? Alice asked. It would have to be on a Saturday. Probably morning. What kind of workshop? Emma looked at her, eyebrow raised. I was thinking something along the lines of the tile mosaic you did for the backsplash in your kitchen. Alice had seen it and it was a piece of art. Sure, I can do that. Nothing much to it, though. Alice laughed. Once you've figured it out. I'm not sure I could do it. Thus the need for a workshop. You've got it, sister. Anything to help an old friend. Emma grinned and stole a sip of Alice's coffee. Speaking of old friends, how are things with you and Kenny? Alice looked around, making sure no one she knew was in earshot. Or paying attention to their conversation. She leaned across the table and lowered her voice. We kissed. When? Where? How was it? Emma rapid-fired the questions at her, not bothering to take a breath. Alice felt a faint shadow of the butterflies she'd felt last night return. Last night. In the town square. Emma made a rolling motion with her hand. It was nice, Alice said, her heart beating faster and her face feeling like it was about to spontaneously combust. She regretted passing on one of the iced coffee concoctions she'd spotted on the board behind the counter. Emma cleared her throat and repeated the motion. Details, please. What do you want me to tell you? Alice lowered her voice to a whisper. It was something else. Soft and firm. Giving me shivers in the best possible ways. While lighting a fire that had been dormant far too long deep inside her. But that wasn't a conversation she was about to have in a coffee shop. Toe curling? Emma asked, her eyes blazing. Definitely. Alice felt the grin spread across her face. I'm guessing it's an experience you'd like to repeat. Uh-huh. As soon as possible, as far as Alice was concerned. Good for you. Emma sat back and took another sip of coffee. Alice giggled. She didn't remember the last time she'd made that particular sound. Emma raised an eyebrow. You're falling for him, aren't you? Alice contemplated the question for a moment. I think I am. Fast and hard. Emma grinned. Don't look so scared. This is a good thing. I hope you're right. Trust me, it is. If nothing else, it means that you're staying on the island, right? Emma focused her gaze on Alice. I'm warming up to the idea, she hedged. In truth, it was becoming harder and harder to imagine anything else. This place felt like home. Again. I'll drink to that. Emma raised her coffee cup. Alice did the same, feeling more excited than ever at the prospect of staying on Palmar Island. A warm fuzzy feeling spread through her entire body along with the hot coffee until she looked up and watched Rachel walk into the roasted bean. Is Kenny around? Alice asked when she walked into the hardware store. The cashier turned and pointed to the left side of the building. Try aisle 9. Last I saw him, he was going to restock the hinges. Or I can page him for you. She picked up a phone receiver. That's okay. I'll see if he's back there. Alice strode off and spotted the man who had kissed her senseless the moment she rounded the corner into the aisle. Hey, what are you doing here? Kenny looked pleasantly surprised to see her. He stepped closer and leaned in, giving her a quick peck on the cheek. I thought you could use some lunch. Alice held up the bag from Mary's diner. Any chance you can take a break? Kenny laughed. For one of Mary's dishes? Always. He put a hand on his stomach and Alice thought she heard the faintest bit of a grumble. It's nothing special, she said. A couple of fried chicken sandwiches and some fries. Don't let Mary hear you talking about her food like that, Kenny said with a wink. He held his hand out for the bag. Besides, when was the last time you had one of those? Alice shrugged. She couldn't remember if they'd been on the menu back in the day. You don't know what you're missing, then. Kenny took the food from her and held out his hand. Alice took it and followed him out a back door and to a small fenced-in area that held a picnic table, a sun umbrella, and a few random lawn chairs. Let's eat. Kenny dug out their sandwiches, fries, and the 2 iced teas Mary had tucked into the bag. The cups were wrapped in napkins to soak up the condensation and keep the ice from melting too fast. Alice climbed over the bench on her side of the table and sat down. I'm thinking it's a good thing I brought lunch. Definitely. Kenny slid her food and drink toward her before joining her, wasting no time opening the container and shoving a couple of fries into his mouth. She had to admit that the food tasted delicious, and the fried chicken was crispy and golden brown. This isn't bad. Kenny scoffed. It's the best chicken sandwich you've had in quite some time, and you know it. I don't know. Alice picked up a couple of fries and dipped them in ketchup. There's this little place on the south end of Houston. Fine. Best chicken sandwich this side of the Mississippi. Kenny grinned and took another large bite. She could get used to this. The banter, the flirting, and most of all, the company. When they finished their meal and Kenny made an impressive impression of Whiskers when he found a sunny spot in the living room after finishing a can of his favorite food, Alice pulled her purse out from under the table. "I had another reason to come here." "You did?" Kenny's eyes were half shut and he sounded sleepy. "I came to show you these." Alice held out a small stack of papers she'd picked up from the print shop on the mainland less than an hour ago. "What do you think?" She waited for him to sit up and pull one of the pages toward him. She watched his face carefully as his gaze roamed across the flyers for the crafts and cogs makers market. "This looks so much better than the pictures you sent me yesterday." Kenny's eyes were still glued to the print. "I'm glad. Especially since I had 500 of them printed. I love them." "Can you leave them here?" "I'll start passing them out to customers," Kenny said. "Tell you what," Alice said. "I'll do you one better. I'm planning on distributing them all over town." "You don't have to do that." Kenny gave her his full attention and pulled the flyers closer. "I know, but I was planning on taking a stroll around Main Street. Might as well hang these up." She reached across the table, but Kenny put his large hands over the pages. "I can do that after work." She raised an eyebrow. "I'll be there anyway." Alice held her hand out for the flyers. Kenny watched her carefully. When she didn't blink, he sighed and cut the stack of papers in half. Alice took the larger of the two stacks and shoved it back into her bag. "I should let you get back to work. I'll walk you to your car." Kenny rose and held out his hand. Alice watched him wave when she pulled out of the parking lot to head to the center of town. True to her word, she hung up flyers all over town. Chloe stuck one in her largest display window and Mary let her hang it next to the diner's entrance. She left a stack of them with Mitch, and Vanessa promised to pin one of them in a good spot on the community bulletin board that was a new addition to the popular coffee shop. Her last stop was the small grocery store that sat several rows back from Main Street. Alice spoke to the manager and got permission to tape flyers on each set of doors. She was busy putting up the last one when something caught her attention out of the corner of her eye. "Cute, but if you ask me, all of this is a huge waste of time and effort." Rachel walked up beside her, high heels clicking their staccato beat on the linoleum floor. The sliding doors closed, stopping the humid hot air from rushing into the store. "How so?" Alice carefully guarded her expression, not giving the other woman the satisfaction of seeing how much she was pushing her buttons. Rachel's lips twitched into something that was far too cruel to be called a smile. "Because Mega Build Warehouse is going to move in no matter what you do. Some little craft fair won't change that. Big box stores are the future, and the quicker everyone realizes that, the better." "I don't think that's true," Alice said. "And neither does Kenny." Rachel didn't look fazed. "Oh, he's coming around, no matter what stories he's telling you. That man knows what's good for him." "If you say so." Alice shrugged. "I do." Rachel stepped closer. "Kenny will be a lot better off in Arizona. With me." "I seriously doubt that." Alice turned to walk away. "That's because you don't know what's best for him. Do you have any idea how much easier his life would be if he wasn't tied to the store? When he sells, he's set for life. Kenny won't have to work another day." Alice spun around and glared at the woman in front of her. "That's what this is really about, isn't it? The money from this sale." Rachel shrugged, not looking the least bit fazed. "It wouldn't hurt." Alice watched her walk out the door and across the parking lot, too stunned to stop her. "She's something else, isn't she?" a familiar voice said, accompanied by the soft rattling sound of a shopping cart. Alice looked up and into the eyes of Miss Doris. The cart was loaded with bags full of groceries. "That she is. And completely wrong." Miss Doris shook her head, silvery curls moving like waves rolling up onto the sandy beach not far from here. Alice swallowed and shook her head. "She is." Miss Doris nodded for emphasis. "Don't give up. You're the one doing the right thing." "Am I?" Alice turned to look at the flyer taped to the door. Maybe Rachel was right. How could a craft fair possibly save the store? Miss Doris reached over and squeezed her arm. You are. You and Kenny both. I hope you're right. Alice appreciated the vote of confidence. Miss Doris returned her hand to the cart and pushed it through the sliding glass doors. I am. And you should stop listening to Rachel. The doors slid closed and Alice's phone buzzed in her pocket. She pulled it out, feeling the momentary doubt after her encounter with Rachel dissipate. This was going to work. She was going to make it work. Opening her email app, she skimmed the messages. Several of them were from local businesses, including one from a local event planner who mentioned that she came highly recommended. Chapter 14. It's coming together. Alice beamed with excitement and squeezed his hand a little harder as they walked around the section of the parking lot that was dedicated to Palmar Island's first crafts and cogs makers market. Kenny, you don't happen to have a spare adjustable wrench to tighten this down? Max, a middle-aged man setting up a white canopy in one of the spots, called. I think I can find one of those for you. Kenny grinned and reluctantly let go of Alice's hand. I'll be right back. You'd better. Alice turned and waved before heading off to rescue Miss Doris and her friends, who were struggling with a tablecloth in the stiff breeze blowing in from the ocean. He was halfway to the store when he spotted Louisa helping Chloe, the owner of the Happy Florist, set up her display. You don't happen to have an adjustable wrench on you? He asked Louisa. Of course I do. Why do you ask? Louisa eyed him suspiciously over her reading glasses. Max needs help with the canopy he's setting up for his wife, Kenny said, holding out his hand. I'll bring it right back. Right. Louisa kept screwing a hook into a piece of wood that was part of the florist's display. Why don't I head on over there myself? That man doesn't know his miter saw from a circular saw. Kenny chuckled. Louisa grew quite attached to her tools, and he wasn't surprised at her reluctance to lend them out. Works for me. I think I can take it from here, Chloe said, hanging a glass bulb filled with mosses and succulents on the hook. What exactly are these? Kenny asked, picking up a glass bottle filled with similar items. A piece of cork sealed the vessel. They are terrariums. The idea is to have an entire mini ecosystem in a container like this. They are mostly self-sufficient and have very low maintenance. All you do is add a bit of water every once in a blue moon. Chloe held up a larger glass container that held a stone house and several small figurines, in addition to the plants. They're pretty. Kenny put the bottle down. Neat idea and very creative. Chloe smiled. Thanks. Let's hope the rest of the folks think so too. I'm sure they will. He made a mental note to come back once the market opened and grab something for Alice's studio. Good luck today. Chloe laughed. Thanks. I'm going to need it after everything I put into this. He strolled off to rejoin Alice, taking in the stands as he moved along. Chloe wasn't the only one who'd gone all out. The residents of Palmar Island had outdone themselves, showcasing their art and craftsmanship in a variety of different ways. There you are. Have you seen the cutting boards and handmade spoons Simon Johnson has on display? Alice asked when he found her standing next to Miss Doris. The tablecloth was spread across two folding tables. One half held baked goods, the other was scattered with tea towels, pot holders, and soup bowl cozies, all handmade by the group of women gathered around them. I haven't. He smiled when she stepped next to him and linked her arm with his. They finished their stroll around the market, and by the time they made it back around, it was time for him to officially open the community event. The crowd poured in and didn't show any signs of slowing down as the sun rose higher and higher in the sky. I think we can call this a success, Alice said, handing him an ice water. You're not wrong. The event had drawn more people than he could have hoped for, and quite a few of them had visited the store in addition to the market. And it's all thanks to you. Alice's cheeks turned pink and a small smile spread across her beautiful face. It was a team effort. Maybe so, but the idea was yours, And I don't think the market would have gotten as much attention as it did without your tireless efforts. He leaned back and pulled out the terrarium, suspended from a piece of sturdy twine that he'd picked up from Chloe's stand. What's this? Alice held it up, looking at the arrangement of plants and stones inside. A little something to show my appreciation, Kenny said. I thought it would look nice in your studio. And I can hang it up where Whiskers can't knock it off. Alice held the small glass vessel higher, the contents sparkling in the bright light of the midday sun. Kenny grinned. That was the idea. Alice kissed him on the cheek. Thank you. I should go put this in my car. I'll be right back. As he watched her walk off to the Subaru parked on the far end of the lot, he noticed a guy in a dark suit and tie that looked out of place strolling toward him. Can I help you? Kenny asked as the man approached. He looked like he was in his mid to late 20s. Younger than he'd looked from a distance. The man held out his hand. Eric Miller with Megabuild Warehouse. We heard about today's event and thought we'd check it out. We? Kenny asked. My boss asked me to stop by. Eric's confident smile morphed into something slightly embarrassed. Good turnout. It is, isn't it? Kenny looked at the hustle and bustle around him when he caught a glimpse of his brother. Frank was making his way toward them. Eric let out a nervous laugh. Guess you're working hard to drive up the price. Kenny's head snapped back to face the Megabuild representative. Excuse me? I get it, man. Eric adjusted his tie. Might as well make sure you end up with enough to never have to work another day. It's a smart move. I think it's time for you to leave. Kenny felt anger rising in his chest. How dare this kid think this was anything but him doing everything in his power to save the store? To save his heritage. Eric, I didn't know you were coming in today. Frank practically ran up and pulled the man away. Let you and me have a talk and see if we can straighten out whatever this is. Kenny didn't like the expression on his brother's face. What's up with those two? Louisa asked, approaching from the opposite direction. I'm not sure. Nothing good from the looks of it, she said. He couldn't agree more. There you are. Rachel stalked toward him from behind one of the booths that held various hand-knitted items. What are you doing here? He stared at the woman who was doing everything in her power to talk him into selling the store. What he couldn't figure out was why. And why was she trying so hard to win him back? They both knew it would never work. They hadn't been right for each other when they were dating, and they certainly weren't right for each other now. Besides, he had plans with a certain someone else. His eyes roamed the market for a sign of Alice. He spotted her helping Chloe, whose booth was particularly well visited. I'm checking out this little event of yours. She flipped her hair back and fluttered her eyelashes. Not a bad turnout. Kenny reluctantly returned his attention to her. I'm happy with it. Are you, though? Rachel asked. Or maybe the better question is, should you be? Kenny crossed his arms and drew his eyebrows together. The parking lot may be packed, but from where I'm standing, the store is pretty much empty. Rachel pointed to the building. She wasn't wrong. Some people had stopped in, especially earlier in the day, but the vast majority of the people gathered were too busy checking out the market stalls to head inside. Today is for the community, he said. Rachel shook her head, hair moving in a gentle wave. She took a step forward and put a hand on his crossed arms. Kenny, I need you to listen to me. Giving the store up is the right move. It's time to do what's right for you. That's what I'm trying to do here. But you're not. She looked deep into his eyes. I'm what's right for you, honey. I always have been and always will be. He scoffed and took 2 steps back. I'm sorry it took me a while to figure it out. She moved to his side and slid her arm into his. Sell the store and come to Arizona with me. It's time. No more lying awake at night, worrying about bills. No more filling in for employees who don't show up. We can leave as soon as the sale goes through. Kenny removed her arm and turned to face her. I appreciate the concern, but I need you to listen to me. I know what I'm doing. And I have no intention of selling the store. Rachel put a hand on her hip and glared at him. Don't try to play games with me. I won't be around much longer, you know. Kenny nodded. Good. I don't expect you to be. And I'm not playing games. Never have, never will. It's not my style. Something she should have figured out by now. You don't know what you're missing, Rachel said with a forced smile. I do. And I know what I want. Kenny took a deep breath. He didn't enjoy being this blunt, but he needed her to understand his intentions without a shadow of a doubt. I know exactly what I want, and it isn't you. Rachel took a step back, her eyes growing wide with disbelief. I'm staying here on Palmar Island, and I'll continue to do everything in my power to save this store. That's a huge mistake, Rachel bit out. I know you don't get it, and that's okay. Kenny was surprised by the relief that flooded through him. This is so much more than a small family business. It's my heritage and a legacy I will preserve for the next generation of Browns. Rachel shook her head more violently. I'm telling you, it's a mistake and one you'll come to regret quickly. Kenny shrugged. You either come with me to Arizona or we're through. He waited. I'm serious. If I leave now, this is it. No second chances. You'll lose me forever. Kenny looked at her. Rachel blinked. They stood there for a moment, looking at each other before she stepped closer, her voice dropping to a whisper. You think you've won something here, don't you? Rachel's smile turned cold. You have no idea what you're up against, Kenny. This isn't over. Kenny frowned. What's that supposed to mean? It means, Rachel said, straightening her shoulders and speaking louder, that you're making a mistake you'll regret. And when you do, don't come crying to me. She turned and walked toward her car, but Kenny noticed she pulled out her phone before she even reached it. He watched her pace beside the vehicle, speaking urgently to someone for several minutes before finally getting in and driving away. Everything okay? A familiar voice asked softly. He turned and looked into Alice's warm hazel eyes, so different from the pair of icy blue ones that had stared at him with nothing but disapproval moments ago. Couldn't be better. Alice tilted her head. I heard part of that conversation. Are you sure this is what you want? He smiled at the woman who'd become more important to him than even he'd realized and pulled her close. I haven't been more sure of anything in my life. There isn't a single shred of doubt in my mind or my heart. Rachel and I have been over for a long time. If we ever were anything more than two lonely people looking for company. Alice wrapped her arm around his waist, molding herself to his side. No regrets? None. Rachel isn't right for me. She never was. He turned his head and soaked in the scent of her. Alice smelled of sunshine and joy. What I want is right here, beside me. Alice laughed. The hardware store? The store, Kenny said with a chuckle. And you. He leaned down and kissed the tip of her nose. In that case, we'll do whatever it takes to keep the store in business, Alice said, her words echoing his earlier ones. She turned and wrapped her arms around his neck. When she raised her head to face him, he kissed her, loving the feeling of having someone by his side. Someone as determined as he was to make it happen. And they would do it. There wasn't a doubt in his heart about that either. Together, they could do anything. Chapter 15. Good morning, honey, her dad said when he walked into the kitchen. What's got your attention glued to that phone of yours today? Alice looked up and turned her screen to face him. Pictures from the Maker's Market yesterday. Sorry, I didn't make it. Her dad poured himself a cup of coffee before joining her at the kitchen table. Looks like you had a nice turnout. She flipped through the images in quick succession, giving him a glimpse of the event at the hardware store. It went well. Better than expected, actually. I'm happy for you. Her dad took a sip of his coffee and walked off. And for the shop owners. I'm sure they all appreciated the extra exposure. Too bad it's a one-time thing. It doesn't have to be, Alice called after him, contemplating his words. Small businesses were struggling. They didn't have the big marketing budgets and national recognition chain stores enjoyed. It was one of the reasons businesses like Megabuild could swoop in and buy them out. She stared at the images on her phone. She had more than enough here to create a series of social media posts to keep the buzz and the publicity going. Alice refilled her cup and wandered into her office. An hour later, she had dozens of posts scheduled across multiple platforms, with the first set already live. Wherever possible, she tagged small business owners like Chloe from the Happy Florist downtown, or Ella, the potter she'd had the pleasure of meeting at yesterday's event. Grabbing a fresh notebook from her desk drawer, Alice brainstormed other ways to support small businesses on the island. There had to be more they could do. More than the annual Makers Market. By the time her phone rang, she had filled 2 pages with notes. "Alice Baker, how can I help you?" she said automatically. "I saw a couple of your posts," Emma said. "Sorry I had to dip out early. Sky did an amazing job finishing up for me, though." "No worries." Alice couldn't blame her best friend for missing the market. "It turned out well. A bunch more people showed up after you left. Looking at these photos, I know you're right. I can't wait for the next one." Emma was speaking fast, the excitement carrying through the phone wedged between Alice's shoulder and ear. "I have some pieces ready to go." "I bet you do." Alice grinned. "Do you have a sec? There's something I want to run by you." "Of course." "I don't have anywhere to be for a couple of hours," Emma said. "Maybe I'm crazy, but I'd love to get the word out about small businesses right here on Palmar Island. I've been playing around with a shop local campaign. Make all of this about more than the hardware store." Alice glanced through her notes. "I can think of at least 10 other businesses that could use some extra exposure. Here's what I'm thinking." She quickly ran through her list, shooting off ideas and jotting down new ones as she talked. "I think it's a great idea," Emma said, sounding as excited as Alice felt. "And I think you're right. The businesses could use the help." Her voice trailed off. "But?" Alice asked, sensing her friend's hesitation. "I think you should talk to Kenny about all of this. He's the small business expert and it will affect him directly," Emma said. "I'm sure he could give you much better feedback than I can." Alice laughed, relief flooding through her. "Don't worry, that's the plan. I'm meeting him for lunch." She glanced at the clock on the wall. She'd have to hurry if she didn't want to keep him waiting. "Great. I can't wait to hear what the two of you come up with," Emma said before wrapping up their call. By the time Alice made it to Mary's diner, his truck was sitting in the parking lot and Kenny was waiting for her inside. Alice slid into the opposite side of the booth, basking in the huge smile that spread across the man's face the moment he spotted her. "Sorry I'm late. Just got here myself," Kenny said. "Ready for lunch?" "More than ready." Alice tucked a strand of her hair behind her ear before opening the menu. She hadn't realized how hungry she was until the tantalizing scents that filled the popular diner surrounded her. "What sounds good?" "I hope you don't mind, but I ordered burgers, fries, and milkshakes," Kenny said, his lips twitching up in a half-smile that distracted her from her grumbling stomach. "You did?" Alice didn't hide her surprise. "I hope those are still your favorites." Kenny sat back and studied her carefully, the smile vanishing from his face. "They are." Alice smiled. "I can't believe you remember that from way back then." Kenny blinked and blushed. Alice leaned in for a better look. The man was having trouble looking her in the eye and fidgeting in his seat. "I had help," he finally admitted. "From whom?" Alice looked around as if the answer could be found among the other patrons of the eatery. "Mary." Kenny took the menu she wouldn't need and flipped through it. "That's sweet. I'm surprised she remembers." Alice sat back and relaxed. She was equally amused and impressed that he'd gone through the trouble of figuring out her favorites. "I think she remembers every single order anyone has placed since the day they opened," Kenny said. Alice laughed. "You know what? I don't doubt that. At the very least, she knew the favorites of all her regulars." And back in the day, Alice had been one of them. She looked forward to coming back here on a regular basis again. Maybe with a slight change in her standing order. Only teenagers got away with daily milkshakes. You wanted to run something by me? Kenny asked, referencing the text she'd sent him this morning. I do. Alice rummaged through her purse and pulled out the pages she'd torn from her notebook. She unfolded them and smoothed the lined paper out across the table. Remember how we talked about doing something to encourage folks to shop local? At the park, Kenny said, following her train of thought. He craned his head, trying to read the scribbles on the page. Alice turned the paper and slid it his way. I think we can tap into some of the buzz and momentum we built with the Makers Market. I have a bunch of ideas, but the easiest would be a social media campaign and a print magazine highlighting this area, our history, and, of course, small businesses that have been here forever. Like Mary's Diner, for example. I like the sound of that, Mary said, arriving with a large tray that held their order. 2 cheeseburgers, fries, and a couple of shakes. Peanut butter chocolate one is yours, I assume. It is. Alice wrapped her hands around the frosty glass and took a sip. It was as decadent as she remembered. Thank you, Mary, Kenny said. Let me run something by you, if you have a minute. When the older woman nodded, he shared the specifics of what they'd discussed. I like it. I don't know much about all this social media stuff, but if you print up some flyers or posters like you did for the market, I'm happy to put them up, Mary said. I can do that. And I can help get you set up on social media and show you the ropes if you'd like. Alice had noticed the diner's lack of presence on the popular platforms when she was trying to tag them earlier today. That'd be nice. Mary didn't look convinced. Great. We'll get it done, Alice said, picking up a fry cooked to a golden crisp and covered in the perfect amount of salt. And I'll bring some flyers as soon as I have them. I guess that means we're doing this, Kenny said, raising his milkshake when Mary left. Guess so. Alice grinned and clinked her thick glass against his. Alice, I'm going to need another stack of flyers when you get the chance, Mary said when she ran into her a little more than a week later on Main Street. Gone already? Alice was stunned. Mary nodded and patted her arm. They're flying off the counter as fast as my fried dill pickles. Alice laughed. That's saying something. I'll bring some by this afternoon. Wonderful. I'll have a milkshake ready and waiting. Mary waved and strode off. Alice continued her walk along Main Street, noticing signs about their Shop Small campaign all over the place. On a whim, she stepped into the Happy Florist. Alice, what can I do for you? Chloe stepped out from behind the counter, holding a large bundle of gladiolus in a rainbow of colors. I'm looking for something to brighten up my dad's place. Alice looked at the colorful flowers. Chloe smiled and held them up. Something like this? Alice chuckled. Maybe a little too bright. What about sunflowers? I have a fresh shipment of them in the back. Give me 2 seconds. Chloe put the flowers in a large vase in a display case. No rush. Alice looked around the store. Fragrant blooms and stunning bouquets were on display everywhere. And I'm happy with the ones over here. Chloe looked at the bucket of sunflowers Alice was pointing at. That's sweet of you, but I can do better than those. She vanished into the back room, her voice carrying through the open door. I owe you big time. This Shop Small thing you're doing is working wonders for business. I'm glad, Alice called out, noticing the stack of flyers on the counter next to the cash register. One of the posters she'd designed for the campaign was taped to the inside of the glass door. I appreciate everything you're doing to share those social media posts. Chloe laughed. You're welcome. It's making my life easier. I don't have to come up with every single piece of online content myself. Sounds like those posts are doing their job, then. Alice leaned against the counter. Chloe returned with a bundle of sunflowers that were worthy of their name. They were bright and cheery, the green stems and leaves more vibrant than those of their counterparts in the silver bucket. What do you think? Something like this? Perfect. They would do wonders to cheer up her father. How could they not? It was like bringing a bit of warm summer sunshine inside, no matter how gray the day was, or how much they both missed her mother. Is there anything else I can get you? Chloe asked while artfully wrapping the bouquet in cellophane. That's it. Alice dug in her purse and pulled out her wallet. Chloe waved her off. These are on me. Least I could do. Are you sure? Alice held out her credit card. I'm positive. You've sent so much extra business my way this past week. I've had the best sales since wedding season. Chloe handed her the bouquet. I'm glad it's working, and I'm sure a lot of it has to do with that beautiful display at the Maker's Market. Alice cradled the sunflowers, excited to surprise her dad with them. It was a lot of fun, Chloe said. Speaking of which, I saw that Rachel is still up to her old tricks. Alice felt her heart beat faster at the mention of the woman who'd been nothing but a thorn in her side since day one. What do you mean? I ran into her at the coffee shop yesterday. She was spreading rumors about the Shop Local campaign, Chloe said. She even tried to convince Mitch that it's all a scam and you're only doing this for personal gain. You've got to be kidding me. Alice didn't know what to say. What personal gain? Chloe shrugged. Something about you setting all this up and then expecting payment for your services. You should have seen Mitch's face. I hope he didn't fall for it, Alice said, reminding herself to breathe. Of course not. He read her the riot act, Chloe grinned. I was waiting for him to throw her out of the roasted bean. In front of everyone. Wait, Alice said, frowning. If Mitch didn't believe her, who did? I've been getting rejections left and right. Chloe's expression grew uncomfortable. Well, she's been saying she has inside information. That she's close to the Brown family. What kind of inside information? Something about Kenny not really being happy with your work but being too polite to say anything. And? Chloe hesitated. She claims Frank told her the whole rebranding thing is just Kenny being stubborn, that he's planning to sell anyway. Alice felt a chill run down her spine. Frank told her that? That's what she says. The weird thing is, Chloe continued, she seemed almost frantic about it. Like she was under some kind of deadline or pressure. She kept checking her phone and when it buzzed, she got this worried look on her face. Alice frowned. That is weird. Why would she care so much about my business? Right? It's not like she lives here or has any stake in what happens on the island. Alice shook her head. Are you going to confront her? Chloe asked. Call her out on what she's doing? Alice shook her head. I tried that. Didn't do any good. We can't let her get away with this, Chloe said. You should do something. We should do something. Anything. Any ideas? All we can do is what we've been doing. Keep spreading the word about shopping small, shopping local. Alice adjusted the flowers in her arms and dropped her wallet back into her purse. And then count on the fact that truth speaks louder than rumors. You're a better person than I am. Chloe pulled out her phone. But I hear you. And I'll do what I can. Starting with another post or 5. Her thumbs flew across the bottom of the screen. Thanks. Alice waved goodbye and left the store. With each step, her resolve grew. She was going to outsmart Rachel, but without stooping to the other woman's level. Instead, she'd ignore her. The less attention any of them gave Rachel, the better. Sooner or later, she'd have no choice but to pack her bags and head back to where she'd come from. At least that's what Alice hoped would happen. But something nagged at her about what Chloe had said. Why would Frank be feeding Rachel information to use against her and Kenny? And why did Rachel seem so desperate? The cheerful ringing of her phone pulled Alice out of her dark thoughts as she got into her car. She carefully placed the flowers on the passenger seat before answering Kenny's call. Do you have any plans tonight? He asked. Alice smiled, her mood improving with each heartbeat. Why? Do you have something in mind? I would love to take you out to dinner, Kenny said. I'm thinking pizza at the brick oven, a nice bottle of wine. Alice could see it in her mind's eye. The two of them tucked into the little table in the back corner, not far from the brick oven that gave the establishment its name. Low light, soft music, the light of a single candle flickering between them. Sounds perfect. That's the answer I was hoping for. Kenny sounded relieved. After the day I'm having, that's exactly what I need. Alice sighed. More trouble finding clients? Kenny asked, his tone changing from happy to concerned. Nothing like that and nothing I can't deal with, Alice assured him. Actually, can I ask you something? Has Frank said anything to you about not being happy with my work on the rebranding? What? No, of course not. Why would you ask that? Alice hesitated. Rachel's been telling people that Frank told her you're just being polite about my work, and that you're planning to sell anyway. The silence on the other end of the line stretched so long Alice wondered if the call had dropped. Kenny? I'm here, he said, his voice tight. Frank hasn't said anything like that to me. And you know how I feel about your work. I do. Something about the whole thing feels off. They chatted for a few more minutes as she made her way back to the house she grew up in. She pulled into the driveway and shut off the engine, surprised that she didn't want the phone call to end. I'm looking forward to dinner, Kenny said. It's been nice having someone to share a meal with. It is, isn't it? Alice thought about how much had changed these past few weeks. It's nice to have someone to talk to. Especially in times like these. Times like these? Kenny asked. A chair creaked, and she imagined him relaxing into the ancient peace that sat behind his desk. Starting over, Alice said. Figuring out what we want in life and going after it. He was quiet for a few breaths. It's something, isn't it? Starting over at our age? It is. Alice's heart beat faster. A little scary, if I'm perfectly honest. I know what you mean. Kenny's voice grew softer, making it almost hard to hear. Are you having second thoughts? No, not at all. Alice wished she was having this conversation face to face. To look him in the eye and make sure that he understood how serious she was about this. Whatever this between them was, exactly. I like where this is going. Where we are going. Kenny let out a soft sigh. Me too. I'll pick you up at 7. I can't wait, Alice said and meant it. The future looked bright, like the flowers she was carrying inside. But as she walked to the front door, she couldn't shake the feeling that something darker was brewing beneath the surface. Chapter 16. Can I help you find something? Kenny asked the young mother of two who was maneuvering through the lighting department with her girls. Thank you, we're fine, the mother said with a smile. We're getting mermaid night lights, one of the littles piped up. That sounds exciting. Kenny waved and moved on, surprised by how busy the store was. He saw more customers walking the aisles of the store than he had since the day of the Maker's Market. Making his rounds, he checked in with each of his employees and grabbed a pallet of grout for Louisa. This is fun, isn't it? Ellie called when he jumped behind the customer service counter to handle a return. It is. Kenny tucked the returned screwdriver in the bin behind him. At this rate, we'll have to hire more people. Is that even possible? Ellie asked. Will you be able to make payroll? Kenny nodded. I can and we will. Let me know if you can think of someone who would make a good addition to the team. Will do, boss. The smile on Ellie's face put an extra pep in his step. Sophie, let me help you with that. Kenny rushed over and took the 50-pound bag from her, placing it onto the nearby cart. Thanks. That flock of backyard chickens is trying to eat me out of house and home. Sophie shook her head, but didn't look like she minded at all. One of these is all you need? Kenny asked. Sophie nodded. And I can take it from here. You look like you're as busy as my place is. No need. I'll walk you out. He pushed the cart and Sophie fell into step beside him. The book nook is doing well, then? Business is great. And not just at the bookstore. Chloe is having record sales, and Simon and I had to wait half an hour for a table at Mary's diner on Friday night. Everyone I've been talking to says business is up. And it's all thanks to you and Alice. Kenny cleared his throat. I don't know about all that. Could be the season or the economy. He hoped it wasn't a temporary fluke. Trust me, it's you and her. Sophie's smile widened. Even Clive thinks so. He's impressed with the shop local marketing Alice is doing. It's working. That's high praise. The accountant who happened to also be Sophie's father-in-law was a hard man to please. It is. He's recommending her to all his clients. Sophie laughed. If Clive says it's working, it's working. If you say so. He enjoyed the feeling of warmth spreading through his chest at the thought of Alice being behind the sudden good fortune of small businesses all over the island. It took him a second to pinpoint what the feeling was. Pride. You really don't need to help me with this. I can manhandle this baby into my trunk with no problem, Sophie said after paying for her purchase. Won't hear of it. Kenny took over the cart and lifted the bag into her car with pride-fueled energy. Have an awesome day. You too. Sophie waved, and Kenny made his way back to the store. Kenny was heading back inside when he spotted a familiar figure near the loading dock. Frank stood with his back to the store, phone pressed to his ear, his voice carrying just enough for Kenny to catch fragments. Not working, she's making things worse, need to do something. Frank turned suddenly and spotted Kenny watching. His face flushed as he quickly ended the call. Hey, Kenny. Just, checking on the kids' soccer schedule with Nora. Kenny studied his brother's flustered expression. Everything okay? You look stressed. Fine. Just busy. Frank shoved his phone in his pocket. Store looks busy too. Maybe too busy for your own good. The comment struck Kenny as odd, but before he could ask what Frank meant, his brother was already walking away. Excuse me, are you the manager? A middle-aged woman in jeans and sneakers asked. I am. No need to tell her he was also the owner of Palmar Island Hardware and Feed. What can I do for you? She pushed the screen of her phone up to his face. Can you match this? Kenny squinted and looked at what he saw. It was a digital coupon from Megabuild Warehouse offering a 30% discount on the entire purchase, valid through the rest of the week. He closed his eyes, considering for a moment. If he honored this coupon, he'd have to do the same for everyone else, with no way to track the use of the coupon to ensure it would only be used once. Considering his profit margin was barely above the value of the coupon, there was no way he could do that and stay in business. No need to check with Clive to know this was a bad idea. Well? Will you honor it, or do I take my business elsewhere? The woman asked, a hand on her hip. I'm sorry, but we don't accept competitors' coupons, Kenny said, keeping his voice friendly. Company policy. That said, I'd be happy. Never mind then. Your loss. The woman shoved her phone in her back pocket and stalked off. Kenny was still wondering if he'd made a mistake by the time Alice called. What's wrong? She asked a moment into their conversation. It's nothing. Kenny stepped into his office and shut the door behind him, then dropped into his office chair. It gave a satisfying groan that mirrored the one he'd let out earlier. It's not nothing. Tell me. He quickly recounted his encounter with the woman and her coupon. The nerve of people, Alice said, sounding more exasperated than he felt. When did this whole thing about bringing in anyone's coupons start? What's next? Take returns for something you bought at a different store? Kenny barked out a laugh. That's nothing new either. People want the best deal they can get. Alice grew quiet for a moment. Maybe that's something we can work with. Let me do some research and come up with some ideas for you. You don't have to do that. Knowing she cared and having her there to listen was plenty. I know, but I can't help myself. My brain is already buzzing with ideas. Alice's fingers were clacking on the keyboard of her computer. I'll call you later. Before he got a chance to tell her goodbye, she hung up, leaving him shaking his head. Boss, when you're done in there, we could use an extra pair of hands at the registers, Louisa called from the other side of the closed door. Thanks for meeting me. The smile on Alice's face did wonders to revive him, despite the busy day he'd had. Of course. Kenny took a deep breath of the salty air coming off the ocean. He wondered why she wanted to meet here, in the new community garden. Any chance you'll let me take you out to dinner? Alice shook her head. Not tonight. Dad's been smoking ribs all day. I would lose my place to stay if I cancelled. Kenny grinned. Fair enough. We'd better make this quick then. I don't want to get on his bad side either. Good idea. Alice hopped up on the low garden wall and opened her bag. What did you want to show me? Kenny asked, joining her. The thick stones were still warm from the sun that wasn't far from setting. This. She handed him a ring binder. The cover bore the new logo for the hardware store. You put together an entire marketing plan? Kenny flipped through the pages, astonished by how much she'd managed to do in such a short amount of time. You really are a pro. Alice laughed. You doubted me? What do you think? Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Kenny skimmed more pages, doing his best to take in what she'd laid out. There was a detailed description of a customer loyalty program, complete with a well-advertised rollout that should get everyone's attention on the island and beyond. She'd included regular storytelling events featuring local craftsmen and women. The list of proposed candidates was a good start. He could add to it off the top of his head, but there was enough here to get the ball rolling. Especially if any of these people agreed to come spend a Saturday afternoon at the store. She'd even included quite a few graphics for social media posts and print flyers. This is impressive. You've included everything we've discussed, he said. And then some. I hope you don't mind. It's a fairly comprehensive proposal and should be enough to get your brother and those suits from Megabuild Warehouse off your back. She sounded more confident than he felt. Let's hope you're right. He pushed himself off and held out his hand for her. She joined him on the ground, keeping her hand firmly in his as they stepped out onto the path they'd built together. I usually am. This isn't the first time I've been up against the wall with nothing but a handful of good ideas to fight back. Really? He listened to her talk about a client back in Houston, a small local chain of smoked barbecue restaurants. When rent at their restaurants increased suddenly, they struggled to stay afloat. The campaign she created for them gave the owner the breathing room he needed to stay in business. Eventually, he was able to buy one of the buildings, Alice said. I don't doubt he owns all of them by now. Impressive. The story gave him hope. Maybe the plan he gripped in his hand would change his fortune as well. His stores were loved, but you have another ace up your sleeve, Alice said, swinging their arms gently between them as they continued to walk in step through the garden. What's that? Kenny tried to tamp down the feeling of hope that rose in his chest anytime he spent time with the woman by his side. Your store has a much longer history here. It is woven into the very fabric of Palmar Island. Alice squeezed his hand. All we need to do is remind enough people of that, and your brother doesn't stand a chance. Let's not talk about Frank. As much as he loved his little brother, the man's name left a sour taste in his mouth these days. Kenny thought about Frank's recent behavior, the expensive vacation Nora kept mentioning, the new car, Frank's evasiveness about his finances. His brother had always been the spender in the family, but lately it seemed like something more. And tonight was too beautiful to waste with thoughts of him, or worry about the store. What would you like to talk about, then? Alice asked with curiosity. How about this path? The one you and I built together. His heart was beating faster. It turned out well. She pulled them to a stop, right in the middle. I'm glad something of both of us stays, no matter what happens next. This is about much more than saving the store. He looked around, beyond the confines of the community garden, to the buildings around them. He felt air thick with moisture and salt coming off the ocean and listened to the last of the birds chirping in the trees around them before settling in for the night. It's about saving the island's way of life. Alice nodded her agreement. It is, isn't it? Once the first few big box stores pop up, everything changes. You've seen it? He asked, detecting something more than she was saying in her words. I have, she said, the joy and excitement from earlier, and the tone of nostalgia from moments ago, gone like it had been swept out to sea. Houston was a big city when I got there, but you could find little pockets where it felt like time had stood still. They are gone. That's a shame. It is. Life's so different there. She let out a huff of air. I didn't realize how much I missed this place. You can breathe here. His heart beat faster. Does that mean you're thinking of staying? I think so. I wasn't sure I would. Alice took the binder and tucked it into the bag slung across her shoulder. At first it was to check on my dad, but now? Kenny had to remind himself to breathe. Now I want to stay for me. She turned to look right at him. For us. I'd like that. A huge grin spread across his face and he couldn't help himself. He pulled her closer, tucking her securely against his chest. His heart beat fast, matching the rapid beat of hers. He dipped his head and captured the lips of the woman who'd shown up out of the blue and turned his life upside down. Alice tasted of salted caramel and honey. Her lips were as soft as the petals of the fragrant blooms growing all around them. Kenny lost all track of time and space, losing himself in the feeling of belonging. Of being home, here in the arms of the woman who gave him hope and a path forward into the future. He forced himself to step back, running his hands through his hair and letting the wind cool his flushed face. I should let you get back home to have dinner with your father. Alice smiled, her face glowing brighter than the sun that was low in the sky. He can wait a few more minutes. Are you sure? He asked, putting an arm around her shoulders and pulling her close. They strolled down the path and out to the parking lot, where both of their vehicles were waiting. I'm sure. Alice held on tight, a hand on his waist. Besides, we should talk about this. At least a little. About you and me? His mind was reeling with the possibilities of what this could mean for the months and years to come. Yes, but first. First? He stopped when they reached her forest green Subaru. We need to do everything we can to save the hardware store. More than a marketing campaign. What do you have in mind? He asked, his mind still clouded from the kiss they'd shared moments ago. His lips tingled and he was tempted to pull her in for another. We should bring all of this up at the new council meeting. Make sure they know what an impact a sale to Megabuild would have. Alice paused, a worried look crossing her face. Though I heard Frank requested time to speak as well. Kenny's jaw tightened. He what? Miss Doris mentioned it. Apparently he and some Megabuild representatives want to present their case. Alice squeezed his hand. That's why we need to make sure we have the community behind us. If we get enough people on board, they might do something to help us stop whatever those corporate lawyers and business managers try to throw our way. I like the way you think. Kenny pulled her close. And I promise you, I will fight for the store as long as there's something to fight for. I never doubted that, Alice whispered, her breath tickling the most sensitive part of his ear. But there's something I need you to know. He stepped back, making sure he could see her face and, more importantly, she could see his. He needed her to know without a shadow of a doubt how sincere he was about this. No matter what happens, I'm in this for the long run. I'm in your life for as long as you'll have me. Alice rose up on her toes and gave him a quick peck on the lips. Good to know. And I promise to stay by your side and do everything I can to help you keep the store in the family. I'll hold you to that, he said before lowering his head and sealing their promises and dreams for a future together with a kiss. Chapter 17. Come on inside, Miss Doris said, ushering her down the hall and through the living room. Everyone else is here. Alice stepped out onto the large deck that overlooked the elderly woman's vast garden. Just beyond the luscious green grass, she could see a long stretch of beach and the calm waters of the Atlantic Ocean. The tide was low and nothing but a soft breeze and a handful of seagulls were moving this afternoon. Friendly faces greeted her. Some she recognized, others were new to her until Miss Doris made the introductions. "Thank you for offering to help get the word out about the council meeting later this week," Alice said. "It's our pleasure." Miss Doris wasn't very tall, but her presence exuded confidence. Alice had no doubt she had her to thank for today's turnout. The large plate of baked goods sitting in the center of the table didn't hurt, either. The scent of the apple cinnamon muffins and strawberry pie was making her mouth water. "What can we do to help?" Miss Betty asked. Alice remembered the woman from the Maker's Market. "The main thing is to get as many people, small business owners in particular, to show up for the council meeting. Kenny's brother Frank has been pushing hard for a sale to Megabuild Warehouse. That man has never had any common sense," an elderly gentleman said. "I taught both of the Brown brothers in high school, and let's just say, there's a reason Kenny took over the store." A few of the others shook their heads. "I'll be there," Chloe, the owner of the local flower shop, said. "As will I." Mitch from the Roasted Bean gave her an encouraging nod. "We'll stop Frank and Rachel. I should tell you that Frank asked to speak at the meeting, along with several representatives from Megabuild." Alice scanned the group in front of her. "They are not going to pull any punches." Mitch shook his head. "Frank and his wife came into the coffee shop the other day." "I think you're right, Alice. He shows no sign of stopping." "Neither of them does." "What's Rachel's involvement?" Miss Betty asked. "She has no stake in this." "Does she, though?" Miss Doris looked over at Alice. "She's trying to convince Kenny to sell the store and move to Arizona with her." Saying the words left a bad taste in Alice's mouth. "Though I'm starting to wonder if there's more to it than that." "What do you mean?" Chloe leaned forward. Alice thought about what she'd learned about Rachel claiming inside information from Frank. "I think Frank might be feeding her information. Using her to pressure Kenny." The group exchanged concerned looks. "That would explain a lot," Miss Doris said grimly. "Frank always was manipulative, even as a child." Chloe laughed, but it wasn't a joyful sound. More of a dark bark. "Well, good luck with that plan." "The man is smitten with Alice." Alice felt warmth creeping into her cheeks. "Let's hope you're right." "Oh, honey," Miss Doris walked over and put an arm around her shoulder. "You'd have to be blind to miss the way that man looks at you. When it comes to Rachel, you have nothing to worry about." Alice wished she could believe the older woman. "And as for the rest, we'll be there to support you," Chloe said. "We can do better than that." Miss Doris squared her shoulders and stepped away from Alice. "We're going to make sure every single person who cares about Palmar Island is there to make their voice heard." "What do you have in mind?" Miss Betty's eyes glinted with excitement. "Going door to door?" "Absolutely. I need a group of volunteers. We want to hit every single business in town. And we should provide support for the parents with young children." "I'd appreciate that." Chloe nodded her head. Alice didn't doubt that the single mom could use the support and appreciated Miss Doris's thoughtfulness. "I'm sure my niece would be happy to babysit," a man Alice didn't recognize said. "Do you think we could set up a room at or near the town hall?" "That won't be a problem." Miss Doris walked to the table and made a few notes. 15 minutes later, the group had a location and 3 more qualified babysitters organized. "I think it's time we reactivated the community phone tree." Miss Doris held up a tattered piece of paper and the excitement of everyone gathered grew. "I appreciate all of this. I really do." Alice was struggling to find the words. "We wouldn't have it any other way." Miss Doris motioned for Alice to sit next to her. "Now let's get to work. I need volunteers to update the phone tree and to start making calls." She had them within minutes. "What's next?" Miss Betty asked. Miss Doris looked at Alice. "We should come up with some talking points for the meeting. Make sure we present a united front." Alice scanned the faces around her. Several people murmured their approval. All of them looked like they were on board. A fresh surge of hope rose in Alice. How could they not win with this much support from within the community? Alice pushed up her sleeves and reached for pen and paper. We should show the council how this Shop Local campaign will benefit everyone on the island, Miss Doris said. And let's not forget about Louisa and the rest of the good folks working at the hardware store, Miss Betty said. I would have been lost last month without her fixing my fridge. Several other people nodded their agreement, and Alice recalled how helpful Kenny had been when she'd built the cat tree for Whiskers. It's time we gave back, the older man who'd spoken up earlier added. I'm sure we won't get that kind of service at Megabuild Warehouse. How was your meeting? Kenny asked when she called him. It was good. Better than I'd hoped. Alice looked down the street. Cars were parked on both sides and several more were lined up in the driveway. I'm glad. Sorry I couldn't be there. There was regret in his voice. It was fine. Everyone's happy to show up and show their support at the meeting. She stopped and smiled at the thought of how every single person at Miss Doris's had jumped into action. Miss Doris is activating the community phone tree. Kenny laughed, the sound ringing in her ears. The phone tree? It's been a while since they've used that. So I heard. There's also a door-to-door campaign along Main Street and the other small businesses scattered across the island. You did all that? Kenny sounded impressed. Alice scoffed. We did that in the first 10 minutes I was there. Wait until you hear what else we came up with. I can't wait. Alice cleared her throat, hoping she hadn't overstepped. Remember those workshops we talked about a while ago? I do. I sort of committed to organizing them. Before he could say anything, Alice launched into a brief description of what Miss Betty's comment had inspired. Basically, the idea is to teach people how to fix small things around the house themselves. I thought we could start by teaching them how to fix a leaky sink and then installing a smoke detector. I like it. When do we start? This coming weekend? Alice held her breath. That works. I have a new shipment coming in this week. We should have more than enough for a demonstration and a few extra sales. Hopefully it'll generate more than a few. From her research, Alice estimated they could pull off at least a 25% increase in revenue on workshop weekends. Where are you now? Kenny asked. Leaving Miss Doris's place, she said, relieved he took everything in stride. Why don't you meet me at Sweet Treats? He asked. I'll buy you a bear claw to celebrate. How can I resist one of Sweet Treats' bear claws? Alice shook her head. Great. I'm heading out now. Meet you over there. Kenny was waiting by the door to the bakery when Alice walked up. Are you sure you're okay with those workshops? She asked when he pulled her in for a quick hug. More than okay. I thought it was a good idea from the start. Kenny let go of her and pulled the door open. I think it'll go over well and it's something my grandfather would have loved. Alice smiled and stepped inside. The scent of fresh baked bread and sugary treats engulfed her and made her mouth water. In all the excitement, she hadn't had a chance to sample any of Miss Doris's baked goods. A bear claw from here would be the perfect consolation prize. Kenny placed their order, taking her hand while they stood at the counter waiting for their small order. The door opened behind them, a gush of fresh air streaming in along with a familiar voice. Kenny, I thought that was you. Kenny tensed beside her and Alice bit back a groan. Rachel breezed in, passing the line that had formed behind them and completely ignoring Alice. Rachel. Kenny nodded, his expression stony and his arms securely wrapped around Alice's. I'm glad I ran into you. Rachel flipped her hair across her shoulder and plastered a sickly sweet smile on her face. What do you want? Kenny's voice was as cold as his expression and it warmed Alice's heart. I found the perfect place for us. Rachel pulled out her phone and showed him a series of pictures of a ranch home on a large tract of land. It's everything you ever wanted, including a large workshop out back. Kenny barely looked at the phone. We could have it all. A life together. You and me. Rachel reached out and grabbed Kenny's other hand. All you need to do is sell the store and come with me. We could be happy in Arizona. I promise to make you happier than you can even imagine. He pulled both of his hands out of theirs and shoved them in his pockets. Alice stepped aside. She wasn't sure what to do here. Walk off? Ask Rachel to leave? Before she had a chance to make up her mind, Kenny reached for her hand and pulled her close. He wrapped his arm around Alice's shoulders, his eyes firmly on Rachel. I'm not selling. His public gesture told her everything she needed to know. And we have no plans to go anywhere. We're very happy right here on Palmar Island, she said. Kenny turned to her and smiled with so much love and joy in his eyes, it almost made Alice's heart stop. I wasn't talking to you, Rachel said, the venom practically dripping from her lips. No, you weren't, Kenny said, taking a step forward and putting himself between her and Alice. So let me make this crystal clear for you. Alice and I are together. In a committed relationship with big plans for our future, right here on the island. Where we belong. Are you sure? Rachel asked, her confidence faltering for the first time. I've never been more sure of anything in my life, Kenny said with conviction. No manipulation tactic or backhanded scheming on your end will change that. Don't think I haven't seen what you've been doing. What you've been trying to do. Including sabotaging Alice's business from day one. Alice gasped, and Rachel's eyes grew wide with astonishment. Rachel squared her shoulders and then shrugged. I had to try. You tried and failed. Kenny's tone grew so icy Alice doubted the store needed to run the air conditioning despite the ovens that were undoubtedly running in the back. If you're sure. Rachel took a tentative step back. Here are your bear claws. The girl behind the counter held 2 small paper bags out to them. Alice and Kenny each took one. I'm sure, Rachel, Kenny said, sliding the pastry partially out of the bag. Goodbye. Rachel's phone buzzed loudly. She glanced at it, and Alice watched her face drain of color. I need to take this, Rachel said, stepping toward the door. As she answered, Alice caught a fragment, Frank, I tried, but... The door closed behind Rachel, but through the window, Alice could see her pacing frantically on the sidewalk, one hand pressed to her ear, the other gesturing wildly. Even from inside, it was clear she was getting an earful from whoever was on the other end. Kenny frowned, watching the scene outside. That's strange. Why would Frank be calling her? Alice felt pieces clicking into place. Kenny, I think Frank has been using Rachel this whole time. Getting her to do his dirty work while keeping his hands clean. What do you mean? Think about it. She shows up right when the megabuild offer comes in. She has inside information about your business that she's been spreading around town. And now Frank's calling her, clearly upset that her latest attempt failed. Kenny's jaw tightened as he watched Rachel through the window. She was still on the phone, but now she looked angry rather than scared. Alice could see her shaking her head violently and pointing back toward the bakery. If that's true, Kenny said slowly, then Frank has been playing both of us. Outside, Rachel ended the call abruptly and stormed toward her car. But instead of driving away, she sat in the driver's seat for several long minutes, staring at her phone. She doesn't look like someone who's leaving town, Alice observed. Kenny nodded grimly. No, she doesn't. I have a feeling this isn't over. Alice squeezed his hand. Whatever Frank has planned, we'll be ready for it. The whole community is behind us now. I hope that's enough, Kenny said, but his eyes remained fixed on Rachel's car. I have a feeling the real fight is just beginning. Chapter 18. There are a lot more people here than I expected. Kenny squeezed her hand. He almost sounded shy and she could see why. I told you, Alice said, suppressing a chuckle. Miss Doris activated the old phone tree. She had to admit, even she was impressed by the turnout when she spotted the large group of Palmar Island residents who were waiting for them when they walked up to the town hall. I didn't expect the entire meeting hall to be full. Kenny shook his head. And to have a whole crowd standing outside. I love that they made signs. Alice snapped a few pictures with her phone. They would come in handy for a social media campaign if the council didn't vote in their favor. Their fellow island residents had gotten creative with large cardboard signs that announced their displeasure with big box stores in general and Megabuild Warehouse in particular. "Don't box our island" was her personal favorite. "Let's hope we can pull this off." Kenny pulled open the door and motioned for her to enter the town hall ahead of him. Inside it was at least as crowded as outside, with several volunteers trying to direct people. A tall, official-looking man guarded the door to the council chamber, telling everyone that the room was filled to capacity. Alice looked around and found a short corridor off to the side that was mostly empty. She pulled Kenny into it. "What?" He looked confused. "Look at me," Alice said, turning her back to the crowd and wrapping her hands around his face. She needed him to hear her. "You will do an amazing job. You already have. Be yourself and tell them why they can't allow Megabuild Warehouse or any big box store like it to come to the island." He smiled and pressed a quick kiss on her forehead. "Thanks. I needed that." Alice adjusted Kenny's tie and stepped aside, letting him take the lead as they made their way into the large meeting space. "Ready?" Miss Doris asked. When he nodded, she led them up to the podium before taking her position beside Alice to the left of the podium. Kenny reached into the pocket of the sports jacket he was wearing for the occasion and pulled out a stack of index cards. He cleared his throat and squared his shoulders while Mayor Lamont introduced him. When she waved him up, everything about the man in front of Alice changed. Any residual traces of doubt disappeared, and for the first time Alice saw the competent businessman who'd run the store for all these years. She saw the man whose grandfather had adored. The man who was heir to a family enterprise that spanned generations. "When I graduated from Palmar Island High, I considered leaving for college. I'd been accepted at several prestigious schools across the country. And I'd be lying if I told you I wasn't tempted by the idea of going to California." Laughter and assent rang back from the crowd. Alice looked around the room until she spotted Frank. Kenny's brother stood with a group of men dressed in expensive wool suits, but instead of scowling, he was smiling confidently. Something about his expression made Alice uneasy. "And recently, I've had an offer to move out to Arizona. It was everything I ever thought I'd wanted." He paused. Alice looked for Rachel, but there was no sign of the woman. Except, it wouldn't be Palmar Island and nothing would be the same anywhere else. Kenny launched into a heartfelt speech about the island, its long history, his family's ties to it, and the local businesses, including the hardware store. These businesses, the small mom-and-pop stores, places like the Happy Florist, the Book Nook, the Roasted Bean, and Brick Oven Pizza are the heart of this place. They, as much as the beautiful views and the Carolina blue skies, are what draw tourists and keep all of us here. Alice tore her eyes off Kenny and back to the people gathered in the meeting room. Everyone except Frank and his group were nodding in agreement. "Do we really want to risk what we have here, what makes this island special, over the possibility of some increased tax revenue? No." The response to Kenny's speech was immediate, followed by a round of applause. Mayor Lamont struggled to get the room under control. When everyone quieted down, she thanked Kenny and invited Frank and the Megabuild representatives up. Frank stepped forward with the confidence of a man who knew he was about to win. "Thank you, Mayor Lamont. I appreciate this opportunity to present the facts about this incredible opportunity for Palmar Island." Alice felt a chill as Frank's demeanor completely shifted. Gone was the somewhat bumbling brother she'd seen around town. This Frank was polished, prepared, and ruthless. "My brother gave you a beautiful speech about tradition and nostalgia," Frank began, his voice carrying easily through the packed room. "But let's talk about reality. Palmar Hardware and Feed is failing." Kenny straightened in his seat, his face flushing. "The numbers don't lie," Frank continued, pulling out a folder. "Declining revenue, missed payments to suppliers, staff cuts. Kenny's been hiding this from all of you, but as his business partner and co-owner, I have access to the real financial records." Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Alice saw several council members leaning forward, suddenly very interested. Megabuild Warehouse isn't just offering to buy our struggling store, Frank said, his voice gaining momentum. They're offering to invest $15 million in our community. New jobs, increased tax revenue, and reliable service that won't disappear when the next economic downturn hits. One of the Megabuild representatives stepped forward with charts and graphs, presenting employment numbers and tax projections that made several council members nod approvingly. Alice felt the mood in the room shifting. Frank was painting Kenny as a stubborn dreamer holding back progress, and it was working. Furthermore, Frank continued, my brother's recent, romantic entanglements have clouded his judgment. He's making business decisions based on emotion rather than logic. Alice felt heat rise in her cheeks as several people turned to look at her. The Shop Local campaign you've been hearing about? It's a desperate attempt to generate publicity for a failing business. Kenny's paying for marketing he can't afford while his employees wonder if they'll have jobs next month. Kenny shot to his feet. That's not. Kenny, please, Mayor Lamont said. Frank has the floor. Frank smiled coldly at his brother. The truth is, Kenny, you've failed. Grandfather would be ashamed of what you've done to his legacy. The room went dead silent. Alice could see the pain on Kenny's face, the doubt creeping in. Around them, she noticed several community members looking uncertain now. Just as Frank opened his mouth to continue, the back doors of the chamber burst open. Stop. Rachel's voice rang out across the room. She strode down the center aisle, her hair disheveled, her face flushed with anger. Don't let him do this. Ma'am, you'll need to wait for public comment, Mayor Lamont said. No. Rachel reached the front of the room and whirled to face Frank. Tell them the truth, Frank. Tell them how you orchestrated all of this. Frank's confident expression faltered. Rachel, you need to leave. Now. You're not the boss of me. Not anymore. Rachel turned to address the room. Frank Brown called me 3 months ago and begged me to come back to Palmar Island. He promised me money from the sale if I could convince Kenny to give up the store. Gasps echoed through the chamber. Alice saw Kenny's face go white. He fed me inside information about Kenny's business, Rachel continued, her voice growing stronger. He told me exactly what to say to sabotage Alice's reputation around town. He even had me spread rumors that Kenny was unhappy with her work. That's ridiculous, Frank sputtered, but his face was turning red. She's lying. Rachel pulled out her phone. Really? Because I have all our text messages right here. Including the one you sent me 2 hours ago threatening to destroy me if I didn't get Kenny to change his mind. The room erupted. People were shouting, council members were banging gavels, and Frank was backing toward the side door. You used me. Rachel shouted at Frank. You made me destroy my relationship with Kenny and hurt innocent people, all so you could get rich. Frank, Kenny's voice cut through the chaos, quiet but carrying an authority that silenced the room. Is this true? For a moment, the brothers stared at each other across the space. Then Frank's mask completely slipped. You never deserved that store, Frank snarled. It should have been mine. I'm the one who understands business, who knows how to make real money. You're content to scrape by, playing with your little hardware projects while the real world passes you by. Frank. Kenny's voice was barely a whisper. I deserve better than this place. Frank gestured wildly around the room. Nora deserves better. Our kids deserve better. That $15 million could have set us up for life. So you destroyed our family for money? Kenny asked. Frank laughed bitterly. Our family? You never treated me like family. It was always Kenny this and Kenny that. The golden boy who inherited everything while I got nothing. You could have asked to be more involved, Kenny said. You could have. I tried. Frank screamed. But nothing I did was ever good enough for precious Kenny Brown, the hardware hero. Miss Doris stood up in the audience, her voice carrying clearly. Frank Brown, you are a disgrace to your family name and this community. A chorus of agreement rose from the crowd. Alice saw Frank looking around at the faces of people who had known him his entire life, all of them staring at him with disgust and disappointment. "Get out," someone called from the back. "Leave our island," another voice added. Frank looked desperately around the room, then focused on the megabuild representatives, who were quietly packing up their materials and avoiding eye contact. "Wait," Frank called to them. "The deal." "There is no deal," the lead representative said coldly. "Megabuild doesn't do business with people who manipulate their own families." Frank stood alone in the front of the room as the representatives filed out. The silence stretched until Mayor Lamont cleared her throat. "I think we've heard enough," she said. "All in favor of denying Megabuild Warehouse's application?" Every council member raised their hand. "Motion carries unanimously," Mayor Lamont announced. The crowd erupted in cheers, but Alice only had eyes for Kenny, who was staring at the spot where his brother had been standing. Frank had slipped out during the vote, disappearing as quietly as his scheme had unraveled. "Kenny?" Alice approached him carefully. He turned to her, his eyes filled with a mixture of relief and profound sadness. "We won." "We did," she said softly, taking his hand. "But I'm sorry about Frank." Kenny nodded, then looked out at the crowd of people celebrating around them. "At least now I know who my real family is." Miss Doris appeared beside them, her steel gray eyes blazing with determination. "That man and his wife will not be welcome on this island after tonight. I'll make sure of it." Alice saw Rachel approaching hesitantly. "Kenny, Thank you," Kenny said simply. "For telling the truth." Rachel nodded, tears in her eyes. "I'm sorry. For all of it. I'll be leaving tomorrow, and this time I mean it." "Good luck, Rachel," Kenny said, and Alice could hear the forgiveness in his voice. As they finally made their way out of the town hall, surrounded by friends and neighbors offering congratulations and support, Alice realized this was more than just saving a store. It was about Kenny claiming his place as the true heir to the Brown family legacy, with a community that loved him and a future full of possibilities. "So," she said, slipping her arm through his. "Ready to go home?" Kenny smiled, the sadness in his eyes replaced by something stronger. "Yes. Let's go home." Chapter 19. "There you are." Miss Doris rushed toward him with purpose, passing several customers with laden shopping carts in the process. Kenny handed the box of 2-inch deck screws to Mr. Hendricks before turning to the elderly woman with a smile. "What can I do for you?" "I'm looking for the... What was it called?" She looked around for inspiration. "The sticky stuff we used in Saturday's workshop." "The backsplash one?" Kenny asked to make sure. Miss Doris had attended every single one they'd held in the week since the council meeting. "That's the one." Miss Doris's smile grew. "I love how it looked, and it's high time I replace the mirror that my husband put up for me 40 years ago. That has been a while. I think what you're looking for is putty, but I'll double-check with Louisa." Kenny grabbed the walkie-talkie he'd started using since business picked up and had his answer within moments. While they spoke, he led the way to the correct aisle. "I appreciate that." Miss Doris followed him. "Is that Miss Doris?" Louisa asked. "Tell her I'm happy to install that new backsplash for her on Wednesday. In exchange for a batch of those chocolate chip muffins." Miss Doris laughed. "Tell her there's no need. After her workshop, I feel confident I can do it myself. And I'll drop off some fresh muffins for her tomorrow. Any of us, myself included, would be happy to do the installation for you," Kenny said after relaying the news to his best employee. Miss Doris patted his arm. "I know, and don't think I don't appreciate it. But sometimes you need to do something for yourself, you know. To prove to yourself that you can." "I understand." He did. Yes, he'd had help turning the boat around, but at the end of the day, he'd put in the blood, sweat, and tears every day. And now the store was thriving. More than that, it was truly his. After Frank's betrayal, Kenny had bought out his brother's share with help from a loan that half the community had volunteered to co-sign. The paperwork was finalized just last week. I'm sure you do. Now show me what I need so I can get to work. Miss Doris strode ahead of him. I already pried the glass off, and I have baking to do tomorrow. Kenny laughed and took a few wide steps to catch up with her. Don't worry, we'll get you set up, and I'll throw in a discount. Miss Doris waved him off. No need. I signed up for your new loyalty program last week. It's a great idea, by the way. Especially with that coupon that landed in my mailbox this morning. Between this and the workshops, I might have to stop by here every week. Let's hope it works on everyone else as well as it does on you. Kenny was surprised. Miss Doris was definitely not part of the target audience Alice had helped him define for their marketing campaign. From the look of it, that's not something to worry about. Miss Doris waved her hands out in front of her. Kenny looked out across the store, still amazed by how much had changed since the council meeting. Not just the increased business, though that was remarkable, but the sense of community support that seemed to permeate every corner of the building. After Frank's betrayal had been exposed, it was as if the entire island had decided to rally around Palmar Hardware and Feed. The cash registers were busy, and there was barely an aisle that didn't have at least 3 people in it. Maybe Miss Doris was right. Maybe you're right. Of course I am. Miss Doris took the container of putty he handed her. I hope that doesn't mean you'll stop the workshops. Kenny shook his head while he rummaged around for the tools she'd need to complete the project. No worry there. We have them planned out through the rest of the year, and I'm sure Louisa already has a long list for things she wants to cover next year. Good. I'm glad she's staying busy. Miss Doris nodded and turned to look at the various sets of mosaic tile they had available. All of them were from the same series Louisa had used in last week's workshop and from what he'd seen were easy to install. That she is, Kenny said, seeing her rush one way and Ellie the other. He didn't know what he would do without his team. They had been so supportive during the difficult weeks after Frank left the island. Nora and the kids had followed him to wherever he'd gone, no one seemed to know or care where. The community had made it clear the entire family was no longer welcome. I'm sure Alice is proud of what the two of you accomplished. Miss Doris made her choice, and Kenny grabbed Nate and sent him in search of a cart. She is. Kenny took the items from Miss Doris and deposited them in the cart when Nate returned a moment later. I don't think I could have done this without her. You would have found a way, Miss Doris said with so much confidence he almost believed her. Maybe so, Kenny said. But it wouldn't have been the same. The store wouldn't be this place of learning and connecting. Miss Doris smiled at him knowingly. You're not wrong there. As they strolled to the front of the store, Kenny heard a notification on his phone. He pulled it from his back pocket. I should let you go, Miss Doris said. I can check out on my own. No need. Kenny turned the phone so she could see the screen. It's an email from Alice. She sent me a rough draft of the marketing materials for the next set of workshops. What do you think? Miss Doris adjusted her glasses and took the phone from him. I like them. As do I. Kenny felt a sense of pride when he thought about what the woman he loved had created. Alice has so much passion for everything she does, Miss Doris said, returning his phone. No wonder her business is thriving. She'll be booked solid before you know it. Kenny groaned. Tell me about it. She might not have time to do the Palmar hardware marketing. Miss Doris chuckled. I seriously doubt that. Maybe so, Kenny said. I'm lucky to have her. Honestly, I don't know what I would do without Alice. And he wasn't speaking about their professional relationship. In that case, you'd better get a move on, young man, Miss Doris said, pushing her shopping cart past him. Then she paused and added more softly, after everything that happened with Frank, you deserve all the happiness in the world. Don't let it slip away. Her words left him stunned, but also filled with a new sense of purpose. Kenny paced through the community garden, pulling the sleeves of his white dress shirt down before refolding them until they hit below his elbow. He fastened the second button before undoing it along with the one below when the pressure around his neck became too much to bear in the warm evening air. He looked around the garden where so much had happened, where he and Alice had built their first project together, where the community had rallied to support him, where he'd finally learned who his true family really was. Frank's betrayal still stung, but it had also shown him what really mattered. Not blood relations or family legacy, but the people who chose to stand by you when everything fell apart. He looked down at his watch, wondering if she'd show. She said she would. Kenny. Alice waved from the other end of the path, a huge smile on her face as she strode to meet him. I wasn't expecting the park to be closed. I called in a favor with the mayor. Kenny grinned. I hope you didn't have any trouble getting in. Maybe that was the reason for the delay. Alice shook her head. They ushered me right through. Good, he said. I'm glad. Alice spun around slowly, taking in the scene he'd worked hard to set up all afternoon with the help of his team from the store. He'd be forever grateful for their kindness and their support. He watched the woman who had become more important to him than he ever thought possible. He saw her eyes light up when she noticed the lanterns strung up in the trees. He watched her head tilt when the soft music playing from his phone changed. And he didn't miss the flare of her nostrils when a soft breeze carried the fragrant scent of the late blooms mixed with the salty air from the sea. A hand flew to her mouth, and her eyes grew wide as recognition set in. Alice, Kenny said, walking to close the distance between them. He took her hand in his warm fingers wrapping around her ice-cold ones. Kenny, she whispered. He dropped down on one knee, and she gasped. You crashed into my life when I thought everything was falling apart. Her lips twitched at the memory of that fateful day when she'd first returned to Palmar Island. And it turned out to be the best thing that ever happened to me. Kenny let go of her hand and reached into his pocket, pulling out the ring he'd tucked inside, safely wrapped in a silk handkerchief. He pulled it out and held it up, the solitary diamond sparkling in the light of the lanterns. I can't imagine a future that doesn't have you in it. Will you marry me? Alice dropped to her knees in front of him and wrapped her arms around his neck. Yes. Still clutching the ring in his hand, he felt her lips join with his as they kissed under the rising moon, the night breeze carrying their joy across the island they called home. The island where they would build their future together, surrounded by people who had chosen to be their family. Epilogue. Palmar Island, the following summer. The only thing left is the veil. Emma pulled the lacy piece of fabric from its box and carefully draped it across Alice's hair. She touched it, fingertips barely skimming across the surface. Careful until I get a chance to fix it into place. Emma pulled the hairpins from their box. I think that's plenty. Alice doubted hurricane-force winds would be able to pull it away from her head. If you think so. Her maid of honor looked at her like she was crazy. I don't want to think about it flying off and Whiskers chasing after it through the gardens. It's not going to fly off, Alice assured her. Are you sure it's a good idea to have a cat in your wedding? Emma asked. A dog, I could understand. But Whiskers? Alice smiled, thinking about the cat that was no longer a kitten. Whiskers will do great. Nate is in charge of him. The young man who'd worked at the hardware store all through high school was a veterinary student at Clemson University and had plenty of experience handling all sorts of animals. If you're sure. I'm sure. Today was her big day. Nothing would go wrong. One more thing, Emma said. Alice stared at the ivory combs in her best friend's hands. Where did those come from? My mom, Emma said. She wanted you to wear them. We both do. Are you sure? I wouldn't have brought them if I wasn't. Emma deftly attached the combs to Alice's hair. That should take care of borrowed and old. Alice laughed. She'd forgotten about the age-old tradition. What about something new and something blue? That's what this is for. She handed a small gift-wrapped box to the bride. What is it? Alice brushed across the shiny surface of the silver wrapping paper. Open up and find out. Emma grinned and took a seat on the edge of Alice's bed. Alice slid her finger under the paper, carefully prying the tape away without ripping the wrapper. Oh, please. Just tear into it. It's your wedding day. You have stuff to do. Emma huffed. Alice laughed and did as asked. The wrapping paper hit a shallow cream-colored box. She lifted the lid. Tucked inside was a folded bird's-eye blue handkerchief. Unfolding it, Alice admired the silky texture of the brushed cotton and the tiny eyelet lace details. Do you like it? Emma asked, watching her closely. It's beautiful. Thank you. Alice rushed forward and leaned down to hug her friend. I don't like it, I love it. Careful, you don't want to mess up your hair. Or your dress. A knock on the door ended their embrace. Everything okay in there, honey? Her father asked. We're fine, Alice called, straightening and glancing at herself in the floor-length mirror Emma had dragged in here. The veil hadn't moved at all, and her dress was as stunning as ever. It's time to leave if you're still planning on getting married today, her father called through the closed door. We'll be out in a minute, Emma called, standing up and taking one last look at her. She tucked a strand of hair back into place. Perfect. Thank you for being here and helping me get ready, Alice said, tears springing into her eyes. Of course. There's nowhere I'd rather be, Emma said, handing her the bouquet of sunflowers, snapdragons, and greenery Chloe put together for the special day. Ready? Alice nodded, and she pulled the door open. Oh, honey. Her father stared at her. You are stunning. Let's hope Kenny feels the same way, Alice joked to keep from getting any more emotional. He better. Her father reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out a string of pearls. These were your grandmother's. Your mother wore them on her wedding day. She would have wanted you to have them today, he said. You don't need to wear them. Alice reached up and unclasped the gold necklace she wore. Of course I will wear them. It was a piece of her family history and a way to include her mother in the ceremony. Will you put them on me? She turned and felt her father's fingers shake as he put the antique string of pearls around her neck. Alice reached up and touched them. They felt warm, like the feeling deep inside her body. Her mother was here, watching her on her wedding day. Her father held out his arm. Ready? She nodded and took it as he walked her out to the car. He held on to her hand most of the drive out to the community garden where the ceremony would take place and raced around the car to help her out. Ready? She asked when he took his place beside her. As ready as I can be. He smiled reassuringly and gave her his arm again. Together they walked down the garden path behind Emma to the beat of a traditional wedding march. Family and friends were scattered throughout the space, some sitting in the few rows of folding chairs the wedding planner had been able to fit, the rest standing around various flower beds and trees. Each step brought her closer to the man who was about to become her husband. Alice's heart was full as she walked down the path she and Kenny had built together. Up ahead, Kenny stood alone at the altar. He had chosen not to have a best man, and Alice understood why. After everything that had happened with Frank, Kenny had learned that he didn't need anyone standing beside him to validate this moment. This was his choice, his future, and he was more than strong enough to claim it on his own. The man took her breath away dressed in a black suit, crisp white shirt, and a golden yellow tie that matched the sunflowers in her bouquet. He turned, and his eyes lit up. A slow smile spread across his face, and there was nothing but love in his gaze as he watched them approach. When she took her place beside Kenny, the Reverend began the simple wedding ceremony. We have gathered here to join this man and this woman in holy matrimony, he said, his voice carrying throughout the community garden and beyond. Kenny took her hand in his, and Alice lost herself in the moment, in the sweet scent of the flowers that surrounded them, the warmth of the sun shining above them, and the solid feel of the man beside her. He was her rock, her anchor, the person that grounded her and brought her more joy and happiness than she imagined possible. I believe the couple has written their own vows, the Reverend said. Kenny turned to face her. Alice, I promise to love you with all that I am, to stand by your side as your partner, and to build a future together filled with joy and adventure. I vow to support your dreams, to laugh with you, and to face whatever comes our way together. She swallowed hard and resisted the urge to dab at the tears that were filling her eyes. Kenny, I promise to love you unconditionally, to be your partner in all things, and to cherish the life we will build together. I vow to stand with you through the good times and the challenges, to share in your joys, and to grow old with you, hand in hand. May I have the rings? The Reverend asked. Nate rose from the chair in the front where he'd been sitting, Whiskers curled up in his lap. The cat had the rings tied to his collar with a golden ribbon. Alice held her arms out for the little guy when something spooked him. Whiskers turned and tried to escape, clawing his way through Nate's dress shirt. For a brief moment, Alice thought Emma had been right. But then the young man took control of the situation, wrapping his hands around the cat and securing Whiskers in a hold that allowed her to remove the rings. I'm so sorry, Alice muttered, noticing the ripped fabric and faint traces of blood on the man's arms and shoulders. Nothing to worry about, Nate said, grinning. But if you don't mind, I'll go get him settled at your place. Alice and Kenny watched him walk off before exchanging their rings. I now pronounce you husband and wife, the Reverend said. You may kiss your bride. Kenny lowered his head and captured her lips with his. It was a sweet kiss. Brief and nothing like the lingering ones they'd exchanged last night and would again, later. For now, they turned to soak in the cheers and well wishes of the people gathered in front of them. Family and friends who made their lives all the richer. How is Whiskers? Kenny asked when Nate joined them at Mary's diner for the reception. Mary had closed the restaurant for them, and the place was filled to capacity. Fine. Curled up in the window for a nap as soon as I dropped him off, Nate said. How are you? I hope he didn't tear you up too badly. Alice scanned the young man's fresh shirt. It was a dark navy, and there were no signs of the damage her cat's claws must have done. Nate laughed. Nothing I haven't seen before. Trust me, Whiskers is nothing compared to the pet rabbit I handled when I volunteered at the vet clinic this summer. Who knew bunnies could be so vicious? And they bite. He held up his hand and showed them the scar in the soft spot between his left thumb and index finger. Are you sure? Alice felt bad about the whole incident. Using Whiskers as the ring bearer had been her idea, after all. I am. You have nothing to worry about. Enjoy your big day, Nate said. I'm going to go find Louisa and Ellie. They promised to save me some cake. Alice watched him rush off, remembering the cake cutting followed by a dance first with Kenny and then her dad that the young man had missed. Are you two enjoying yourselves? Miss Doris asked, walking up and taking Alice's hands in hers. You look stunning, my dear. Thank you. Alice felt the heat rising in her cheeks. She wasn't your typical young bride, but she was blushing like one. Doesn't she? Kenny looked at her with so much love in his eyes, it took her breath away. And I think we are. Did you get some cake? I sure did. Aiden from Sweet Treats did a wonderful job. His vanilla sponge is almost as good as mine, the elderly woman said with a twinkle in her steel gray eyes. I heard that. Aiden and his wife strolled over. And I tasted some of those blueberry muffins you brought. Would you like a job at the bakery? Miss Doris chuckled and shook her head, looking pleased. I don't think I got one of those yet. Kenny looked at her. Can I bring you something back? Alice shook her head. The one downfall of the wedding dress was the tight bodice. If she ate any more, it would get hard to breathe. I'll bring you a fresh batch this weekend, Miss Doris promised before joining her husband for another trip to the lavish buffet. At least half the island must be here, Emma said, joining her and handing Alice a glass of ice water. She took it, grateful for her friend. You're not wrong. Alice caught sight of Susanne and waved her over. The fifth-grade teacher had become a good friend since they met at a local yoga class and discovered a shared love of hunting for seashells. Thanks for coming. Susanne gave both women a quick hug. Of course, I wouldn't have missed it for the world. Beautiful ceremony, and the food. I'm going to have to head out to the beach tomorrow morning to walk some of this off. Emma agreed, and the two of them made plans to meet up. Excited for the new school year? Alice asked. The summer was quickly coming to an end, and it wouldn't be long before Susanne would be back in the classroom. Not exactly. Susan scanned the room and shot a glance at a handsome man with salt and pepper hair. But that's a worry for another time. Today is about you. You could go ask him to dance, Alice suggested. There was definitely something going on between these two. I don't think that would be a good idea. Susan looked back at the man in question. That's my ex. And my new boss. Before Alice got a chance to grill her friend about the cryptic comment, Kenny joined them. Ready to hit the dance floor, he asked, his face lit up with joy. How could she say no? Are you sure you can walk, let alone dance after all that food? The smile on Kenny's face grew. Trust me, I'm ready and able to whisk you off your feet and dance the night away. The end. This has been Seaside Serendipity, written by Susanne Ash. Copyright 2025 by Susanne Ash. Production copyright 2025 by Susanne Ash. Thanks for listening. Please like and subscribe if you want me to put more of my books on YouTube. Visit my website at www.susanneash.com for more of my books or find me on Amazon.